Hey guys, you are watching your anime world. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Deku left UA after Bakugo's betrayal. Here is short summary. After enduring years of abuse and a final betrayal from Bakugo, Izuku Midoriya makes a life-changing decision, leaving UA for good. But without the school's support, can he still become the hero he's destined to be, or will he forge a new path beyond the hero society? But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Izuku became aware that he could feel some sensation from somewhere he hadn't felt before, deep inside. Deku, Katsuki yelled. What the hell is this? Is this? Izuku's face slowly lit up as he realized. Is this my quirk? But, at that moment, the glow disappeared from his hands and the group of bullies, and Izuku's fate was sealed. Really? Katsuki teased, laughing. After taking so damn long to get your quirk, I was expecting something decent at least. You postponed this for a few seconds, but you're still not worth anything in the end, Deku. With one stride forward, Katsuki drove his fist into Izuku's stomach, releasing a small pop against him. Laughing, the other two ran up as well and began to kick at Izuku's prone body. Izuku could barely see from between his hands and with the occasional foot to his face, but he made out the figure of the other boy running away. At that moment, Izuku smiled. He smiled because he knew that now, he had a quirk. He had a quirk, and he used it to help someone in need. Even if he had to be hurt himself, he still had a quirk that could be used to save others. He could be a hero, like he always dreamed, and save people with a smile on his face. That is why Izuku Midoriya smiled through the pain of being beaten by the other kids. Because he knew that he could be a hero. Even though the origin of quirks was unknown, the world was able to learn plenty about quirks and how they worked. In very rare cases, individuals could mutate a brand new and unique quirk. It was rare, but it could happen. More often though, quirks were passed down hereditarily. Children normally would manifest their quirks by age 4, and they could be passed down from either parent, or a combination of the two's quirks. If the quirk was a combination, it would be its own unique quirk, of course. But if the quirk was passed from only one parent, then it was usual for the child's quirk to be stronger in some way. This was the case with Izuku Midoriya's quirk. He got it from his mother, although her telekinesis was very limited. She, at most, could make one small object move towards her at a time. She couldn't push them away, she couldn't hold them in place, and she couldn't do it to anything larger than her purse. But since Izuku inherited only from her quirk and not his father's, which was the ability to breathe fire, his telekinesis was much more advanced from the start. He could pull things toward him, like his mother, but also push them, hold them in place, raise, lower, twist and turn them. He could hold multiple objects in midair at once and move them independently of each other. Of course, he still had his limits. Those limits were determined by the weight of the objects, rather than something like the size. When his quirk first manifested, he was able to lift up 3 preschoolers for a few seconds. As he grew up, however, his quirk naturally strengthened and he became used to using it. At the time of his 3rd year of attendance at Aldera Junior High, lifting up something like the kitchen table for an extended period of time wasn't too much trouble. He could even almost lift his mother's car a few inches off of the ground for a second. And that's where this story began, Aldera Junior High. Well, you're all in your 3rd year, so it's time to get serious with thinking about your futures, the teacher announced. I have the course recommendation forms right here, but, oh, who am I kidding? You're all going for the hero course, right? He was met with an enthusiastic, yes sir, simultaneously from every student, who began showing off their quirks. Even Izuku, who enthusiastically raised his pencil and his notebook, which was titled, Hero Analysis for the Future, along with his hand. Ah, very good, the teacher exclaimed. You all have such wonderful quirks. But just remember, it's against school rules to use your quirks in the classroom. Izuku was the only student who seemed to notice the reference to the rule being broken, immediately deactivating his quirk. You all have wonderful quirks, Katsuki Bakugo, who was in Izuku's class, remarked snarkily. You shouldn't lump us all together like that. I'm not gonna stay stuck at the bottom like the rest of these rejects. That was uncalled for, Katsuki. How rude. Arrogant bastard. The whole class exploded in anger at Katsuki, while Izuku just sighed and ignored his usual cockiness. You should all shut your damn mouths, like the extras you are. Katsuki laughed mockingly. Oh, you're applying for UA if I remember, isn't that right, Katsuki? The teacher remarked, flipping through a clipboard. The national school, they were in the top 0.2% this year. But their acceptance rate is super low. The anger towards Katsuki quickly became admiration, while Izuku suddenly became scared that his teacher would mention that he also wanted to attend UA. Exactly. And that's why you're all extras. Katsuki announced to the whole class before jumping onto his desk. I aced the mock test. I'm the only one from this school who has any chance at getting into UA. I'll surpass All Might, and definitely become the #1 hero. My name would be inscribed in the list of top earners. Oh yeah, the teacher said, looking at his clipboard. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. No 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 no. Izuku screamed inwardly, dreading the inevitable. Midoriya wants to attend UA too, right? Shit. Looking around, Midoriya saw many looks of shock. What surprised him was that a few of his classmates were smiling at him and giving him thumbs up. That almost made up for what Bakugo was about to do. Hyorig. Katsuki screamed as he slammed his hand on Izuku's desk, cracking the wood with an explosion and causing Izuku to fall out of his chair. Hey, Deku, you're the worst of these rejects. You can't even fight back with your damn stupid quirk. How could you ever stand on the same level as me? Wait, Kachan. Izuku sputtered, crawling back against the wall. I'm not trying to compete with you or anything. Honest, it's been my dream to be a hero since I was little. Following that dream still, Katsuki said mockingly, smoke coming from his hands. Are you taking the exam just for fun or some shit? What the hell can you do? Make shit float. A few chuckles came from the mass of students behind Katsuki. I can at least try to be a support hero though, Izuku tried to reason. Yeah, sure, try getting into UA's hero program with a damn supporting quirk. Katsuki grinned and laughed uncontrollably. Yeah, this'll be a fun day, Izuku thought. After the school day, which seemed to drag on extra long, Izuku was finally almost ready to head home. Wow, that hero lady's debut from this morning is all over the news. Izuku muttered to himself, I'll have to write down everything about it when I get home. Izuku finally got up from his desk, and was about to put his notebook into his backpack when Katsuki grabbed it right out of his hand. Kachan. Izuku gasped in surprise and confusion. We're not done talking. Deku, he grunted, staring Izuku down condescendingly. Katsuki, what's that? One of Katsuki's lackeys, the one who could extend his fingers, asked in reference to the notebook. Hero analysis for the future. Seriously. He laughed along with the other one of Katsuki's lackeys who just sighed, Midoriya. It's fine, isn't it? Izuku said, putting his hand out to Katsuki. Please, give it back. Katsuki slapped an explosion onto it between his hands, burning the outside and edges of the notebook. Ah! Izuku shrieked in panic. That's mean. Katsuki threw the notebook out of the window, not even looking back at it. Izuku lunged at the window, holding his hand out and catching the notebook with his telekinesis before it hit the water below. As Izuku brought the notebook back up to their classroom, Katsuki went on, most top first-string heroes have stories about them from their school days. I want to be called the only student from this mediocre junior high school that has the stuff to make it to UA. I mean, I am a perfectionist. Katsuki gripped Izuku's shoulder tightly as the green-haired bit still looked away, heating up his hand to make smoke rise from it. So, don't apply to UA, nerd. Izuku couldn't say anything. He just stood there, shaking from what Katsuki wrongly thought was fear. Come on, you should at least say something back, Lackey #1 laughed as they all walked towards the classroom door. Nah, he's too pathetic, Lackey #2 laughed as well. He can't even respond to reality. Katsuki suddenly stopped at the exit and turned around. You know, there is a quick way to become a hero, if you want. Just hope to have a useful F*** in quirk in your next life, and jump off of a building. For a split second, Izuku's restraint snapped, and he quickly turned toward Katsuki, raising his hand. Katsuki raised his own hand, setting off explosions as he grinned and slowly said, "What is it, Deku?" Izuku reined in his anger for the moment. He'd show Katsuki, just not yet. Not now, and not like this. Katsuki scoffed and walked off, once again mistaking Izuku's shaking for fear. Izuku examined his 13th hero notebook as he walked home. Thankfully, all of the pages were intact, so Katsuki had really accomplished nothing. Even though it turned out fine, Izuku was in a bad mood. Even though he knew that Katsuki was wrong, the fact that he hated Izuku that much still hurt, so he decided to take the long route home. Damn stupid Kachan, I'll show you how stupid you are. You'll see. Izuku wanted to chuckle a little at the thought of Katsuki finding out about how he was training his quirk. As he approached an underpass, he forced a laugh, and, in the hopes of raising his spirits, he decided to imitate the laugh of All Might, the #1 hero and his personal idol. Through the echoes of his laugh reverberating in the underpass, he barely noticed the clanking of metal as the manhole cover behind him was rattled by a strange green liquid. Ah, a medium-sized vessel. A raspy, cold voice sent chills down Izuku's spine. It'll do. Izuku whipped around, raising his hands in defense instinctually. But, before he could even think, he was covered and wrapped up in a green, sticky goop. Relax, kid, the voice said, prompting Izuku to look up and see two eyes floating in the fluid. I just need to borrow your body for a moment. It will only hurt for a minute before you stop feeling anything anymore. Villain. Izuku started panicking, groping at the goo that was trying to flow into his mouth. You can't grab me, I'm fluid. The villain exclaimed, laughing. Then, I guess now is the time to see if my quirk training has paid off. Izuku closed his eyes, relaxed his arms and legs, and stopped gasping for air. Oh, I really like the submissive type, the sludge villain chuckled. It's a shame I need to stop your life right here. Izuku clenched his hands, focusing on his own body. After only a moment, he got his grip and a light green glow formed around him. What's happening? The villain gasped, trying to hold Izuku in. What's with this force? Use my telekinesis to grab myself, and push, with everything I have. Izuku pushed his body out of the fluid with incredible force, still glowing and floating in the air for a moment after, before deactivating his quirk and landing on the concrete. Why you? The villain stuttered in disbelief. You shouldn't have been able to escape. Without saying anything, Izuku reached out and gripped the villain with his telekinesis, restricting his movement and stopping him from escaping. What are you doing? The sludge villain shrieked, struggling to touch the ground and run away. It's simple, Izuku said while catching his breath, keeping his attention on the floating ball of goop in front of him. If you were so desperate to get into a vessel, then I assume you were being chased by a hero. I just need to hold you until... Izuku was cut off when the manhole cover that the sludge villain came from was suddenly blasted up from the ground with immense force. And no. The villain shrieked, struggling even more against Izuku's quirk. This is bad, thought Izuku. I've held him up for a while, and he's struggling a lot. On top of using telekinesis on myself, I'm running out of steam. It's easier to hold him because he's liquid, but still, I just need to focus. As long as the hero isn't All Might or something, I should be. I am here, All Might's unmistakable voice shouted out as his bulky body jumped up from the sewer. Then, he noticed Izuku holding the sludge villain. I see I've inconvenienced you due to my distracted harrowing, citizen. All me GHT. Izuku shrieked, losing control of his telekinesis for a moment and allowing the villain to flee. Oh, no you don't. All Might yelled as he rushed past the villain to its front, and delivered a powerful punch, Texas Smash. That sent the villain splattering across the street. All Might. Izuku stammered, pointing at the pro-hero in disbelief. All Might took 2 empty 2-liter soda bottles out of a plastic bag, crouched down, and began to move around the street in blurring speeds. After about 5 seconds, the street was clean and the bottles were filled with green fluid, which All Might promptly placed in his pockets. Ahahaha. All Might bellowed throatily, pointing a thumbs up at Izuku. I thank you for assisting me in capturing this villain. AAA of CC course. Izuku stammered, before realizing, I need your autograph please. And bowing stiffly. Ah, of course, I'd be happy to give you my signature. As Izuku fumbled around for his notebook and a pen, All Might continued, I truly must apologize for getting you involved in that. I normally don't make rookie mistakes, but I suppose I was just overexcited as I haven't ever been around here before now. Izuku presented an empty page of his notebook and a pen to All Might, who signed it promptly. But instead of handing it back to Izuku, he hesitated. I have some time left, All Might thought. May I ask why it is that your notebook is burnt? He asked Izuku. That. Izuku glanced at the notebook before looking back up at All Might. One of my friends destroyed it by accident. What kind of accident results in fire? Well, it was a quirk accident. Well, I mean, the quirk part wasn't an accident, but the notebook just ended up in between there. Ah, I see, All Might sighed. He looked at the front cover of the notebook, and his eyes widened in surprise. Hero analysis for the future, huh? Interesting. All Might flipped through the pages, much to Izuku's inward terror. Shit, these notes are really in-depth. These are 2. This is number 13, if a villain got their hands on these notes. And on the other 12, too. All Might, I have a question. Izuku stammered, ignoring the fact that his idol was looking at his most embarrassing hobby. Yes, of course. All Might replied, handing back the notebook. But, please make it quick. I'm actually running short on time. Izuku liked to think that he was confident with himself. With his quirk. But, even though he knew that Katsuki was full of shit, he was still affected by the constant berating more than he'd admit. And more than he knew. Alright, I'll make it quick. Izuku gathered up his courage and breathed in deeply, before asking. See, can someone like me? I mean, with my quirk, can someone become a hero with a quirk like mine? Is that what? All Might stared at Izuku in confusion, before letting out a hearty laugh. Ahahahaha. Is that what you're worried about? Of course. From what I've seen, your quirk is plenty worthy of a hero. I didn't just see you holding that villain. To be honest, I watched you for a moment from the sewer grate. Ahahahaha. Really? Izuku yelped, thinking about All Might having seen his quirk completely in action. But, the praise was too much, and tears of joy began running down Izuku's face. Even though Izuku already knew, to be told by one's idol that you can accomplish your biggest dream would be a life-changing experience for anyone. Yes, the way you manipulated your own body as well as that of the villain were each impressive on their own. However, you did both. You truly have great potential in that quirk of yours. Izuku collapsed to his knees, clutching at his chest and sobbing. Thank you, All Might. All Might placed a hand on Izuku's head, before saying, I must go now. But, never give up on that dream. Achieve it. I hope to work with you as a fellow hero one day, so keep at it. I'll see ya around. With a small salute, All Might launched himself into the air, leaving Izuku sobbing on the ground. That kid, he might be the one. But, I don't know much about his personality. Besides, with that sobbing he doesn't seem very courageous. Well, I'll keep an eye on. Wait, did I get his name? Izuku slowly rose and wiped his eyes dry on his sleeve. He could do it. For the first time since his quirk first manifested, he was sure that he could be a hero. He resumed walking homeward. He went slowly, not anymore because he wanted to settle down from Katsuki, but because he wanted his meeting with All Might to sink in before he went home to his mother. Izuku was just a minute or two away from his house when his attention was caught by an explosion. He looked to his right, and saw a black plume of smoke just a few blocks away. Without even thinking about being late, he ran over to see what the commotion was. When he reached the shopping center, his heart almost stopped when he saw the sludge villain wreaking havoc on multiple pro heroes. He must have escaped from All Might. Izuku thought. Where the heck even is All Might? Izuku looked around, but the only person sticking out in the crowd was an emaciated blonde man that just happened to be wearing the same white t-shirt and gray pants as All Might was that day. Hey, why aren't the heroes moving in? The person next to Izuku asked another, catching Izuku's interest. Apparently, the other person said in a worried tone, the villain took a middle schooler hostage. Izuku immediately panicked and pushed through the crowd to get to the safety barriers. He looked for anyone being held hostage, but couldn't make anything out for a few seconds, until he saw Kachan. Without a second thought, Izuku vaulted over the safety barrier and ran towards the villain holding Katsuki Bakugo. He could hardly hear the heroes yelling after him over his heartbeat pounding in his ears. What the hell am I doing? Izuku thought as he ran. My legs are moving on their own. Stop. Damn it. The villain spotted Izuku running at him and laughed. Ohoho, are you back for more? Sorry, but I've already found a better vessel than yours, so I'll just kill you instead. Shit, I gotta think. Izuku thought frantically. I'm so damn pathetic, thought the emaciated man behind the crowd. That's it. Page 25. Izuku took his backpack from his shoulder and threw it at the villain. Distract. I'm pathetic. As the contents of Izuku's backpack flew through the air, he used his telekinesis to aim his school supplies into the villain's eyes. Arg, I can't see, you damn kid. The villain yelled, momentarily removing the fluid from Katsuki's mouth to rub his eyes. I'm so completely pathetic. Kachan. Izuku yelled as he reached the villain, throwing his hands into the fluid. I got you. Dumbass Deku. Katsuki yelled furiously. I can't even blast my way out, so what the F*** can you do? Izuku didn't say anything else. He just focused on pulling Katsuki out, and a soft glow soon shined through the green fluid. I don't need your damn help. Katsuki screamed at Izuku, before being wrenched from the villain by Izuku's quirk. How can I deserve the title of #1 hero if this is how pathetic my resolve is? The body of the emaciated man, standing behind the crowd, began to fill with muscle and power as smoke flew off of his body. Izuku grabbed Katsuki from midair and pulled him with both his arms and his quirk simultaneously, which lightened the load on each. And then, Izuku smiled. He smiled because he knew that he had a quirk that could help others. He knew that he could be a hero. But then, Izuku saw a white blur flash by. He deactivated his quirk, setting Katsuki down on his feet, and turned around. Why the hell did? Katsuki started yelling at Izuku, but cut himself off when he also saw All Might was in a lunge, reeling back his arm. Betrayal. Smaash. All Might threw his fist into the villain, causing him to splatter all around the street and stores. The immense force of All Might's strength blew a huge wind pressure out in all directions, causing both of the boys, the other heroes, and the crowd to stagger back. The clouds whirled around in the sky and collected over the scene, before sending down a light rain pour. As this, rain, he changed the weather with his wind pressure. Well, that's All Might for you. The crowd outside of the shopping district cheered and gawked at All Might. Izuku and Katsuki, however, just stood in shock, staring at the large man. All Might slowly turned toward the two boys, and gave them a thumbs up, showing them his wide smile. Quickly, the boys were surrounded by the press and heroes. Katsuki was praised for his bravery and perseverance, and for having such a flashy quirk. Izuku received some light scolding from the heroes for being reckless, but was also praised by them and the press for rescuing Katsuki. Could you tell us why you jumped in to save the other boy? One lady asked, holding up a microphone to Izuku. My legs just started running on their own, and It just happened, he stuttered nervously. I see, thanks for your time, Do you mind giving us your name? You don't have to. No, it's fine, I'm Izuku Midoriya. Well, thank you for time, Midoriya. Izuku wanted to talk to All Might, too, but he was surrounded by the news at the moment, and Izuku was already satisfied with their earlier conversation. So, He headed home. Oi! Deku! Katsuki yelled, running up behind Izuku before he could make his way home. Yeah, Kachan, Izuku asked, turning around. He was in too good of a mood to feel intimidated or angry at his old friend. I'll admit that your quirk ain't completely worthless, but it still isn't shit compared to mine. Katsuki yelled, waving his fist at Izuku. I don't owe you shit, because I didn't need your help. This changes nothing. Katsuki turned around, hands in his pockets and grumbling to himself, and walked toward his house. Izuku once again wanted to laugh at his friend's attitude, but he held it in this time. He continued his own walk home until, at an intersection, he was met with the large form of All Might. I am here, All Might stated loudly. All Might. Izuku shouted, falling back on his butt. What are you doing here? I was not satisfied with our last talk, young man. And also, I don't believe I ever got your name. It's Izuku Midoriya. Well, young Midoriya, earlier, I told you that you can be a hero. That your quirk was worth of being one. But, having a strong quirk is a poor argument for becoming a hero. What do you mean? What do I mean? When that villain had taken the boy, there were multiple professional heroes there who hesitated to take action. You, however, did not. Even though you told me that you're unsure of your ability, you didn't hesitate to jump in and save a life. You know, most pro heroes have stories about their deeds before they were heroes. What do these stories have in common, you ask? They all happened when those heroes jumped into action before they even realized what happened. It was the same here, wasn't it? Your legs moved before you even realized. Why yes, All Might. Today, you were the most heroic person there, young Midoriya. I said earlier that you can be a hero, but I now see that you have what it takes to become one of the greatest heroes of all time. So please, allow me to foster your growth. I can help you become that hero. So, what do you say? Will you train under me? Wait, what? Izuku shrieked, perfectly aware that there was no way this was actually happening and he was probably dreaming. That's a lot to drop on me at once. Ahahahaha. There's more to drop on you, but don't worry. Not all at once. Listen, here's the thing. All Might crouched down next to Izuku, who was sobbing now. I must know now. If you accept, then we will begin Saturday. I will also impart onto you a secret of mine, though I cannot do that if you decline. This is a lot, but Of course, Izuku cried, wiping his eyes with his sleeve before smiling up at All Might. I'll train under you, All Might. Very well, All Might thundered, standing back up to his full height. Saturday morning at 5 a.m., meet me at the Dagoba Municipal Beach Park. You don't need to bring anything except for yourself. I'll go over the specifics of your training tomorrow, so that's all I have to say for now. All Might, thank you, Izuku said, his tears replaced with a look of determination. I won't let you down. I'll see you then, All Might said, as smoke started coming off of his body. Shit. Without another word, All Might rocketed away, leaving Izuku alone in his excitement and glee. At that moment, Izuku decided that, even if this was a dream, it was the best dream he'd ever have. But of course, this was no dream. This is the story of how Izuku Midoriya became the world's greatest hero, and also how he became part of the world's greatest hero duo. Hey, Mom, Izuku called out as he arrived at their apartment. I'm home. Izuku, his mother, Inko Midoriya, cried out as she ran to him and gripped him up into a tight hug. Inko Midoriya was still almost as youthful and fit as she was 10 years before. She had been worried about Izuku before he developed his quirk. In fact, she probably would have taken to stress eating if Izuku had remained quirkless. It was moments like these, though, that made her wonder if she should be stress eating anyway. What's wrong, Mom? Izuku stammered, almost having forgotten about the villain attack because of his encounter with All Might. Why you were late and the TV was on and there was a versus villain attack, ANYU. Mom. Izuku cut her off, grabbing her shoulders to steady her. Calm down, I'm fine. They interviewed you, and I heard about everything. Oh yeah, I forgot that they asked me a question. How do you forget that? Inko shrieked. Were you hit on the head? Where is it, sweetie? I can fix it. And no, I wasn't hit on the head. Izuku couldn't help but laugh at his mom's hysteria. Actually, today turned out to be one of the best days of my life. Because you were rescued by All Might. No, but that did have to do with it, I guess. Izuku proceeded to tell his mom about the events of the day. Of course he left out Katsuki's regular stupidity, and instead began with his first encounter with the sludge villain. He told her how he defended himself against the villain and how All Might told him that he could be a great hero. He told her how he then saved Katsuki from the same villain, and the speech that All Might provided him just a few minutes ago. He's going to train you. Inko screeched in disbelief. All Might is going to personally train you. Yeah, isn't it great? Izuku beamed, unable to contain his happiness. That's amazing, Inko cried, hugging her son. I'm so happy for you. Tonight, I'm making the best katsudon ever. Oh, I can't wait, Izuku said, his mouth watering. Well, I'm going to do my homework right now. All right, Izuku, I'm going to put on dinner in just a bit. Inko patted his head, before he got up and brought his backpack to his room. After dinner and before going to bed, Izuku stood in front of a punching bag, which was hung from the ceiling of the third bedroom in his apartment. At least, it was supposed to be a third bedroom. It was never used since Izuku was an only child, and was just filled with boxes as time went on. About a year and a half prior to now, Izuku decided that he wanted to develop his quirk in some new ways and converted the room to a training room. There was a weight machine and some dumbbells in the room that accumulated over time, along with the punching bag that Izuku stood in front of now. All right, I need to control this now, Izuku thought to himself as he breathed in. I don't know if I'll be able to practice this once I start training under All Might. Izuku brought back his right arm and focused on it with his mind. Slowly, his arm began to glow with a soft green light. He opened his eyes, which were also glowing, to focus on the bag in front of him. Move my arm, right there. Izuku used his telekinesis to shoot his arm into the punching bag. The force of the hit generated a loud thwack and the bag was thrown off of the chain that held it to the ceiling. Izuku's hand barely felt it, supported by the force of his quirk, but the amount of focus it took to confine his quirk to just his arm and then to move it was very tiring. Damn it, how can I get more force into this? Izuku began rapidly muttering to himself, thinking up and swatting down ideas out loud. He didn't even notice when his mother walked in. Izuku. Inko tapped Izuku's shoulder, breaking his muttering. You should get to bed if you want to be rested for school tomorrow, all right? Oh okay, Mom, sorry, I lost track of time. It's fine, just get some sleep now. Izuku went to his bedroom and set his alarm. He fell into a peaceful sleep, feeling glad that he would be able to train with his idol, All Might. But he didn't know what kind of hell the next 10 months would be. Welcome to Dagoba Municipal Beach Park, young Midoriya. Izuku, who had shown up to the beach 15 minutes early, was surprised to hear a voice. He looked around until his eyes landed on a blonde emaciated man standing on the sand. His clothes were extremely baggy. I saw you at the incident with the sludge villain the other day. Izuku exclaimed in recognition. Oh, you saw me there. The man stuttered, obviously nervous about something. Yeah, are you a friend of All Might's? Izuku asked, approaching the man. Well, I suppose you could say that. The man exclaimed, laughing before coughing up a small bit of blood. Ack, are you okay? Izuku shrieked as the man wiped the blood from his mouth. Of course I am, young Midoriya. My name is Toshinori Yagi, and I'll be helping you train for this week. Toshinori held his hand out to Izuku. Oh, it's nice to meet you, Mr. Yagi, Izuku said politely, shaking hands with the man. I thought that All Might would be here, though. If you can make it through this week, Toshinori said with a grin, then All Might will come. And he'll share that secret with you then, as well. All right, sir, I see. So, what will we be doing this week? Well, do you see all of this garbage? Toshinori asked, pointing behind himself at the beach, which was covered in what looked like a small dump. Yes, Well, for some reason, the tide washes up a lot of garbage in this spot of the beach park. People used that as a cover for their own illegal dumping, and it was just ignored for so long that it's ended up this badly. When heroes first appeared, they did mostly volunteer work. No matter how boring or tedious it may seem compared to fighting bad guys, we cannot forget those roots. By the end of this week, you must clear this entire section of the beach and restore the horizon. This entire section, Izuku yelled, looking at the massive mound in front of him. Welcome to hell, kid. All Might worked out a schedule for you this week. It covers training, rest, sleep, school and homework time. It's a tough schedule. I personally think he went overboard, but here you go. He handed Izuku the schedule. I can do it, but how should I even go about cleaning all of this? Well, All Might actually gave me a note for that. He took out another piece of paper. Ahem, young Midoriya, you should begin by moving the largest objects that you can with your quirk. Keep going until you can't anymore, then use your quirk on smaller and smaller objects until it's completely tired out. Then, use your own two hands to move the trash until your quirk has recovered. You may only stop at the set rest times, or if you are completely unable to move your body. You can set all of the garbage in this truck, and we'll take it all to the dump bit by bit. I can do this, Izuku exclaimed, a determined smile forming on his face. I won't let you go back on those words, Toshinori said with a wicked smile, which was oozing blood. I'll work you to the bone. Put simply, Izuku was barely able to keep with the schedule all week. His muscles and quirk were worked endlessly. He had to work harder than ever before to keep up with his homework load in that short allotted time, as well. By the end of every day, he was exhausted mentally and physically, and his quirk was rendered useless until the next day. Each day, however, despite his fatigue, it seemed that he was able to clear more of the trash than the day before. Saturday, exactly 1 week after the training began, was the last day that he needed. There, Izuku sighed, letting his strained quirk drop the last of the garbage on top of the pile. I did it. Izuku turned to smile at Toshinori, who himself was gazing and smiling at the mountain of trash. Congrats, young Midoriya, the man exclaimed, raising his hand in a thumbs up. You've cleared away the trash from this entire section of the beach. It feels really nice to have that all done, Izuku gasped, panting and leaning his hands on his knees. So, Mr. Yagi, about All Might. Ah, of course, Toshinori said, chuckling. He shall be here momentarily, young man. But there's one more condition about that secret of his. How many more times is the deal going to change? Izuku asked, looking annoyed at Toshinori. Just this once more, and it really should go without saying. You will never write about this secret online, or share it with anyone without All Might's permission. Oh, that's what you meant. Of course I won't. It's a secret for a reason, right? Ah ha ha. Of course, I didn't need to say anything. Toshinori exclaimed, slapping his hand to his face. He looked around for any people, before saying, well, here goes. Wait, what are you? Izuku started to ask, but was cut off by an explosion of white smoke. All Might's familiar-ing voice came from the smoke, before it began flying away from his body as he struck a dramatic pose. Am here. What? All Might, Izuku shouted, more confused than he had ever been in his life. He looked around for the emaciated man who had been there a moment before. Where did Mr. Yagi go? And where did you come from? Young Midoriya, I am here to tell you my secret. It seemed like All Might completely ignored Izuku's question. Are you ready for this great knowledge to be bestowed upon you? Why yes, I am. But, where did Mr. Yagi go? Ah, yes, my secret, in fact, concerns that man, Toshinori. He and I are, in truth, All Might exclaimed as a large cloud of steam once again enveloped him, the same person. Izuku's eyes bulged as, undeniably, it was Toshinori Yagi now emerging from the steam in his overly baggy clothes. Why you're not really All Might. It was never the real All Might, was it? You're an imposter. A shapeshifter. No. Calm down, young man. I am All Might. Toshinori yelled before coughing up a small amount of blood. Wiping away the blood from his mouth, he continued, I'm kinda like those guys that puff out their chests to look good at the pool. No way. Toshinori walked over and sat against the railing above the sand before lifting up his baggy shirt, which revealed a large scar covering his torso. About 5 years ago, I had a fight with a villain that ended really badly. My respiratory system was almost completely destroyed, and I lost my whole stomach. I've withered away because of the after effects of many surgeries. As of right now, I can only be All Might for about 5 hours per day. 5 years ago, Izuku repeated, tapping his fingers on his chin. Wasn't that when you fought Toxic Chainsaw? Hey, you've done your homework, fanboy. More blood dropped from Toshinori's mouth as he laughed. But that weakling could never do this to me. No, the fight that did this to me. It never went public. I made sure that nobody found out. The symbol of peace that saves people with a smile must never be daunted by evil. I smile to show people that I'm confident in my ability to save them. How could I do that if they know that I'm truly vulnerable? Gee, that's a lot to lay on me, Izuku sighed, sitting down next to Toshinori. Of course it is. I told you last week, didn't I? There's certainly a lot. The emaciated man stood up and turned around to face Izuku. Young Midoriya, heroes are constantly laying their lives on the line. Taking risks to help others. That day, when you saw me in the crowd, I was out of time for hero work. But seeing you jump out inspired me. You saved me from being all talk, young Midoriya. From being a fake hero. I'm honored, Izuku exclaimed, jumping to his feet. Ah ha ha, I assume that you are going to apply for UA. Why yes of course, Izuku confirmed. It's because it's the school you went to. Well, I'll be training you from now until the entrance exam. Toshinori grabbed a packet of papers out of his pocket and handed it to Izuku. I'll be helping you train your quirk, of course, but I'm also going to push the physical limits of your body. Training my body. Why, do you think a good quirk and conviction are all that make for a good hero? Your quirk may be very strong, but you'll need some physical ability outside of that. Toshinori grinned. Not to mention, I will one day offer you my own quirk. Izuku looked down at the packet of papers in his hands, which was a typed schedule for the next 10 months of his life. Every day after school and on the weekends except Sunday, which was a physical rest day, Izuku was pushed past his limits. He cleared the rest of the entire Dagoba Beach Park of trash within the month, and then All Might started giving him specified workout routines for his body and also his quirk. Slowly, Izuku became incredibly adept at using his telekinesis. All Might put the quirk through many workouts, each one specified for improving different traits. Some helped him use it without focusing as intensely on it, as he had to work his body while also holding up and moving other objects with his quirk. He lifted many light objects or single large ones to affect the endurance and also the strength of the telekinesis. He rhythmically and repetitively moved objects in an attempt to increase the speed at which he could move them. For his body, he was given a different muscle group to focus on for each day, tearing apart his body as he did so. He even worked out during class, with some forearm clutches under his desk and occasionally air sits during note-taking and lectures. 3 months into the training, Izuku once again stood before the punching bag in the spare room. This was his 3rd attempt in the last month alone. Focus, he repeated in his mind for the 10th time, before his arm glowed and he brought it back. Move it, there. Izuku's arm hit the bag, and sent it off of the chain connecting it with the ceiling for the 3rd time this month, although with admittedly more force. I'm not ready yet, damn. 8 months into the training. Move my arm, right. There, ag. Izuku screamed in pain as his arm was popped out of its socket. After taking a moment to recover from the shock and pain in his arm, he looked up to see that he hadn't knocked the punching bag off of its chain. Instead, his arm had gone completely through the bag, and a pile of shredded rubber and plastic laid on the floor. I did it, Izuku exclaimed in happiness, before being reminded that he just dislodged his arm by a sharp pain. I guess it's a good thing that Mom is shopping right now, or else she would have heard that scream. I should probably fine-tune this move. I wonder if... Izuku started muttering, but stopped and almost threw up when he used telekinesis to pop his arm back into place. Then, after recovering, he grabbed a trash bag and cleaned up the punching bag's innards. The day before the entrance exam, Izuku collapsed on the sand, panting heavily. That day, he'd been put through one final full-body workout by All Might and a general quirkout, All Might's designation for a quirk workout, before ending the day with a 2-mile jog. That jog ended up finishing right at the Dagoba Municipal Beach Park, the place where it all started. What a view! All Might Ed, pulling up Izuku's head so he would see the sunset. I wonder, who was it that restored this wonderful beach? Ha, I did, Izuku said through his panting. I couldn't hear ya, kid. I said, I did, Izuku yelled, looking out at the ocean. Quite the transformation from what it used to be, wouldn't you say? Yeah, you've gone through an impressive transformation yourself, young Midoriya. All Might held up his phone, and on the screen was a picture of Izuku crying on the beach. When did you take that picture? This is you from 10 months ago. Izuku stared at himself in the past. He was incredibly more thin and pale, and it was obvious that he wasn't very physically capable. He looked down at his current body, which was tanner and built up entirely of toned muscle. He wasn't huge, or even big for that matter, but he was definitely muscular. That's embarrassing, Izuku sighed bluntly, cocking his head to one side. Ahahaha, I like you, young Midoriya. All Might Ed, with his hands on his waist. You were ready to ace the UA entrance exam. Thank you so much, All Might, Izuku exclaimed, smiling wide enough to rival his hero's own smile. This is the last time I'll be personally training you. I assume you can keep up this pace, and I'll be keeping an eye on you as a hero. Now, go home and get some rest. You'll need it for tomorrow's entrance exam. Yeah, you have no idea what all of this means to me, All Might. All Might. The voices of 6 people running up the beach caused Izuku and All Might to turn their heads, and they both paled at the approaching group. Run, young Midoriya, run. All Might and Izuku each ran off of the beach, all the way to the Midoriya residence, before All Might deflated to his true form. I'll be seeing you another time, young Midoriya, All Might said, smiling down at the boy. You better get into UA, you hear me? All Might put up his fist. I will, All Might. Thanks again for everything. Izuku met All Might's fist with his own. This kid, he has a true drive to be a hero. One day, I know he will be the one that I give one for all. I should probably wait until he's mastered his own quirk a little bit more, though. With a final wave, All Might walked off and Izuku entered his apartment. Hey Mom, I'm home, Izuku shouted. Hey honey. Inko ran out of the kitchen to embrace her son. I'm so proud of all the work you've been putting in, so I'm making some katsudon tonight as a reward. Thanks, Mom. I'll be ready to eat right after I shower. Okay, it should be ready by then. Great. Izuku grabbed a towel and a set of fresh lounge wear from his room. Before walking into the bathroom, however, he stopped by the spare room once more. I might as well try one more time, he thought, stretching his arm out. Ever since the first time he dislocated his arm 2 months prior, he had been trying to feel out exactly where the balance lied between power and control. He hadn't yet successfully broken through the bag without dislodging his arm. If he was going to do it before the exam, he wouldn't have a chance after this. Maybe, I'm just overthinking this. So, he reeled back his arm, quickly bringing a green glow around it. This time, though, the glow extended a little past Izuku's shoulder. He used his telekinesis to launch his arm forward, turning his whole body with his arm. He felt his hand enter the front and exit the back of bag, and the lower half of it quickly fell to the floor. Stretching his arm, Izuku could feel that he probably overstretched it, but it was still all connected. He couldn't help but smirk as he left the room to take his shower. The morning of the exam. Outside the massive structure of UA, Izuku Midoriya paused and looked up, marveling at the grand scale of the high school. Oi, Deku, a familiar, angry voice shouted behind Izuku. Get out of my way. Kachan. Izuku turned to look at his old friend walking behind him. Don't stand in front of me, or I'll ing kill you, Katsuki said in a low voice as he passed Izuku. Morning. Let's both do our best, Izuku muttered, but was only met with silence as Katsuki walked on. Hey, isn't that Katsuki Bakugo? The one with the sludge villain? Izuku heard one guy say. Oh, yeah, he's the real thing. Oh, look behind him. It's that Midoriya guy that rescued him. Kachan hasn't tried to bully me since that day, has he? Who knows, maybe he's turning his life around. Izuku shook his head and looked up at UA again. I've been preparing for this moment for the past 10 months. Now, it's time to take my first step to being a hero. Izuku took 2 steps before he tripped and began falling down toward the ground. Yep, this is how my life ends. It's over for me. Suddenly, he stopped falling, and was floating in midair. What happened? Did my quirk activate on its own? How? Wait, no. This is different. It feels like I'm completely weightless. He slowly looked up to see an extremely cute brunette girl smiling down at him. Are you all right? She asked, using her hands to right him in the air. Why yeah, Izuku said, looking at the girl, confused. Is that your quirk? Yeah, I'm sorry for using it without asking, the girl said, touching the tips of her fingers together as gravity found its way back to Izuku. But it'd be bad luck if you fell, right? Yeah, thanks for that. What is your quirk, if you don't mind me asking? It's zero gravity. I can negate gravity's effect on anything I touch, the girl explained as they both started walking towards the building. That is so cool, Izuku exclaimed excitedly as his mind instinctively wandered over the many possible applications of her quirk. Why you're muttering really fast, she said, looking at him wide-eyed. Huh, oh, sorry, Izuku said apologetically, I didn't mean to. How heavy is your limit? Oh, I'm not sure, really. I think it's around 3 tons. What's your quirk? Huh, oh, mine is telekinesis. The girl stopped and tilted her head. Do you need to touch something to activate it? And what's your limit? No, I can pick up anything within about 15 meters. I mean, I can hold things outside of that range, but it needs to be that close for me to activate it. And my limit is probably a little bit more than a car weighs. The pair resumed their walk. Your quirk is way cooler than mine, the girl exclaimed. Our limits are pretty close to the same, but you don't have to touch the things to activate it and you can move them around. Well, at my upper ranges I can barely move things, but I'm guessing zero gravity affects everything the same, right? Well, I guess you're right. It's probably pretty hard for you to move a car, but I could just push it really hard and it won't stop. Wait a minute, Izuku said as he realized something. If you make something like a car weightless, then I might be able to pick it up like nothing. Oh, really? That would be really cool, the girl exclaimed, her eyes shining. We could probably come up with a lot of combination moves, now that I think about it. Our quirks might be perfect complements, huh? He pondered. Hey, I'm Ochako Uraraka, the girl said, smiling as she put her hand out to shake Izuku's. I'm Izuku Midoriya, he said, blushing a little bit at her kind gesture. He noticed 2 things. Her fingers had little soft pads on their tips, and her pinky finger wasn't touching him. Are those pads for activating your quirk? Oh, yeah, it activates when I touch all 5 of my finger pads on one hand to something. I see, Izuku said as they reached the room labeled, UA. High School Hero Course Exam Orientation. I guess we should head to our own school's sections. Yeah, I'll see y'all later, Midoriya. Ochako smiled brightly and ran toward where her section was. Left alone, Izuku suddenly realized that he and Katsuki were the only ones from Aldera who applied for UA, so he'd be sitting right next to him. So, he went looking and eventually found his seat. As Izuku sat next to Katsuki, the blonde just scoffed. At least he wasn't threatening Izuku with death. A large UA symbol appeared on a screen at the front of the auditorium, and lights shined on the stage, where the pro hero, Present Mike, stood. For all you examinee listeners, welcome to my show today. Everyone here, say, hey. Present Mike shouted enthusiastically, only to be met with silence by the crowd. Izuku would have spoken up if he hadn't been so excited to see Present Mike in the first place. Present Mike shrugged. What a refined response. Then, I'll quickly present to you the rundown of the practical exam. Are you ready? More silence. Present Mike. The voice hero. Izuku excitedly whispered as quietly as he could. I listen to him on the radio every week. I'm so moved. I guess all the UA teachers are heroes, huh? Shut the F*** up, Katsuki hissed, but Izuku paid him no mind. As it says in the application requirements, Present Mike continued, you listeners will be conducting 10-minute mock urban battles. You can bring whatever you want with you. After the presentation, head to the battle center that was assigned to you, okay? In other words, Katsuki whispered harshly, they won't let people work with friends from their own schools, huh? You're right, Izuku said, looking at their exam tickets. Even though our examinee numbers are consecutive, we're going to different battle centers. Don't look at my ticket, I'll kill you, Katsuki hissed. Damn it, now I can't crush you. Izuku held back a chuckle. Yup, he's still the same. There are 3 types of foe villains in each battle center that you can destroy for villain points. Present Mike called out. There are 1-pointers, 2-pointers, and 3-pointers. Your goal is to accumulate points by immobilizing these foe villains. Excuse me, may I ask a question? A tall boy with short black hair and glasses yelled, raising his hand. Okay, Present Mike said as a spotlight shined on the boy. The printout says there are 4 types of villains. If that is a misprint, as it seems to be, then UA, which is the most prominent hero school in Japan, should be ashamed of that foolish mistake. We examinees are here in this place because we wish to be molded into exemplary heroes. In addition, the boy said, turning toward Izuku, you, with the curly hair. You've been muttering this entire time. It's distracting. If you're here on a pleasure trip, then you should leave immediately. Izuku hadn't even realized he was muttering. He quickly said, I'm sorry, and a few giggles came from the crowd. Okay, examinee number 7111. Present Mike shouted, bringing everyone's attention back to him. Thanks for the message. The 4th villain is worth no villain points. He's an obstacle, so to speak. There's one in every center that'll go crazy in small areas. It isn't invincible, but there's no reason to fight it, either. I recommend avoiding it. Thank you very much. Examinee number 7111 shouted with a bow. Please excuse my interruption. All right, that's all from me today. Present Mike said. Finally, I'll leave you listeners with a gift. It's our school motto. The hero Napoleon Bonaparte once said, a true hero is someone who overcomes life's misfortunes. Go beyond, plus ultra. Now, good luck suffering, everyone. Izuku stood outside of Battle Center B, going through the warm-up stretches that he'd learned through his training with All Might. This is it, he thought, standing back up straight after finishing his stretches. All Might said that I have what it takes to be a hero, a great hero. Now it's time to prove him right. What's this? It looks as big as a real city. One applicant said. UA has multiple of these on campus. Amazing. Another one exclaimed. A 10-minute mock battle, huh? Izuku thought, looking around. Everybody looks pretty confident. Looking around, there were only a few applicants that physically stood out to Izuku. One was a tall guy with 6 webbed arms. Another was a guy wearing a helmet, and there was also a feminine blonde guy with a fancy frilly shirt and metal belt. Then there was someone with red and white hair gelled into a single spike, and then he saw Ochako Uraraka in the middle of the crowd, fanning herself with her hand. I should probably thank her again for earlier, Izuku thought as he began walking towards her. And also wish her luck. Before he even took 2 steps, a hand grabbed Izuku's shoulder firmly. He slowly turned to look up at the tall boy with short dark hair and glasses, examinee number 7111 if he remembered correctly, who had called him out during the orientation for muttering. So he's here, too, Izuku thought, narrowing his eyes at the boy. He's already getting on my nerves. Examinee number 7111 glanced up towards Uraraka, saying, that girl appears to be trying to focus. He looked back at Izuku, tilting his head and slightly narrowing his eyes. What exactly are you here for? Are you here to interfere with those of us who are actually interested in being heroes? What's that supposed to mean? Izuku responded coldly. I'm here to be a hero too. It didn't occur to you that I might just know her. It did, but the students here are all from different schools. I find it unlikely that you'd know her. Well, okay, start. Present Mike's voice rang out over the group. As everyone looked up at the tower that he was yelling from, he continued, what's wrong? There are no countdowns in a real fight. Run, run. Damn, I can't let this asshole distract me, Izuku thought, starting to run into the fake city along with the other applicants. I have to pass, and not let All Might down. Students began splitting off of the main group as they ran, and Izuku followed suit by running alone into an abandoned side street. Suddenly, a large metal robot labeled 2 jumped out in front of him. Expecting it to weigh a lot, Izuku used his telekinesis to launch it into a cement wall that was next to the building it jumped from. To Izuku's surprise, the robot was lighter than he expected, so the extra force he had put in caused the machine to crush against the wall. Whoa, they must be made of a super light yet durable material. Leave it to UA, he thought before continuing down the street. Along the road, he encountered 2 1-pointers, 1 more 2-pointer, and a 3-pointer. Once he reached the end of the street, he looked back for a second at the robots that he had smashed against walls and the floor. All right, 9 points. He peeled off down another side street, where he was ambushed by a group of 5 robots, a 3-pointer, a 2-pointer, and 3 1-pointers. They all trained their sights on him, but he gripped them all simultaneously with his quirk and, somersaulting out of the way, he made them all collide with each other. 17 points. Before reaching the end of the street, he encountered another 3-pointer, bringing his total up to 20 villain points. 6.5 minutes left. Present Mike's voice screamed out. It's been 3.5 minutes. Izuku thought, starting to run up another street. At this rate, I'll get about 50 or so points. That's probably enough. I need to keep this up. Izuku ran through another street. As he went, his motion activated several faux villains. There were 2 3-pointers, 3 2-pointers, and 2 1-pointers, which he all gripped with his power and launched into a wall at the end of the street, skidding to a halt himself. That was 14 more points, all in an instant. That's 34 in total. That was just a lucky street though, so I can't let up yet. Izuku ran down another street, although he only collected 6 points in that one. He did this going down 2 more streets, amassing 11 points from them, before breaking out onto a main street that was full of applicants and destroyed faux villains. After doing it through those 4 streets, he felt a sharp pain in his side. 45, 47, 48, he heard and saw examinee number 7111 as he leapt from villain to villain, destroying them with great speed and powerful kicks. He then saw Ochako Uraraka with several robots floating behind her, before she released them to fall to the ground, yelling, 28. 48, 28, am I really doing that well? I already have 51 points. Izuku clutched at his aching side and started catching his breath. Then again, I'm really tired out from overexerting my quirk. There were a lot of robots, plus I was running the whole time. Suddenly, a massive shook the entire city, and a shockwave was sent down the street. Izuku looked at the source, and paled when he saw a massive robot, which was taller than any of the buildings surrounding it. It had a gray 0 plastered on its shoulder. The 0-pointer, isn't that a little bit too big? 2 minutes left. Present Mike yelled over the exam site. The entirety of aspiring heroes began running away from the faux villain. Izuku was about to follow them when, out of the corner of his eye, he saw the color brown. He looked to see that Ochako Uraraka had her leg pinned beneath some rubble. She was twisting, trying to connect her fingers to the concrete, but the awkward angle with which it fell on her made doing so difficult. The 0-pointer was moving down the street, with her directly in the path of its tread. She wasn't going to escape with enough time to run away. She was going to die. Oh, she screeched, desperately fighting the weight of the rubble. Izuku's body, despite its tiredness, glowed with a soft green as he pushed himself towards the girl. As soon as he was within 15 meters, The collapsed piece of the building that had pinned Ochako's leg down flew off of her. Izuku knelt down and picked up the girl, pulling her arm over his shoulder before running away. As he did though, he could feel that his quirk had lost most of its strength. Midoriya, Ochako said softly, before heaving from nausea. Thanks. Don't mention it, Izuku yelled. Can you run on your own? I think I broke my ankle, sorry. Izuku glanced over his shoulder. Shit, I'm not fast enough to outrun the thing while holding her. And my quirk can't handle any more, let alone using it on myself. If it comes to it, I guess I could use the last of my strength to launch her a safe distance, but then I'd be done. If only I could stop it. Maybe. No, that wouldn't work. I need to use my quirk to do that. If only I weighed less. Wait a minute, Uraraka, can you still use your quirk? I could probably manage it for a few seconds, she groaned. But using it on myself right now wouldn't work too well. That's fine, that wasn't what I had in mind. Use it on me, right now. Alright, maybe it was a stupid idea. Maybe it would have been smarter for Izuku to run away with Ochako while he was weightless, but that wasn't where his mind was at the moment. Maybe it was stupid, but he realized it after the fact. He was cornered, and his fight-or-flight response had chosen to fight. As soon as Ochako pressed her fingers to Izuku and he could feel gravity leaving him, he used his quirk to throw her about 15 meters ahead. Sorry about that, Uraraka. Izuku turned toward the massive foe villain that threatened to crush him momentarily. Without the burden of gravity pulling his body down, despite his weariness, he easily covered himself in a bright green glow. Leading with his right fist, he flew directly up and into the massive zero-pointer. He moved so fast that he generated a shockwave as he leapt up. He entered through the lower torso of the robot, and exited through the back of its head. His body was mostly well protected by the force of his telekinesis, but the impact broke his fingers, dislocated his wrist, and broke his forearm. The bits of debris from the machine also ended up cutting him all over. He looked back down at the robot he had just ripped through, which was now falling backwards, exploding in multiple places. It hit the ground with a deafening thud, which let off a shockwave that sent Izuku back a little bit. He then realized that he was still weightless, and he used his quirk to float back down to earth. Release. Ochako gasped once Izuku touched down, touching her fingers together before vomiting a good amount. Hey, Uraraka, are you all right? Izuku called, making his way over to her as fast as his exhausted body would let him and wincing at the pain in his side. I'm fine, Aiju, Ochako started talking before resuming her throwing up. Hey, take it easy, Izuku sighed as he knelt down next to her, putting his hand on her shoulder. Once she seemed done with the vomiting, Izuku asked, how's your ankle? It hurts. A lot, she sighed, rolling to sit on her butt. But how did you do that? That was amazing. Izuku looked at her as she trailed off, and saw that she was staring at him, and blushing. He looked down at his tracksuit, and realized that the upper portion had been mostly torn apart when he went through the massive robot, and his toned body was completely visible. Why, you're really fit, huh, she noted before chuckling nervously. Couldn't tell while you were wearing that tracksuit, aha. Well, I guess. Izuku blushed a bit and looked away. Well anyway, it's good to know what I'm capable of with my quirk if I use it on something that's weightless, he said, sitting next to her and laughing nervously as he went to scratch the back of his neck. Ouch, I think I broke my arm, though. Well, of course you did. Ochako yelled, gently grabbing his arm to look at his hand. Ya punched through that whole thing. I'm surprised Thutacha didn't shatter your whole arm up to your shoulder. That was probably a stupid idea, I probably should have just escaped with you once you made me weightless. But at least we confirmed that our quirks work well together, right? Yeah, oh hey, maybe we should become a hero duo once we graduate from UA. I mean, if we both pass the exam, Ochako laughed uncomfortably. She's really cute when she laughs, huh, Izuku thought, laughing nervously alongside her. And her accent is a little cute, too. I wonder where she's from. Time's up, it's over. Present Mike yelled over the exam site. Ah, man, Ochako sighed as she stretched her arms above her head. I got 28 points, I hope it's enough. I'm sure you'll pass, so don't worry about it, Izuku said, chuckling. I just have a feeling. How many points did you get, Midoriya? You know, before you saved me. Thanks for that by the way. Ochako quickly jumped up and bowed to Izuku in thanks, but instantly fell back down due to her injury. Hey, don't overexert yourself. Besides, don't mention it. It's repaying you for stopping my fall earlier. The two don't even begin to compare, she sighed, rubbing her ankle. I'll make it up to you one day, I promise. Anyway, how many points do you have? I got a. Izuku looked around, and noticed that everyone was looking at him and Ochako. Why is everyone staring at us? Who wouldn't stare when you just tore through the entire zero-pointer? Ochako sighed. Stop dodging the question though. Is it low or something? And no, I got 51, Izuku said. Whoa, that's way better than my score. Ochako exclaimed, smiling at Izuku. You're definitely getting in. You did pretty well too, Izuku said earnestly. I'm sure you'll get in too. He looked around and saw, through the crowd, that there was a short old lady walking around handing out candies. That mademoiselle is the backbone of UA, Izuku could hear the feminine blonde boy say. He had a French accent. She's the school's registered nurse, the youthful heroine, Recovery Girl. Recovery Girl walked over to Izuku and Ochako after checking up on everyone else. Do you two have any injuries? She asked, glancing at the puddle of vomit for a moment. Yeah, she broke her ankle, Izuku said, pointing his thumb at Ochako. And I broke my arm. And my hand. Geez, you kids are too reckless these days, Recovery Girl sighed before quickly planting a key on each of their cheeks. Why did Ochako cut herself off as the pain in her stomach and ankle disappeared? Whoa, is this your quirk? Izuku asked, squeezing his newly healed hand to test it. That's amazing. Here, have some Haribo candies, Recovery Girl said, holding out her hand to the two teenagers. She dropped 4 gummy bears into each of their hands, and turned around to walk away. I feel all better, Ochako sighed in relief as she stood up. But I'm still not sure if I passed. I mean, if you got 51 and I got 28, then there's probably a lot of other people between our scores, right? I don't know about that, Izuku said as he also stood up. I think you did just fine. I hope so, Ochako sighed. Suddenly, she perked up. How about you give me your phone number? That way, I can tell you once I get the letter from UA. Oh, alright, that's probably a good idea. Let's exchange numbers after we change back into our uniforms. Ochako quickly glanced back down at Izuku's body once more before looking away. Alright. Izuku and Ochako followed the rest of the group back to the locker rooms, engaging in general chatter along the way. Once they changed out of their exercise clothing and into their respective uniforms, they met again in front of the UA front gate and exchanged numbers. Well, I'll see you later, Midoriya. It was nice to meet ya. Ochako shook Izuku's hand and smiled. Yeah, it was nice to meet you too. I'll text you later, alright Uraraka. Izuku smiled as he let her hand go. Sounds good. See ya. Ochako and Izuku walked their separate ways. But, instead of going home, Izuku walked back to UA. He needed to have a word with Present Mike. After asking a few people about the whereabouts of the vocal hero, he was eventually able to find him. He quickly walked into the room which overlooked the exam grounds. Excuse me, Izuku called as he entered the room. Present Mike. Oh, what can I do for you, little listener? Present Mike turned to him after setting down a stack of papers. Well, there's this girl, Ochako Uraraka. She has short brown hair, rosy cheeks. Her face is kinda cute and round, you know the one I mean. She wasn't confident that she has enough points to pass, but in the end, she had to use the last of her quirk's strength on me, and she was super nice besides that. She even saved me from falling before the exam, so could I give her some of my points? At least the few she could have gotten with one more use of her quirk. I think that she really deserves to be a hero, and I want to help her. At least if she isn't already passing, then I'd like to donate as many points as she needs to pass. Ah ha ha. Present Mike's laugh was even without his speaker turned on. Whoa, slow down there, listener. I'm sorry, but I can't transfer points between exam takers. That being said, Present Mike shook his head and put a hand on Izuku's shoulder. I don't think you should have anything to worry about. I haven't seen the scores yet, but I'll let you know that villain points aren't the only thing being considered here. If she helped you out at the end, when she wasn't confident in her own score, I'm sure that'll be taken into account. Don't tell her that I said that though. In fact, don't tell anyone. I really shouldn't have told you anyway, so keep your mouth shut about it. I will. Thank you so much, Present Mike. Izuku exclaimed in appreciation as he bowed. As Izuku exited the room, Present Mike sighed, I didn't even do anything, kid. As soon as Izuku got home, he took a long, hot shower. It helped relax his sore body, and relieved the stress that his mind had been under as well. It felt like he wouldn't be able to use his quirk for weeks, although that obviously wasn't really the case. After cleaning himself up, he sat down to dinner with his mom and told her all about the entrance exam, including Ochako. Oh, well, I'm so proud of you. Inko gushed, holding Izuku's hand across the table. And that Uraraka girl sounds nice, too. She is, Izuku responded with a smile, before frowning. I hope she doesn't worry too much about her score, though. I just know that she'll pass. Oh, don't worry about that, sweetie. I'm sure everything will work out. Inko smiled. Yeah, thanks for the food, Mom. It was delicious, Izuku said as he stood up and brought his dishes to the sink. I'm going to go for a run first thing tomorrow. Even though All Might isn't training me anymore, I need to keep up with my exercise. So, I might be gone when you wake up. Oh, that's fine, dear. Just don't overwork yourself, because that can be bad for you. I know, Mom. I already learned that lesson while training with All Might. I'm going to my room, so I'll see you later. Okay, she smiled, brimming with pride for her son. After cleaning the last of his dishes, Izuku made his way towards his bedroom, where he began sifting through the day's hero news. There hadn't been any debuts that day or too many villain attacks, except for one that caught his eye. Another victim of the hero killer, huh? Izuku muttered to himself. Let's see. Power Volt this time. That's too bad. I liked him. When will some hero finally stop this guy? I wonder how skilled he must be to be able to take down so many heroes. What are the specifics of his quirk, too? I've seen a lot of talk online. Izuku began rapidly muttering to himself, speculating about the hero killer called Stain. It was a full 10 minutes before he realized that he had gotten carried away again. Having gone through the hero news, Izuku decided to do some bicep curls while watching some videos on his computer. Sitting there, his mind drifted, and he came to rest his thoughts on Ochako more than once. I wonder if she's doing all right, he thought, coming to the end of his set of curls. Maybe I should text her to see how she's doing. She was pretty worried, after all. Izuku pulled out his phone and opened up his contacts, quickly finding the most recently added one. Midoriya. Hey, Uraraka. This is Midoriya from the entrance exam. I just wanted to see how you are doing after all that. Midoriya laid back on his bed, and it was only a few moments before the word, "read," popped up under his message, and she started typing. Uraraka. Hi Midoriya. I'm doing well, and I'm feeling a lot better after relaxing a bit. Thanks for being concerned. Stream of cute emojis. How are you doing? I feel like I should be more concerned about you, since you punched through that huge 0-pointer. More emojis. Midoriya. I'm doing fine, thanks for asking. Midoriya. I meant to ask earlier, but you're from out of town, aren't you? Uraraka. Yeah, I'm from the Mie Prefecture. My parents sent me out here to go to UA. Are you from near UA? Midoriya. Yeah, I lived here for my whole life. Do you know anyone around here? Uraraka. No, I only know you. I just came into Shizuoka a few days ago. Midoriya. Well, I could show you around the town, if you'd like. Besides, we should get to know each other if we're going to go to school together. Uraraka. If I go to UA. Pouting face emoji but, I'll take you up on your offer either way. Is tomorrow morning fine? Midoriya. Sure, I'm free after about 8, since I run in the mornings. Uraraka. That's a lot of dedication. I don't think I'd have it in me. Plethora of emojis. Midoriya. Where should we meet? Uraraka. You could pick me up at 9:30 from my apartment. Is that fine? Midoriya. Yeah, sounds great. Where is that? Uraraka. One address attached. Midoriya. Alright, I'll meet you tomorrow at 9:30. Uraraka. Great, I look forward to seeing you. Good night. If emojis had mass, this would be a ton of them. Midoriya. Good night, Uraraka. See you tomorrow. Izuku set down his phone and stretched. He was pretty happy with how that conversation went, and he genuinely looked forward to hanging out with Uraraka. He was on good terms with most of his classmates, but most of them avoided him for fear of Katsuki's wrath, which was too often directed at Izuku for their liking. So, it would be nice for him to actually spend time with a friend. Izuku eventually decided that it was time to go to bed, but first he got up and made his way to the living room, where his mother was watching TV. I'm gonna go to bed, Mom, he said. I'm actually going to meet with Uraraka tomorrow. She's the girl from the exam. It turns out she's from out of town, so I'm going to show her around a bit. Oh my, Inko said, putting her hand on her cheek. How gentlemanlike of you, Izuku. Well, I guess, I'm, going to bed now. Alright, sleep well dear. Inko called, winking at him as he walked away. Izuku had some trouble falling asleep that night. Aside from the excitement of the day, he was also nervous about meeting Ochako the next day. Why would he be, though? He was doing something nice for her, right? Besides, they were friends. New friends, but still friends. Sure, she was cute, and super nice, and had an infectious laugh that he probably easily blushed to, but... He shook the thoughts from his head. There was no reason to be nervous. He should be glad to have someone who wanted to hang out with him, not nervous. He didn't hold it against his classmates, because of Katsuki, and he'd be more than happy to be friends with Ochako. Even so, he kept himself up due to the odd nervousness he felt. Not so late that he was dead tired the following day, but late nonetheless. Izuku found himself outside of Ochako's apartment just before 9:30 the next morning. He had eaten, ran, and bathed earlier, and was now wearing a simple green t-shirt and jeans as he walked to her door. He still felt a bit nervous, despite numerous attempts to calm himself down, and he hesitated to knock on the door. They really hadn't covered the details of this excursion. What did she think of it? How long should they stay out? Where would they go, and would they eat lunch? There was so much that was unplanned, and he would still probably be nervous even if he didn't have a small, maybe moderate to large crush on Ochako. But, he knew that they wouldn't be able to plan any more if he didn't knock on the door and talk to her. So, he finally raised his hand and knocked. He was going to knock 3 times, as was standard, but the door quickly opened in the middle of the second knock. Hey, Midoriya, Ochako exclaimed in her bubbly voice. I'm all ready. She was wearing a pink blouse with a gray knee-long skirt and dark leggings. Izuku stood there for a moment, a little surprised by her prompt door answer and still holding his hand up in the knocking position. After processing what had just happened, he quickly waved his hand and smiled. Ah, gee, good morning, Uraraka. He stuttered. Why, you answered the door pretty quickly. She sighed, closing and locking the door behind her. I didn't have anything else to look forward to today, so I got ready a little early. Well, we should probably get going. Yeah, where are we going, anyways? Well, there's a nice park near here. We could also go to the shopping center near here, or I could show you my favorite places to get food. Izuku stopped himself there, because he didn't want to start muttering too much in front of Ochako again. Let's save that one for lunch, Ochako giggled. I kinda wanna go to the shopping center. I haven't needed to go there yet, but I want to see what stores are there. That sounds good to me. As they started walking, Izuku asked, why do you have an apartment here already? Shouldn't you wait until you know that you'll get into UA? Well, My parents own a construction company, Ochako explained. They helped build these apartments, and the guy who runs the place said that it's the least they could do to let me stay here for a month free of charge. I'm here early to get familiar with the area. Well, what about school? Don't you still have to go? Nah, she shook her head. The school schedule is a little ahead in Mie, so I guess I have an extra long break. That's lucky, Izuku sighed. I still have my finals in a couple weeks. Well, you can do it. Ochako pumped her fist enthusiastically. Yeah, thanks, he said, nodding his head. You said your parents own a construction company. Isn't your quirk perfect for that kind of work? Yeah, right, Ochako agreed, before her smile faded. I told them I wanted to help and work for them, but they wanted me to follow my own dreams. Why do you sound so down about that? Izuku tilted his head, concerned. Ochako looked at Izuku for a moment. She hadn't been planning on telling anyone about her family's situation until she really got to know them, but this boy saved her life, so why should she go out of her way to hide anything from him? Well, my family's company doesn't get a lot of business. We're poor, like, real poor, but they wouldn't take my help, even though I wanted to give it to him. She smiled at Izuku. That's why I wanna be a hero though. I'm gonna get real popular, and earn enough money to fully support them. Whoa, that's a nice motivation to be a hero, he mused. Your parents sound like great people. They are, Ochako smiled. What about your parents? What are they like? Well, my mom's always been really supportive, Izuku said. I got my quirk from her, not my dad, and she was so happy and proud and all that. Ever since, she's always been cheering me on towards my dream of being a hero. He smiled fondly, reminiscing about how she cried happily when he first told her about his quirk, despite the bruises covering him. Honestly, she's kinda too supportive. She seems nice, Ochako chuckled. What about your dad? Oh, I don't know him too well, Izuku sighed. He works abroad. He sends money home to support me and mom, but I only see him during holidays, and even then only occasionally. Oh, sorry I asked, Ochako apologized, worried that she'd upset him. Izuku chuckled. It's fine, really. He's always nice when he does visit, and mom always seems happy to see him. Besides, he's working for our sake. How could I be upset with him for that? I guess that's true, she said. So, what's it like to live in the city, so close to UA? You must see a lot of cool heroes around. Yeah, I've seen some, he said thoughtfully, looking down at the sidewalk. We get big villain attacks around here once or twice a month sometimes. Have you ever met 13, the space hero? Ochako's eyes brightened as she asked. He's my favorite hero. No, I actually haven't, Izuku said, placing his hand on his chin. But I've met Death Arms, Backdraft, All Might, Kamui Woods. You met All Might, Ochako cut him off. That must have been exciting. That isn't even the half of it, Izuku chuckled. He even personally trained me for UA's entrance exam. Ochako stopped walking and looked at Izuku, dumbfounded. You were trained by All Might. Like, the All Might. Suddenly, Izuku regretted saying that. He hadn't needed to worry too much about leaking All Might's physical condition due to his lack of a major social life, but now he needed to be careful. Hell, he didn't even know if he was allowed to talk about the training itself. However, he hesitantly nodded his head. Why yeah, All Might. No wonder you're so strong. Ochako exclaimed, gripping her hair. It suddenly made sense to her. His amazing control over his quirk, the way he jumped to save her when no one else did, his toned muscles and his fit body all made sense. What's he like? Is he really as big as he looks on TV? I thought he looked a little taller in person, Izuku said. Yeah, taller. Wow, Ochako sighed. Meeting him is one thing, but you trained with him, too. That's so lucky. Yeah, probably. Come on, we're almost at the shopping center. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. They started walking again. Before Ochako continued, All Might must have been pretty impressed with you to train you like that. How did you meet him? Well, it was, about a year ago, I think 10 months. It was his first day in the area, and there was a villain attack. I helped out, and he talked to me afterwards. And he's been training you ever since. Geez, no wonder you're so amazing. Well, I don't think I'm that cool. Izuku scratched the back of his neck and looked away. Of course you are. You got over 50 points in that exam, and then still had enough power to rip all the way through that huge robot. Izuku looked back at Ochako, who had been wildly gesticulating while praising him, and smiled. Well, I wouldn't have been able to manage even close to that if you didn't make me weightless. Ochako tilted her head at him and smiled as well. I guess so. It's really cool how compatible our quirks are, huh? Yeah, it is, Izuku smiled. If UA lets us, we should work on combination moves. Why are you so sure that I'll get into UA? Ochako pouted. I told you, I just have a feeling. No offense, but that's not very reassuring. Well, we'll see. As the two reached the shopping center, their conversation quickly shifted to more simple matters, such as where to go. They started by simply walking around to see what stores were there, but eventually started browsing through a convenience store, and then a department store. They didn't buy anything, but Ochako was constantly commenting about how everything was too expensive, much to Izuku's amusement. They ended up going to an arcade, too, although Ochako didn't want to spend too much money there either. Before they even knew it, it was already time for lunch, so they headed to a traditional Japanese restaurant that was also in the shopping center to eat. Izuku ordered katsudon and Ochako ordered sushi, and as they ate they talked more about the area, their favorite heroes, and other things. I can't believe it slipped my mind earlier, Ochako said, dabbing her mouth with a napkin, but I meant to ask about your run this morning. I mean, how long was it? It was about 4 miles, Izuku said nonchalantly. Their katsudon isn't as good as my mom's. You ran 4 miles. Geez, I know I can't do that in one day. Ochako glanced down for about the 10th time that day as a gust of wind blew Izuku's shirt against his abs, letting their outline become apparent. She wasn't staring because she liked him or anything. She wouldn't do that, right? No, she was just impressed by the hard work he must have put in. Sure, he had a pretty good figure, and a really nice personality, and his face was pretty plain yet cute too, and his hair looked so soft, and he had such pretty green eyes that she currently found herself lost in. But no, that isn't how it is, she thought as she shook the thoughts from her head and took another bite of sushi. Besides, there's no way he'd think that way about me. Anyway, Izuku sighed as he finished the last of his meal. How much longer do you want to stay out? We could go to the park, or the beach that's nearby or something. There's a beach here, Ochako asked, looking back up at him. I didn't even realize that. It's called the Dagoba Municipal Beach Park. It used to be a junkyard, until pretty recently. What do you mean by that? Well, the current washed a lot of garbage ashore. It built up, then people started to hide their own illegal dumping in with the pile. It was pretty bad. But someone cleaned it. Oh, I cleaned it. As part of my training with All Might. How big is the beach? Ochako asked, not sure what to expect given what she already knew about him. Izuku pulled out his phone, and began looking for the local news article that talked about it. Well, the garbage spanned for about half a kilometer, I think. Maybe a little more. How long did it take you to clean? About a month, I think. Here, Izuku handed Ochako his phone, showing before and after shots of the beach. It's gotten pretty popular since then. Sure, let's go, Ochako said, getting up from their table. The photos look beautiful, but I want to see what it looks like in person. They approached the register, and Ochako paid for both of their meals before Izuku could even reach for his own wallet. He found this very odd, since she had been openly displaying her frugality all day and had even told him that her family was poor. As they left the shopping center, Ochako looked over to the shops one more time. Is that a mochi shop? She exclaimed, pointing at said mochi shop. Yeah, Izuku replied. Do you like mochi? It's my favorite, she cried, drooling a little bit. Then, she clutched at her stomach and sighed, but I'm so full right now. I can't. Well, we can get it later, after we check out the beach. Yeah, that sounds like a good plan, Ochako conceded, following Izuku onto the sidewalk. They chatted a bit, but halfway to the beach, Izuku brought up what he had been thinking about for a while. "Why did you pay for my katsudon?" he asked. "Well, that's just my start on repaying you," Ochako said in an almost melodic tone. "You know, for saving my life in the exam. I told you, you don't need to repay me for anything." "Don't say that, I wouldn't be alive right now if it weren't for you." "Well," Izuku sighed as he glanced at her from the corner of his eye, "I guess I can't argue against that, but I don't want you to owe me anything for it." "You can't stop me," Ochako insisted with a small giggle. "I guess not." "Oh, we're here." Izuku pointed forward at the metal guard rail overlooking the beach park. Ochako looked out over the bright sand and blue water, populated with people enjoying the beach. A salty breeze blew across her face, and she couldn't help but smile at the experience. "It's beautiful," she said quietly. There was no better way for her to describe it. Turning to Izuku, she said, "People get to enjoy this because of you, Midoriya. That's pretty cool, you know." "Yeah, I guess so," he replied, smiling as he watched the families relax and play on the beach he had restored. The two of them ended up walking along the beach for hours, talking pleasantly about nothing important. The topic came up about Izuku having other friends, and he avoided it as best he could. Ochako made a mental note about his reluctance to talk about it, but moved on with the conversation like she hadn't noticed. There was a game of volleyball, a group of performers, and a few other amusing sights along the way. There was even a villain attack, although it was pretty short and disappointing compared to most. Neither of them noticed that they were out so long, until they saw the sun getting low to the horizon and the glint reflecting off of the water. "Whoa, what time is it?" Ochako asked as she looked out over the water. Izuku checked his phone and gasped as he saw the time and 6 missed calls from his mom. "It's almost 6, he said, his voice squeezing into a higher octave. "My mom called me 6 times. I forgot my phone was on silent." "What?" Ochako cried. "We should get going." They both started back to Ochako's apartment in a quick walk, and Izuku called his mom to apologize vehemently for staying out so long without letting her know. She was fine with it, but she wanted him home because she was making dinner. When they reached Ochako's apartment, Izuku walked her to the door. "Thanks for taking me out today, Midoriya," Ochako said with a small smile. "I'm kinda glad that we lost track of time, you know. The beach looked so pretty this late." "Yeah," Izuku agreed. "But, we never went to get mochi, did we?" Ochako pouted as she suddenly remembered the mochi shop. "Well, how about this?" Izuku proposed. "After we get our acceptance letters from UA, we can go there to celebrate." "Well," Ochako was about to say again that she might not be accepted, but decided against it. "I might end up going there on my own in the meantime." "That's fine," Izuku laughed. "I really need to go home now, though. It was nice to spend time with you, Uraraka." "Yeah, it was good to see you too. See y'all later, Midoriya." Ochako waved as Izuku started running off to catch the next train home. She was filled with some odd happiness as she thought about the events of the day. She was glad that Izuku was the first friend she made here, but there was something else too. It was some warm, good feeling that she could feel in her chest. She couldn't place it, but it definitely wasn't that she liked him beyond friendship. No way. When Izuku got home, he received a light scolding from his mother, although she was more worried than angry. After eating, Izuku went through the hero news of the day as always. Over the next week, Izuku and Ochako kept in touch, and Izuku busied himself with his workout routines and school. He tried to contact All Might multiple times, but his messages were always left on read. It was a rather uneventful week. Katsuki kept bragging about his high score of 77 villain points to his classmates, and he took Izuku's silence about his score to mean that he had failed miserably, so he left him alone for the most part. The week flew by, and before Izuku even realized, it was Saturday evening. The time that letters should arrive from UA. He was in the middle of a conversation with Ochako on the phone when his mother excitedly knocked on his door, calling his name. "I gotta go, Uraraka," Izuku said into the phone as he got up. "My mom needs me for something." "Oh, your acceptance letter probably got there," she replied brightly. My mail should get here in about 10-ish minutes, too. Well, have fun being accepted. Yeah, you too. If I get accepted, you will. Yeah, sure. I'll text you later. Alright, I'll be waiting. Talk to you later. Bye. Izuku hung up and quickly opened the door, which his mother was still rapidly knocking on. Izuku, Inko screeched, holding an envelope up to her son. Izuku, it's here. The letter. Ah, my ears, Izuku muttered, rubbing his temple and holding up his other hand at his mother. Yeah, I kind of guessed that. Let's open it. I wanna see your face when you get in. Inko smiled proudly with a hint of tears behind her glistening eyes. Alright, Izuku chuckled, taking the envelope. As Izuku walked toward the living room with his mom, he noted the heft of the envelope and the presence of a small circle-shaped object in its center. He sat down on the couch next to the excited Inko and opened the letter on the coffee table, first sliding out the disc that he felt. It beeped once before erupting with a blue glow, and a hologram projection filled the air above it. I am here as a projection. The Ing voice of All Might roared as his form became apparent in the hologram. All Might, Izuku exclaimed, glancing down at the envelope labeled, UA. This is from UA, isn't it? Inko was equally confused, as she was well aware that All Might wasn't affiliated with the high school. I have been busy, so I haven't been able to contact you, young Midoriya. My apologies. But, you see, the entire reason I came to this prefecture was for my new job. I'll be teaching at UA. Izuku's jaw dropped at the announcement. All Might, at UA, Izuku thought as he began smiling. No way. A hand popped into the hologram, gesturing at All Might to get on with it. Get it over with. But I have things that I need to. All Might debates with the hand. Whatever needs to be said can be said later. It'll push everything back. Well then. Young Midoriya, you passed both the written exam and the practical exam, and have gained admittance to UA. Hi, I'm sure that you already know that, but there's more. You scored 51 villain points in the practical exam, which was the third highest amount out of the examinees. Well done. On top of the villain points, though, we were testing your resolves to be true heroes. The will to give up one's own energy, time, effort, and well-being to help others was also considered. I heard about your efforts regarding Ochako Uraraka, and saw your interactions during the exam. So, I thought I should let you know directly. This exam was also graded using rescue points. They were awarded by a panel of judges based on your actions in the exam. For saving Uraraka, breaking your own bones in the process, and later offering up your own points for her benefit, you get 50 rescue points. And for young Uraraka, for assisting with the robot when she was so exhausted and injured and had her own lower score, and also for inspiring you to take your own action, she also gets 50 rescue points. All Might gestures to a screen behind him, showing the top 10 scorers in the practical exam. In first place, with a total of 101 points, was Izuku himself. He couldn't even believe that he had been the top scorer, let alone by such a large margin. In second place, much to Izuku's joy, was Ochako Uraraka. Her 28 villain points and her 50 rescue points added up to 78 in total. And she thought she wouldn't pass. Izuku sighed inwardly as he grew incredibly proud of her. The third place spot almost made Izuku burst out in laughter, but the whole situation was going by so fast that he didn't even have time. Katsuki Bakugo had gotten third place with 77 villain points and 0 rescue points. He technically had the most villain points out of all of the examinees, yet was considered third due to the wrench thrown in that was the rescue points. Even more amusing to Izuku was the fact that he lost to Ochako by 1 point. He was actually almost scared of Katsuki for the first time in a long time. He had no idea what he'd do in those circumstances. So, young Midoriya, All Might continued, his smile somehow widening even more, you both pass. Now, come, UA, I will be your hero academia. With that, the hologram shut down. Izuku sat there for a moment, processing everything, before his mother tackled him off of the couch in a tight hug, crying happily and proudly. Izuku looked at the forms in the envelope after his mom calmed down. Since he had gotten first place in the entrance exam, he would be the first-year student representative that would speak before UA's annual sports festival. He was extremely excited about that. Class 1A in UA's hero course would be his new class at the beginning of the next semester. He wondered if Ochako would also be in the same class, and when he thought of her, he remembered that they were planning to go to the mochi shop. She was getting her mail after him, so he had time. Time enough to wash off the stench of sweat and BO that had accumulated through his day of working out. When Izuku got out of the shower, he was greeted by a text from Ochako that read, "I got in." Excited emojis. Izuku sent her a text asking if she was still up for mochi, since they hadn't discussed it after the initial suggestion, and she quickly replied that she would love to. So Izuku finished freshening up and made his way out of his house, then to Ochako's apartment. "Hey Midoriya," Ochako greeted, jumping out from the door and quickly closing it behind her. "Let's go get mochi." Why yeah. Gee, good evening," Izuku stuttered, once again caught off guard by her prompt door answer and energetic attitude. "I'm so excited to get into UA," she said as they started walking toward the shopping center. "And second place, too. I had no idea about the rescue points. But your score was big." Well, I guess." Izuku scratched his cheek and looked off to the side. "I'm about as surprised as you. You got all those rescue points on top of your villain points. The other applicants are probably intimidated by your score, honestly." She laughed a little bit, but then her face went straight. "Speaking of intimidated, did you see the guy who got third? He got 77 villain points and 0 rescue points. Sounds like he's probably pretty tough." "Oh, you mean Kachan?" Ochako looked at him, a little confused. "Oh, I meant Katsuki Bakugo. That's his name." Did you just say Kachan?" Ochako laughed. "Is that a nickname or something? Do you know him?" "Oh, yeah, we've known each other for our entire lives." "Well, maybe he's not so tough, then." "No, he is, definitely." Ochako noticed something odd in the tone of Izuku's voice. "Are you guys friends?" "We used to be. Not anymore, though." "Why?" "Well, it's a pretty long story. I don't want to bore you." "Well, you don't need to go into detail. I wanna know, though." Izuku considered it for a moment and decided that he didn't have a reason not to tell her, unlike his training with All Might which he had let slip anyways. "Well, we were friends when we were really little. But the quirk he got was really strong. He got arrogant and started bullying me because my quirk hadn't come in yet." "Geez, what an idiot," Ochako sighed. "What's his quirk?" "Explosion. He can secrete a nitroglycerin-based liquid from his hands like sweat, and detonate it remotely. It's one of the most versatile quirks I've ever seen. He can create massive explosions or just little pops. He can propel himself, use it to attack, or use it to maneuver midair. It's really strong. But yours is too, right? He doesn't know that. My quirk was weak when it first manifested, so he still bullied me even then. I've been training my quirk though, so I can show him that I'm stronger than him one day." "I think that's super cool and inspiring," Ochako said, smiling. "A story about overcoming a bully is always good. Still, I hope he isn't in my class. I can only imagine how pissed he'll be that he got third place." Something that Ochako had said just clicked in Izuku's head. "Uraraka, what class will you be in?" "Oh, I'm in 1A. I'm in 1A too." They both smiled and cheered and high-fived as they realized that they'd be classmates at UA. Then, as they finally reached the mochi shop, their talk went back to their regular friendly chatting about less important things. They both seemed to know what they wanted to order beforehand, and since they couldn't decide who would pay, they just paid separately. Before too long, they sat down at an outside table with their rice cake ice cream desserts. Their strawberry mochi is good," Ochako exclaimed after taking a bite. "What flavor did you get, Midoriya?" "Green tea. It's pretty good, too." "Green tea. That's an interesting flavor. It's my mom's favorite, so I guess it just rubbed off on me." "Are you sure it isn't because your name is Green?" Ochako chuckled. "No, it's because yours is Tea Girl," Midoriya laughed too. He hadn't really meant anything by it, but he realized how weird it sounded when he looked up and saw that Ochako's blush had grown beyond what it normally was. Pretty quickly, Ochako recovered and laughed. "Hey, our hero duo name should be Green Tea." They both laughed at the thought of a hero duo named Green Tea. The thought was entertaining to them, to say the least. They had only been laughing for a few seconds, however, when Izuku caught a glimpse of a pair of blonde, spiky heads of hair walking across from them in the lot. Katsuki Bakugo and his mother, Mitsuki, were on their way to the supermarket in that shopping center. Izuku didn't think that they'd seen him, but he could see Katsuki's extremely aggravated scowl from the chair he was now sinking back into. "Hey Midoriya, what's wrong?" Ochako asked, concerned about his obvious discomfort. Oh, it's nothing," Izuku said quickly, sitting back up in his seat. I just saw Kachan. I don't think he saw me, though." "You mean the bully that got 77 villain points?" Ochako inquired, her eyebrows furrowing. "What's he doing here?" "Probably just going to the store. He lives around here too, you know." Izuku looked back toward the supermarket, but saw Mitsuki walking into the store alone. Katsuki was, instead, walking across the parking lot straight toward the mochi shop. He had an unfamiliar look on his face. He was still scowling angrily, but it was different than normal. Never mind, he's coming this way," Izuku stammered, facing back towards Ochako and taking another shaky bite of his mochi. "I swear, if he says one thing, don't do anything to upset him too much, please." Ochako furrowed her brow, but nodded at him. She looked at the sour-looking Beyond approaching the shop, which she assumed was the guy Izuku was talking about. He walked directly to their table and only glanced at Ochako for a second before turning to Izuku with an intense look. "You piece of shit, worthless, F********* Deku," he said harshly, and almost in a whisper. He again glanced at Ochako. "Who the F******* is round face? Your shitty girlfriend or something?" "No, Kachan," Izuku denied, more embarrassed than scared. I know her from the practical exam." "Oh, yeah, the exam." Katsuki let out a small pop that shook the table. "How the F***** did you get such a high score? I mean, I know you cheated, but whose dick did you beat to get so many points?" "I didn't do anything, Kachan. I don't know about the rescue points, but I did get 51 villain points." "Rescue points." Katsuki clicked his tongue and shot his glare away. "They're F***** pointless. You don't need to save people if you just beat up the villains they'd need saving from." "That's not true," Izuku said. "Heroes are public servants, not just crime fighters. That's a damn boring way of looking at heroes." Katsuki turned to Ochako, still frowning. "You took the exam too, round face." "Why yes," Ochako replied nervously, unprepared to talk with Katsuki. And my name's Uraraka." "Well, round face," he emphasized pointedly, "considering the fact that you're eating with Deku instead of crying in the corner of your room, I'll guess that you passed. Mind telling me your score?" Ochako started to reply, but Izuku interrupted. "She does mind." "Leave us alone, Kachan. Let the girl talk, dumbass Deku." Katsuki looked at Izuku with a death stare. Turning back to Ochako, he asked again, "What's your F******* score?" I got." She glanced back and forth between Izuku and Katsuki a few times before admitting, "I got 78. HMPH, Katsuki grunted. "I'll let you both know right now, you aren't shit compared to me. I'm going to become the #1 hero, and you two won't be anywhere close to me." He turned to Izuku, looking like he wanted to add something else, but decided against it and walked away. Izuku and Ochako both watched silently as he stalked off toward the supermarket. Ochako looked down and pouted when she saw that the ice cream in her mochi had mostly melted, before looking back up at Izuku. "Whoa, he's intimidating," she said, glancing once again at Katsuki as he entered the store. "There's no way someone like him can become the #1 hero." "Well, he has a pretty good chance if he can get that attitude under control," Izuku sighed, inspecting his own melted mochi. "You're right that heroes are more than crime fighters," Ochako said. Heroes are people that help others, just like you helped me in the exam. And even after the exam, you have a way better chance. Izuku looked up from his mochi. After the exam. Oh, in the message I was sent, they played a video that showed you talking with President Mike. I really appreciate everything you said, by the way. Oh, Izuku desperately thought back to that day, trying to remember what he had said to President Mike. Did I say anything embarrassing? Well, you said my face is round, Ochako said, chuckling a little bit. Izuku's entire face blanched. No, I didn't mean that, wasn't meant as an insult at anything, I just... Ochako laughed as Izuku stammered for some excuse. You called me cute, too, she thought, smiling. For the first time, Ochako really took a conscious look at Izuku. She scrutinized his face, his body that she couldn't help but notice during the exam and when they last went out, his frizzy hair, green eyes, freckles, the cute embarrassed face he was currently making. He thinks I'm cute. She shook her head to get rid of the thought, and tried to think of something to change the subject to. Izuku went on without noticing that Ochako's blush widened. It's fine, I didn't take it that way, she said with a chuckle. Hey, Midoriya, why did Bakugo call you Deku? Oh, it's just a nickname that he gave me a long time ago. Why, though, it's another way to read my name. It means, someone who can't do anything. Oh, I see. Ochako thought for a moment before smiling. Well, I like how it sounds. It kinda sounds like Dekiru. You can do it, you know. I guess I never thought of it that way. Izuku smiled at Ochako. You can call me that, if you want. Alright, Deku. Ochako giggled as she called Izuku by the nickname. Ooh, I like it. I'll call you Deku from now on, then. Alright, Izuku said, chuckling a little uncomfortably. And nobody had ever called me that, except to bully me. I think I like it. That's good, she sighed, before standing up from the table. I think we should get going. Oh, yeah, Izuku agreed as he stood up. The mochi was pretty good, huh? Yeah, I'll come back here sometime. The two of them once again made their way to Ochako's apartment, talking the whole way. It didn't take long to get over the Katsuki encounter, so they quickly re-entered their standard friendly chatter. Anyway, Ochako sighed as they reached her door, thanks again. I had a great time. Yeah, me too, Izuku said, before scrunching up his face. Except for running into Kachan, I guess. Despite that, I'll see you later, Deku. Izuku blushed and laughed a little bit at the new nickname. Why yeah, I'll see you later Uraraka. As she closed the door behind her, Ochako let out a sigh. Izuku really seemed amazing to her. The training from All Might, his score in the exam, and the fact that he put up with Katsuki on a daily basis were all so incredible. This fluttering that she felt in her stomach whenever she was with him. It must have been pure admiration. That's the word she wanted. Admiration. Admiration for this boy who thought that she was cute. God, he thinks I'm cute, she thought, smiling to herself and blushing. The next night, Izuku got a message from All Might to meet him at the beach. Izuku didn't even question it. He got out of the house in less than 5 minutes. All Might, Izuku called as he approached the emaciated man on the beach. Who's that? Toshinori replied, gesturing to two people on the beach who had heard Izuku's calling. He whispered, repeat after me. My mistake, wrong person. My mistake, wrong person. Izuku yelled more than loud enough for the couple to hear him. Young Midoriya, Toshinori exclaimed as he put his hands on Izuku's shoulders. I can't express how proud I am of you. Not only have you gotten better with your quirk, but your selflessness is continually inspiring. I thank you all SSHUSH. Toshinori shushed sharply, covering Izuku's mouth with his hand. And by the way, I didn't let the school or the judges know about your connection with me. You seem like the kind of person who would be dissatisfied with favoritism. Thank you, Mr. Yagi. I really appreciate everything. It's been incredible to train with you, and everything. And I'm so happy with the opportunity to go to UA. And your teaching there. Listen, Midoriya, I can't train you anymore. As a teacher at UA, I'll have no time to foster your individual growth. Yes, that's fine. I feel like I've already accepted too much help, so I'll be fine. Ah ha ha, of course you will be. Izuku expected to be called into the principal's office with Katsuki because they both got into UA. The meeting had gone exactly how he thought it would, with the principal congratulating them both on a job well done. But that day, before going home, Katsuki grabbed Izuku and pulled him into an alley near the school. We never finished our talk on Saturday, Deku, he growled, shoving Izuku against the wall. What, are you looking down on me out something? Did you cheat, or did you just pretend that your damn quirk was worthless all these years, and laugh while I bought it? And no, Kachan, I didn't try to. Izuku started before being cut off. I was supposed to be the only one from this shitty school to make it into UA. I told you not to apply, you ass. I guess I was too easy on you, and I hardly trained. Well, I'm not slacking anymore. You hear me, F********* ing Deku. I'm going to get so strong that you can't even hope to match me. Get off of me, Kachan, Izuku said quietly, gripping Katsuki's arm that held his shirt collar. Or ing what, Deku? Are you gonna fight me or some shit? Huh. Get off. Suddenly, a green glow enveloped Katsuki and he flew back against the wall opposite of Izuku. Izuku might have put a bit too much force into that, but he wasn't focusing on that at the moment. Arg. F******* ing Deku, I can't move. Katsuki shouted as small explosions popped around his hands. I'm not scared of you, Kachan. I've never been scared of you. Izuku shouted, brimming with anger. I have my own dreams to follow, and you won't get in the way. I'll become a great hero, Kachan. Number 1. And you'll see me do it in front of you. Izuku stormed off toward his house, releasing Katsuki from his quirk as he did so. He was instantly disgusted with himself. He had vowed never to use his quirk violently against an innocent, even Katsuki, but he had let himself lose it for just a few seconds. So, he promptly renewed that promise to himself. Despite his frustration with himself, he was conscious enough to be surprised that Katsuki didn't chase him down right then and fight him. He was even more surprised when Katsuki stopped teasing him altogether in school. They didn't even acknowledge each other's existence for the most part. Izuku could tell, though, that something changed. Somehow, he could tell that Katsuki was taking him seriously now. But that'd only push Izuku to work harder, too. It was April, the beginning of the new school semester. For most, it meant moving up a grade, or attending a new school. For a select few, it could mean a new chapter in one's life, new opportunities, challenges, victory, defeat. It could change everything for some people. That's what it felt like for Izuku as he finished lacing up his red sneakers that morning. Today, he'd be attending UA. Japan's most sought-after hero course was held there, and the school has produced many high-ranking heroes, including All Might. This was the start of Izuku's journey, too. Despite his lack of ability in tying his tie. Do you have everything you need? Inko asked her son as he stood up to leave. Yeah, I have everything, he confirmed, hoisting his backpack over his shoulder. I should get going, or I'll be late. Izuku opened the door, but stopped when his mother said his name. He turned to look at her, as she smiled softly and looked down at the ground. Izuku, you've worked so hard, and I'm so proud, she sighed, wiping a tear from her eye. She looked up at him. You're really cool. Izuku smiled at his mother, before departing with, I'm off. Izuku was aware of the situation he was in, almost painfully so. The acceptance rate for UA's hero course was 1 in every 300. Every year, it's done the same way. Except for 4 that get in through recommendation, 36 students are put through by the entrance exam and split into 2 classes. And he was considered the best of them. Out of the elite few that were worthy of attending UA, he had outscored all of them on the exam. The pressure on his shoulders was immense. Walking the school grounds and looking for his classroom, Izuku realized just how big UA really was. He was able to find his class in time though, and was shocked at the huge door that stood before him. He assumed it was for accessibility, since some people had enlarging quirks. He just hoped that Katsuki wouldn't be in his class, or the jerk with the glasses either. He knew that Ochako would be in the same class, and that gave him some comfort, at least. Using that thought to soothe his worries, he smiled and opened the door to his future. "Remove your feet from the desk at once," was the first thing Izuku heard when he slid open the door. He saw Katsuki with his feet up on his desk and examinee number 7111 standing over him, chopping his arm in an almost robotic manner. Great. Izuku didn't know if he could make it through a single day if he had both of these assholes on his case. Huh. Katsuki leaned his head to the side as he sneered up at the other student. It is disrespectful to both the upperclassmen who once used the desk, and to the people who constructed it. I don't think it is. What junior high did you go to, you side character? The other one gasped at first, before straightening his posture and planting his hand on his chest. I attended Somei Private Academy. My name is Tenya Iida. Somei. Katsuki laughed. So you're one of the damn elite, I'll have fun crushing you. See, crushing. Tenya repeated, taking a step back. That's cruel. Do you really intend to be a hero? Katsuki scoffed and looked away, but when he did he saw Izuku standing in the doorway to the classroom. He scowled at him, and Tenya followed his line of sight to also see Izuku. Tenya gasped, as he recognized Izuku. The rest of the students present were watching the exchange between Katsuki and Tenya, so they all looked at Izuku as well. Izuku used this opportunity to look over the students for a moment. Ochako wasn't there yet, but he did recognize a couple of them from the entrance exam, namely, the feminine bee-owned boy and the one with 6 arms. Suddenly, Tenya began walking quickly towards Izuku, almost shouting, "Good morning. I am from Somei Private Academy. My name is..." I heard. Izuku interrupted, stopping Tenya in his tracks. I'm Izuku Midoriya. It's, nice to meet you, Iida. He wasn't really sure if they were on bad terms, so he decided to be polite at least. Midoriya, Tenya said, almost sounding a little somber. You realized that there was more to that practical exam. I had no idea. I hate to admit it, but you are better than me. He looked down, squinting his eyes and holding his arms out at Izuku in the same way he'd held one out at Katsuki. And no, I didn't realize anything, Izuku said, waving his arms at Tenya who he was suddenly starting to like a little bit more. I had no idea about the rescue points. Before Tenya could respond, an energetic, Deku, came from behind Izuku. Before he turned to face Uraraka, who he knew it was, Izuku saw something snap in Katsuki's expression, probably being a mixture of shock, confusion and annoyance at the nickname. "Ah, hey Uraraka," he said as he turned, before freezing as soon as he saw her. She looks really cute in a uniform, he thought to himself as his face reddened a little. Man, I'm so excited to be in the hero course, you know. Ochako said, not noticing the blush on Izuku's face. And I wonder who our teacher will be. They're all supposed to be pro-heroes, right? Why yeah, Izuku replied, averting his eyes to the ground. It could really be anyone. Ochako looked around at the class, and flinched when she made eye contact with Katsuki, who was glaring more menacingly by the second. Yeep, the mean one is here, she shouted, pointing at the explosive bee-owned. Most of the students glanced at Katsuki and started muttering amongst themselves. If you're here to start drama or socialize, then leave, came a dull, droning voice from the doorway. Everyone looked, and saw a yellow caterpillar lying on the floor outside of the door. At least, many of them thought it was a caterpillar. The face poking out of the yellow mass had a scruffy beard, bags under its eyes, and long black hair poking out from the sides of the face hole. This is the hero course, the caterpillar continued, before reaching a hand out of the face hole and taking a long sip from a juice pouch, emptying it. Gee, there's someone in there. Somebody in the class exclaimed. The man stood up, shedding his caterpillar-like sleeping bag and looming over the students. He wore all black, and had a gray scarf around his neck. It took all of you 8 seconds to quiet down, he sighed, shaking his head. Time is a valuable resource. You're all too irrational. I'm Shota Aizawa, your new homeroom teacher. I'm pleased to meet you all. Many of the students gasped in confusion at the fact that Aizawa would be their homeroom teacher. Izuku, on the other hand, was more concerned with what pro-hero he was. He didn't look familiar to Izuku at all, and he was pretty well versed in the roster of professional heroes in Japan. "Put these on," Aizawa said, pulling gym uniforms out of his sleeping bag. "Once you all change, head out to the grounds. Quickly now, like you're rational people." After changing in the locker rooms quickly, for fear of Aizawa's wrath, the students of 1A reassembled on the school's training field. In front of them was Aizawa, and on the floor next to him was a white chalk circle with 2 measured lines shooting out farther than they could see. "Today, I'll be conducting a test of your quirks," Aizawa said plainly. "A test of our quirks?" The entire class echoed. "But what about the entrance ceremony?" Ochako objected. "Or the guidance sessions?" "We can't waste time on pleasantries like that if you want to become heroes," he responded, not even looking at her. UA is known for its freestyle education system, and that applies to teachers too. Softball throwing, the standing long jump, 50-meter dash, endurance running, grip strength, side-to-side stepping, upper body training, and the seated toe touch are all exercises you've done in middle school. You've never been able to use your quirks for these. This country insists on using non-quirked averages for them. The government is procrastinating, which isn't rational at all. "Midoriya," Aizawa said, gesturing to the circle behind him, "you placed first in the entrance exam, so step up." "How far could you throw a softball in middle school?" I think 54 meters, Izuku said, struggling to remember as he stepped into the circle. "That isn't too bad." He tossed a softball to Izuku, who barely caught it after fumbling with it for a couple seconds. "Now, launch it as far as you can with your quirk. Do whatever you need to, just don't leave the circle. Give it all you've got." "All right." Izuku let out a deep breath and closed his eyes. He held up the ball loosely in the palm of his hand, concentrating. Everything about Izuku's quirk relied on the object's weight. How fast he could move it, the range at which he could continue to influence it, and how much strain prolonged use put on him. The only aspect of his quirk unaffected by this was the fact that he needed to be within 15 meters of any object to activate it. With a ball this light, he could move it very quickly and easily, and he would be able to continue pushing it for a great distance before letting the laws of physics take the reins. In the blink of an eye, it was gone. He didn't move a finger. He flicked his eyes, but that couldn't be seen underneath his eyelids. All anyone saw was the ball starting to glow a little bit before rocketing off at an immense speed. Aizawa started talking again, but Izuku focused more on continuing to push the ball as long as he could until it was out of range. "It's important to know our limits," Aizawa said, looking over the group of hopefuls. "That's the first rational step to knowing what kind of heroes you'll be." There was a long silence as Izuku made his way back to the crowd of students, stretching his shoulders as he walked. Everyone was waiting for his score. It was out of Izuku's control now, since it was out of range, and he had no idea how long it'd take to land. Aizawa seemed unfazed by the time it took. "Wow, it must have gone far," Ochako mused, the rest of the class agreeing. Suddenly, Aizawa's face donned a smile. He turned the small device in his hand so that everybody could see the score. 1,244.7 meters. The entire class exclaimed in unison. "This is awesome. We can use our quirks. Sweet. I love this course already." While everyone else celebrated, Katsuki just glared at the number on the device. "Awesome, you say," Aizawa said, his smile widening and becoming a bit sadistic. "You all want to become heroes in the next 3 years, and you think it'll be all fun and games. All right, how about this? The student with the lowest score across all 8 events will be deemed as having no potential, and will be expelled from the hero course." While the class began freaking out, Aizawa's voice cut through and he pushed his hair away from his face. "Your fates are in our hands. This is the hero course at UA. Izuku even felt the pressure. He wasn't actually concerned for himself, but for whoever would be in last. He knew that everyone there worked hard to get accepted. They all passed the practical exam, except for the recommended students. Everyone here dreamed to be a hero, and one of them was about to have that dream crushed. What kind of pro hero was Aizawa? Expelled, Ochako exclaimed. But it's the first day of school. No, this would be too unfair even if it wasn't the first day. Natural disasters, big accidents, and selfish villains, Aizawa listed. Calamities whose time or place are unpredictable. This world is filled with unfairness. True heroes are those who can reverse unfair situations. If you want to hang out with friends at McDonald's after school, then too bad. For the next 3 years, UA will do everything it can to place hardship after hardship in front of you. Go beyond. Plus ultra. Overcome with everything you have. Tenya started drinking orange juice from his hydro flask, Katsuki began stretching his arms and legs, and the whole class was getting pumped up. That didn't distract Izuku from the fact that someone was leaving them already, but he decided to focus on his own score. The demonstration is over, Aizawa sighed, losing his momentary vigor. First, the 50-meter dash. The top scorer in the 50-meter dash was Tenya. With his engine quirk, he finished in 3.04 seconds. Most other times were 5 or more seconds, with a couple exceptions. Katsuki got 4.03 seconds by shooting explosions behind him, and Izuku got 4.63 by essentially flying the whole way. In grip strength, the 6-armed guy named Mezzo Shoji was first with over 540 kilograms of force. Izuku used his telekinesis to press his fingers onto the measurement device, exerting 140 kilograms before hurting his fingers too much. In the standing long jump, quite a few of the students jumped past where the measurement devices were. Izuku probably got in the top 5 if he had to guess, though. In the side-to-side stepping, the biggest standout was actually a small boy with purple balls for hair, Minoru Mineta, who Izuku hadn't even noticed before. In the ball throw, Katsuki got 714 meters, which seemed to tick him off. Ochako made her ball weightless before throwing it up into the sky. The infinity symbol actually popped up on the device. Another girl, Momo Yaoyorozu, made an actual cannon to shoot the ball from. Nothing extraordinary happened in the sit-ups, sitting toe touch, or the long-distance run, but Izuku was in the top few of each of them, particularly using his quirk to push himself further in the toe touch. When everything was all said and done, Aizawa gathered the students again next to the locker rooms. Let's get to the results, quickly, Aizawa sighed. The scores are the sum of all of your performances in the tasks. Explaining the calculations would be useless and time-consuming, so here are the results. Izuku was first. Even though he was sure that he technically didn't get first in a single event, his average score was higher than anyone else's. He had the highest score, followed extremely closely by Momo, who was a recommended student, Katsuki, and then the other recommended student Shoto. All the way in last place was Minoru Mineta, who was letting out a mournful wail. Aizawa glanced at the 20th spot for a moment, considering it, before closing the rankings. Mineta, come with me to the office, the teacher said, waving him over. I'll switch you out with a student that's in the general education course. I won't be expelled from UA, Minoru exclaimed, a tear falling from his eye. Just from the hero course. You can choose other options if you really want to, though. There are other schools with hero courses to transfer into. I guess I can still be a hero, at least. Why, you mean you were serious? Momo asked, wide-eyed. I was certain that you just wanted to motivate us. I'm sure that you now understand the position this course puts you in, he responded, almost sounding bored. The rest of you go back to class, where there are curriculum handouts. Take a look at them. Aizawa placed his hand on Minoru's shoulder and walked him back into the building towards the office. The rest of the class changed and then walked back to the classroom. Poor Mineta, Ochako sighed, walking next to Izuku. I kinda hoped he was lying, but sensei really kicked him from the class. Yeah, Izuku agreed. I guess this course is really for the best of the best. Speaking of the best, you did amazing, Deku. Ochako exclaimed, smiling widely at him. You even outscored the students who got in through recommendation. I know. I have to say though, your softball throw was really cool too. Ah, thanks. Ochako blushed a bit and looked down. Gee, that means a lot coming from first place. Izuku didn't realize it until he entered the classroom, but his desk was behind Katsuki's. He was hoping to avoid him, but it seemed like that wasn't going to happen. "Hey, Deku," Katsuki grunted after shoving the papers into his backpack. "Kachan, don't make a scene on the first day," Izuku said, meeting Katsuki's glare. Katsuki took a deep breath. "Were you really hiding your quirk strength this whole time? You never showed this kind of control before." He looked like he intended to kill Izuku right there with that look of rage on his face. "I'm not like you, Kachan. I don't show off and bully others just because I'm stronger. I never said that my quirk was weak, I just never had a reason to use it." "You never fought back," Katsuki said, poking his finger into Izuku's chest. "And you expect me to believe that your quirk was this strong the whole time? Stop making a scene. That. Why the didn't you ever fight back?" "Because I'm better than that. I'll see you tomorrow." Izuku left without looking back, but he didn't need to. Katsuki was too shocked by what he had said to make a move after him. Izuku somehow knew that he wouldn't go after him, since he mostly left him alone after they talked with their principal at Aldera. Ochako did run out after him though, followed by Tenya. Deku," Ochako called, running up next to him. "Man, that was tense. I told him not to make a scene," Izuku sighed, shaking his head slightly. "He's just so frustrating." He said you never fought back," Ochako said. I mean, I already knew that, but why didn't you?" "I agree with her," Tenya said, appearing on Izuku's other side out of nowhere. "If he has been bothering you for a long time, then you should stand up to him." "Why, you're Tenya Iida, right?" Ochako asked, tilting her head past Izuku at him. "Yes, I am. You are Infinity Girl." "Infinity Girl," Izuku thought, chuckling. "Ochako Uraraka, nice to meet you, Iida." Ochako looked back at Izuku. "So, why didn't you ever stop him before?" "Because that's what I hate most about him," Izuku sighed. "He's so aggressive and arrogant, and he shows off his quirk just because he can. He looks down on people. Hurting innocent people with your quirk is the last thing that a hero should do. I thought that, if I fought back, then I wouldn't be much better than him." "That's not true whatsoever," Tenya said, chopping his arm into his other hand. "It would be out of self-defense if you decided to do so." "Why yeah," Ochako agreed, looking back at Tenya. "What are you doing here, Iida?" "Well, I'm going to the station," Tenya explained. "Also, I wanted to speak with Midoriya. Congratulations on being first once again. It's being proven that I was wrong about you again and again today." "It's fine," Izuku said, waving him off. "We were all a bit stressed over the entrance exam." Excuse me, Iida," Ochako said, arching an eyebrow, "but what did you say to Deku during the exam?" "Well, he looked like he was going to try to distract you from the exam, so I thought he was there to intervene with the applicants." "Try to distract me?" Ochako looked back to Izuku. "I saw you before the exam started, and I was going to thank you again for stopping my fall," Izuku said. "It was a misunderstanding on my part," Tenya said, placing his hand on his chest. "I apologize." Not necessary," Izuku chuckled. "Anyway," Tenya said, taking on a grave tone. "Aizawa-sensei is ruthless. I knew that this would be the top, but it's going to be more difficult than I thought." "We're the best of the best, right?" Izuku sighed. "It'll have to be tough." "I don't feel like the best of the best," Ochako sighed. "But you two sure are great. You did better than most people could, Uraraka. Plus you placed second in the practical exam. You're right where you should be." Izuku smiled at Ochako, who blushed. You think so?" Tenya asked. "Uraraka, are you alright? You're a bit red." I'm fine. Are you sure you don't have a fever?" While Ochako and Tenya went back and forth, Izuku found himself content. Despite his conversation with Katsuki, his life felt like it was where it should be. He was at his dream school, he was performing well, and he had friends. Friends that might be able to make real, good friends. He smiled at the thought. The next day came, and Katsuki didn't bother Izuku even though he sat right in front of him. There was a new student, named Hitoshi Shinso, who transferred from Gen Ed in place of Minoru. He sat behind Izuku. It turned out that Aizawa had personally walked into the Gen Ed classes and interviewed each of the students. He seemed nice enough, if a bit reserved. After meeting him and some of his other classmates with Tenya and Ochako during homeroom, the rest of the day seemed almost boring to Izuku. Sure, English was taught by Present Mike, but it was still English. The hero that he had been happiest to see was Lunch Rush, but that was only because it was lunchtime, which he spent with Ochako and Tenya. The day flew by until they finally reached the most anticipated period of the day, basic hero training. Many of the students were debating who the teacher would be, the most popular possibility being All Might. Izuku also happened to have a hunch that the number one hero was teaching that class. "I am," All Might's huge voice exclaimed, before he burst through the door flamboyantly, entering through the door like a normal person. That's not normal at all, Izuku thought, holding back a laugh. "It's All Might," Eijiro Kirishima exclaimed. "He really is a teacher. Isn't that his Silver Age costume?" Tsuyu Asui observed. "He looks so different from us." Masharao Ojiro said, "It gives me goosebumps. I'll be teaching basic hero training," All Might said, flexing in an exaggerated pose behind the podium. "This course will mold you into heroes, though special training, and it's worth a lot of credits, too. Today's activity will be," he held up a small card labeled, Battle Training. Katsuki started chuckling, and Izuku really wished that he didn't sit right behind him. "For that, you'll all need your hero costumes." All Might clicked a button on a small remote, and shelves extended from the wall, holding cases labeled with numbers going up to 20. They are labeled according to your seat numbers. Except, unfortunately, for young Shinso. His costume hasn't been made, so he must wear a standard PE uniform now. Get ready. Meet at ground beta, and come out in ranking order. Izuku was the first to step out in his hero costume. It was a green jumpsuit that his mother got him, with a matching green hood to cover his face and a transparent mouth guard. The hood had two bunny ear-like protrusions at the top, emulating All Might's hairstyle, and the mouth guard had white vertical stripes going across the bottom, emulating his smile. He also had white gloves, a red utility belt and shoes, and black knee and elbow guards to finish the ensemble. "It's so obvious," All Might thought, noticing the imitation of his style. He barely kept from laughing aloud. The rest of the students followed in their own outfits. They were all very unique, and Izuku noticed that Katsuki's outfit hadn't changed much from when he doodled as a kid, with grenade-esque gauntlets. When he saw Ochako's skin-tight outfit, he almost had a heart attack. "Wow, Deku," Ochako exclaimed, running up to him. "Your outfit looks so practical. And I love the bunny ears." Izuku was about to explain that they were supposed to look like All Might's hair, but he decided that that probably wouldn't seem very cool. "I wish I was more specific with my outfit request, though," she said, blushing and rubbing her neck. "This suit is so tight and curvy, and it's embarrassing." I think it looks good," Izuku stuttered, blushing and glancing away. Oh, why you do?" Ochako's blush deepened and she also averted her eyes from him. A couple of their classmates noticed the exchange, but nobody mentioned it. Finally, once Hitoshi entered ground beta in his gym uniform, All Might began the lesson. "Shall we begin, my wards? It's time for battle training," he exclaimed. "You're all looking good in those outfits. Sensei." Ida's voice came from a suit of armor. "This appears to be the same complex as in the practical exam. Will we be performing cityscape maneuvers?" Ida's outfit looks cool, Izuku thought, looking at his friend's costume. "It reminds me of something. I can't put my finger on it, though." "No, we're going to do indoor anti-personnel battling," All Might clarified. While most villain encounters are seen outdoors, the statistics show that most villains appear indoors. Between confinement, house arrest, black markets deals. In this hero-filled world of ours, the most clever villains lurk indoors. Now, you'll be split into hero teams and villain teams, and face off in 2-on-2 indoor battles. "We aren't getting any basic training first?" Tsuyu asked. "Practical experience will teach you the basics. The difference now will be that you aren't fighting mindless robots." Suddenly, The class exploded with questions. How is victory determined? Can I just blast everyone away? Are you going to threaten us with expulsion like Aizawa-sensei? How will we divide into teams? Isn't my cape fabulous? Quiet down, one at a time. All Might pleaded, taking out a piece of paper. My quirk isn't super hearing. Alright, here's the deal. A cheat sheet, Izuku muttered, quietly so that only Ochako could hear him. The villain team will be hiding a fake nuclear bomb that the heroes must find and secure. There is a limited amount of time. The heroes must either secure the weapon or capture the villains in the time limit, and the villains must either capture the heroes or protect the weapon. Teams will be determined by drawing lots. Lots, Tenya exclaimed. Is that really the best way to decide? It makes sense, Izuku said. In most emergency situations, heroes can't pick and choose who to team up with. They have to make do with whoever is in the area. I see, Tenya said. I'm sorry for getting ahead of myself. My apologies, sensei. Don't worry about it, let's just get to it. He pulled 2 pieces of paper out of a box. Team A is Ochako Uraraka and Izuku Midoriya. W were on the same team, Deku. Ochako exclaimed, surprised and happy. How lucky is that? Yeah, Izuku said, smiling and nodding his head. There's no way we'll lose. Team B is Mezzo Shoji and Shoto Todoroki. Team C is Momo Yaoyorozu and Hitoshi Shinso. Team D is Katsuki Bakugo and Tenya Iida. Team E is Mina Ashido and Yuga Aoyama. Team F is Koji Koda and Rikido Sato. Team G is Denki Kaminari and Kyoka Jiro. Team H is Tsuyu Asui and Fumikage Tokiyami. Team I is Toru Hagakure and Mashirao Ojiro. Team J is Honta Siro and Eijiro Kirishima. Now, for the matchups. First up will be Team A as the heroes, and Team D as the villains. Izuku and Ochako both froze, and slowly turned to look at Katsuki. The explosion quirk user was grinning widely, and laughing a little bit. Tenya was looking at him too, just as shocked as his friends at the seemingly horrible stroke of luck. Deku and round face, Katsuki said quietly, glancing sideways at them and sneering. I'll kill the shit out of you **********. I guess we should memorize this floor plan, Ochako said, looking down at the blueprints to the building they'd be entering in just moments. Yeah, Izuku agreed. Kachan will come for us straight away. We need to be able to find the objective quickly, or he could take both of us out. Can you hold him with your quirk? Not for very long, Izuku sighed, shaking his head. If he struggles and uses the force from his explosions, he could break out pretty quickly. Ochako hesitated, glancing at Izuku. Are you okay, Deku? Yeah, I am. Why? Because it's Bakugo. I'm scared, and I haven't been bullied by him for the past 10 years. It doesn't bother me, Izuku sighed. 5 stories above the pair, Tenya and Katsuki were standing next to the paper match nuclear warhead. Tenya eyed Katsuki warily as the bee-owned paced around the room restlessly. Bakugo, he finally said, I'll ask that you not go after Midoriya and Uraraka right away. Why not? 4 eyes. Katsuki spat back. I don't give a shit about that fake A**S bomb, but I have a score to settle with that damn nerd. Deku's been lying to me, looking down on me. He could have made me stop at any time, but he didn't have the balls. And then he King pulls this shit and says he's better than me. That. Watch your language, Tenya advised. It isn't befitting of a hero. I'm still King better than him, Katsuki mumbled, walking out of the room. On the ground below, Izuku and Ochako were still talking. So it's like a fated battle between men, right? Ochako asked. Yeah, I guess so. Izuku looked up at Ochako from his building layout. Why? Well, you said you didn't want to use your quirk violently, and that doesn't apply here. This is the perfect opportunity to show him how strong I am. Izuku looked down and clenched his hand into a fist. He's really an asshole, but he's an amazingly strong one. His quirk, his goals and resolve. It's just too bad that he's such an idiot. Do you regret what happened between you two? Ochako asked. Izuku was caught off guard by that. He had always just taken his relationship with Katsuki as static, and never thought about how he felt about it. Did he regret it? Of course I do, he sighed finally, unclenching and reclenching his fist. Of course I liked it better when we were friends, but he's different than he used to be. That was his choice. I couldn't change his mind back then, and now it's indoor anti-personnel battle training start. Deku, what's the plan? Ochako asked, dismissing the other conversation. Izuku thought for a moment. Of course I want to have a straight fight with him, but Uraraka's grade is riding on this too. I need to beep it up and put the assignment first. Well, let's just go in and start looking, he sighed. If Kachan finds us, then you can make us weightless and I can get us out of there fast. Or I could capture him with the tape, but I don't think he'll have a chance. He'd get out of my quirk before I could finish tying it. And then we find the bomb, right? Yeah, I don't like running from him, but I fully support running from him. I guess it's fine then. Let's go in through that window, there. Ochako made Izuku weightless, and he used his telekinesis to make them both rise to the second story and through a window. Infiltration complete, Ochako said seriously as they sat down inside. There are a lot of blind corners, Izuku observed, eyeing the gray grid-like interior. We should watch out. They walked for about 10 seconds, looking down corridors as they passed, until Katsuki came jumping from behind a corner, pointing his arm at them. Izuku tackled Ochako out of the way barely in time, and was grazed by the ensuing explosion. Uraraka, are you okay? He asked loudly, due to the adrenaline and the ringing in his ears caused by concussive blast. Why yeah, what about you? Ochako shook the dizziness from her head and looked up at Izuku, whose mask was torn in half and mouth guard had fallen off. I'm fine, it's just a scratch arg. Katsuki wasn't letting up. He assaulted Izuku with explosion after explosion, not giving him the chance to focus and use his quirk. Izuku was barely able to scramble away long enough to stop Katsuki for a second with his telekinesis. He shook his rattled head and looked up, realizing that Katsuki had gotten between him and Ochako, who looked very worried. U. Katsuki grunted as he broke from Izuku's hold, before rocketing forward. Izuku ducked as Katsuki threw his right arm forward, hand popping with explosions, then reached behind the B***'s gauntlet and pulled him over his head. As he flung Katsuki away, he used his quirk to increase the force. Arg, F***, Katsuki shouted, righting himself in midair with tiny explosions. By the time he was on his feet, Izuku had already reached his partner and escaped. You won't F***ing beat me. Izuku pulled Ochako behind the corner of a random hallway, sitting back against the wall. He inspected the costume that his mother had bought for him. His left sleeve was only partially intact and his elbow guard on that side was also gone. His hood was also completely gone now, and the whole outfit was covered in tiny burns. His body was aching all over as well. Deku, that counter was amazing. Ochako whispered excitedly. You totally read his movements. He always starts with a right hook, Izuku panted. I've taken notes on all of the most impressive heroes, even him. I know him better than he probably knows himself. You took notes on him. Ochako held back a chuckle, fearing they'd get found out. It's a hobby of mine, Izuku said quietly. I'll probably have the same notes done for everyone in our class in a couple of weeks. I don't know if I should be impressed or scared. You won't escape, Deku. Katsuki's voice cut through the echoes of explosions as he raced through the halls. It looks like my plan is working, Izuku sighed in relief. What plan? Ochako asked. Now that I think about it, weren't we going to start looking for Iida as soon as we got away? Sorry, I just came up with this on the spot, but look, Izuku said, stepping out into the hallway. The places that Kachan passed by are covered in scorch marks. He's probably going back to the bomb, since he's too mad to realize that we don't know where it is. So, we just have to follow the trail, Ochako inferred. But then we'll have to face Bakugo and Iida at the same time. But that also means that we'd need to face them both even if we went straight to looking for Iida, Izuku explained. Their teamwork probably won't work very well. Besides, We're even faster than Iida if we combine our quirks. All we need to do is touch the bomb. Alright, then, Ochako conceded with a nod, followed by a determined smile. Let's win, Deku. Yeah, let's do our best. They followed the scorched walls until they reached a door. The trail stopped there, so they assumed that was where Katsuki stopped off. They'll be expecting us, Izuku whispered, approaching the door. Let's be careful. That's an understatement, Ochako said nervously. They know exactly where we're coming from. Wait a minute, Izuku said in realization. The bomb might not even be here. They might have moved it once Kacchan got here. We gotta take the risk. Alright. 3, 2, 1. Izuku kicked open the door, only to be hit right in the face with an explosion. He staggered back and fell, and Katsuki stalked out of the empty room he had been in. He grabbed the dazed Izuku by the collar of his costume and socked him across the face. Deku, you F*******ing dumbass. Katsuki laughed menacingly. Did you think I'd just lead you back to the F*******ing nest? D Deku, Ochako shouted. Get offa him Bakugo. Wait your damn turn, round face. Uraraka, Izuku yelled, apparently coming back to his senses. Run. Go find Iida. Ochako hesitated for a second, looking down at Izuku's bruised and bloody face, before running off to look for the objective. Katsuki started to move after her. Oh no you don't, you. Katsuki was flung up into the ceiling by Izuku's telekinesis. After regaining his breath, he looked down at the green-haired boy who was just getting up onto his feet. How damn noble, Deku. Fine, I'll F*** you up some more. Katsuki moved his arms and legs furiously, setting off explosions until he finally broke free. But by the time he had fallen to the floor and righted himself, Izuku had already recovered and was running down the hallway. Katsuki chased after him, quickly overshooting him with his explosive speed as Izuku jumped into another perpendicular hallway. Katsuki roared and rushed back to the hallway, only to be met with a fist in his gut, as Izuku was hiding right behind the corner. Katsuki shouted in pain, but instead of being caught off guard like most would be, he grabbed Izuku's forearm with both hands and set explosions off on both sides, badly burning it. Out of reflex, Izuku used his quirk to push Katsuki back and slammed him hard against the wall, knocking the wind out of him, before running off to hide. Upstairs, Ochako found Tenya in the room with the bomb. She knew she couldn't match his speed without Izuku, so she resolved to wait for him to catch up. Before she could contact him though, she noticed that Tenya was talking to himself. Bakugo's troublemaking nature makes him well suited for this villainous role, he said with a finger to his chin. I suppose I must also take on the villain role, though it pains me to do so. This training will make me a better hero, so I must commit to it. His voice became dark, almost like a bad Batman impression. I am extremely evil. He's so serious, Ochako thought to herself as she failed to restrain a chuckle. Tenya heard her laugh, and he looked over to her hiding place. So Uraraka, you've come. I expected as much, with Bakugo going after Midoriya like that. I know that your quirk lets you affect loose objects, so before you arrived, I enacted a counter-strategy. I cleaned all of the objects off of the floor. You've miscalculated, hero. Muahahaha. He's really getting into it, Ochako muttered to herself, cringing a bit. Izuku sat behind the corner of another random hallway, having gotten away from Katsuki. He shook his burned arm, but the pain wouldn't go away, and he grit his teeth. Deku, Ochako yelled over the earpiece. I found Iida, and I'm in the room with him. I got away from Kacchan for now, Izuku replied in a hiss, shaking his burned arm again. Where are you? The middle room on the 5th floor. That's right near me, Izuku said quietly. I might be able to do something from here. Aren't you 2 floors down? Right, I'll make my way up to you. Alright, tell me when. I'll try to get the bomb from Iida until then. Alright. Arg. Katsuki appeared behind Izuku and ignited an explosion in his back, burning a hole in his tracksuit and sending him onto his stomach, skidding across the floor until he was just outside his 15-meter zone. Izuku scrambled to his feet and looked back at Katsuki, who had his arm held up and pointed at him. He held the pin of the grenade-shaped gauntlet with his index finger. I'm guessing you know this from your stocking, but my hands secrete a nitroglycerin-like liquid, and that's how I make my explosions, Katsuki sneered. If those damn clothing shop nerds honored my design requests, then these gauntlets have been storing up a good amount of it. Bakugo. All Might's voice yelled over the earpieces. Don't pull that pin. You'll kill him. He won't die if it isn't a direct hit. Ping. Izuku barely had any time to move out of the way, and was still hit by much of the massive explosion. It shook the entire battle center, and Izuku couldn't even remember where he was for what seemed like ages. Izuku's head was ringing, and the giant hole in the side of the building just looked like a blinding blur to him. The upper half of his tracksuit only clung to him by part of one sleeve that remained. He slowly stood back up on his feet, shaking the shock from his head. Awesome, ain't it, Deku? Katsuki taunted. Come on, you're not dead yet. That explosion easily hit me from more than 15 meters, Izuku realized. I can't compete with that range. Bakugo, if you use that move again, I will end the match and you will lose. All Might yelled. Using massive attacks like that indoors is a great way to get your own stronghold destroyed. It's a bad play for either heroes or villains. And, it's a good way to lose points. Ah, you're *****ing kidding me. Katsuki yelled back. Thank God, Izuku sighed to himself. Deku, what was that? Ochako asked over the earpiece. Are you okay? Why yeah, he stuttered, still shaking consciousness back to his body. I'm fine. Izuku looked up and saw that the blast had obliterated the layer of floor above him, leaving the fourth floor ceiling exposed. He thought he could probably break through one layer of concrete at least, and a plan formed in his head. Uraraka, I'm coming up, he whispered. Be ready to grab the bomb while Ida's distracted. What do you mean, coming up? Through the floor. What, are you ignoring me, Deku? Katsuki screamed, hands popping with explosions. Kachan, there's one more thing, Izuku said, looking at his old friend. You can call me Deku, but that doesn't mean, useless, to me anymore. To me it means that, no matter what I'm up against, I can do it. We'll see about that, the Bion shouted as he rocketed at Izuku. Now, Uraraka, he called over the earpiece. Izuku enveloped his body in the dull green glow and flew up, leading with his arms to defend his face from the concrete as he broke through. Unfortunately, he broke his right arm on impact. The pain caused him to drop his arms from his face, and, through some horrible luck of placement, he rammed headfirst into Tenya's armor, knocking his classmate over and himself unconscious. While Tenya was distracted by the limp boy laying on top of him, Ochako quickly wrapped her arms around the paper match bomb, yelling, secured. What? Tenya yelled in disbelief. I can't believe I let my guard down. Hero team wins. All Might Ed. Deku. Ochako shrieked upon seeing Izuku, whose hero costume was mostly destroyed and burned, exposed back and arms were burned, and head was flowing with blood. Deku. He's unconscious, Uraraka, Tenya sighed. I didn't think he'd go so far for a training exercise. He's bleeding so much. Ochako rolled Izuku onto his back and tried to wipe some of the blood off of his face. Deku, Katsuki yelled, rocketing up through the hole that Izuku opened to the 5th floor. *****ing. Why you? Katsuki stopped himself when he saw Izuku. He was unconscious, covered in blood and burns, and of all things not covered by most of his hero costume. It was like he was just realizing what they had put each other through. Ochako kept fussing, trying to shake Izuku awake. Her eyes even started watering a bit. She only stopped when the transport bots showed up and carted him away, though she still kept by his side. All Might stopped her as he passed though, sending her back to the monitor room to be evaluated. My right hook. He read my moves completely. And even though I was going all out, he was able to form a plan, and acted on it, Katsuki thought, clenching his fists. That means that, I lost to Deku, completely. Young Bakugo, All Might said more softly than you'd think he could, come along. It's time for your grading. Whether you win or lose, there's always something to be taken away from experience. Once All Might and Katsuki rejoined Tenya, Ochako, and the rest of the class, All Might lined up the three present who had just gone through the exercise. Tenya stood at attention, despite obviously being disappointed in himself. Katsuki trembled in frustration with himself and also with Izuku. Ochako could barely pay any attention at all, more concerned about Izuku's well-being. Well, All Might started, coughing into his fist. I'd say that the MVP was. He paused, considering the candidates. It was Iida. What? Tenya yelled, jaw-dropping. Not Ochako or Midoriya, Suyu croaked. Even though they won. I wonder why. All Might added with a laugh. Anyone have any ideas? I know, sensei, Momo said, raising her hand. Iida was most able to adapt to the scenario. Bakugo's moves were all obviously made to the end of a personal grudge, and he used far too much destructive force. Uraraka lost focus halfway through, and was only a help to Midoriya when they were trying to escape Bakugo at first. As for Midoriya, I could see that he was acting at least partially on a grudge as well, and his last move was far too reckless and self-damaging. Iida formed an actual counter-strategy and envisioned what the situation would really be like. He was only caught off guard at the very end. Tenya was genuinely touched by Momo's words. She said it better than I could have, All Might thought, raising a shaking thumbs up. I'd also add that Iida was a bit too stiff, but that's right. We have to start at the bottom and work our way up. Momo said in encouragement to Katsuki and Ochako. If we don't cheer each other on, we'll never be top heroes. All right, next up is Team B as the heroes and Team I as the villains. All Might announced. Please, take your starting positions. All Might sensei. Ochako said, approaching the number 1 hero. May I be excused, I want to go check up on Deku. Sorry Uraraka, but no. You must learn from watching others. He placed his large hand on her shoulder. Don't worry too much about young Midoriya. Recovery Girl will have him all better in no time, but he'll probably be unconscious for a while. Just focus on the exercise. Okay, she said quietly, walking back to stand with Iida as they watched the other teams. Katsuki stood in the far back. He couldn't stand to be too close to anyone else right then. He didn't know how Izuku was so strong, and it pissed him off. Ever since he realized how special he was, Katsuki wasn't supposed to have any more obstacles. He pushed others out of his way because he was supposed to be the best. Now that Izuku, the one who was lowest on his pecking order, was F******ing beating him, what did that mean about him? Was he weak? He shook that thought from his head. No, it just proved his point. Izuku was a liar, not a damn hero. And Katsuki wasn't planning on lagging behind. But as he watched Shoto freeze the entire F******ing building and leisurely stroll in, he got even more frustrated. How could he be this far from first place? He was supposed to be the best, a prodigy. Yet now, he felt no more than mediocre in comparison. While everyone else fawned over Shoto's power, Katsuki just became more removed from it all. His whole world, which was only standing on a few last supports, was finally beginning to crash down. Ochako couldn't focus as much as she knew she should. All of her classmates, possibly future friends, were giving it their all. She had no doubt that they were inspired by Izuku's impressive resolve. She was inspired too, but she was more terrified that he'd overdone it. Despite All Might's assurances, she just couldn't stop worrying about him. It didn't help that her hands were covered with his blood. Well done, everyone, All Might announced after everyone had finished the exercise. We had no serious injuries aside from Midoriya's. Ochako frowned and scrunched up her face as he said that, while Katsuki scoffed. Your teamwork was great. You all did fantastically, considering this was your first training exercise. And as a transfer student, young Shinso surprised us all, I'm sure. Hitoshi just nodded his head in response. Now, I'm off to give Midoriya his evaluation. Change out of your costumes, then head back to the classroom. All Might felt himself reaching the end of his time limit, so he sped away as fast as he could. Looking back, he saw Katsuki's distant eyes. The most inflated egos are also the most fragile. As his teacher, I'll have to counsel him. But for now, Shit, I only have enough time to barely make it through a class. This kid knows about you, Toshinori. Recovery girl asked the skeletal man after he entered the nurse's office to talk to Izuku. Mostly, Toshinori sighed, wiping blood from his mouth. He looked at Izuku's bandaged and unconscious form, grimacing a bit. If that's the case, then I assume you're considering giving it to him. Yes, he truly has a hero's heart, a great attitude, and an amazing quirk to boot. If that's the case, then maybe you should take a bit more responsibility with him. She scolded. My apologies. Apologize to him, not me. Seriously, what did he even do? A concussion, cracked skull, broken arm, and more than too many third-degree burns. Added onto his blood loss and general fatigue, I was barely able to do anything more than basic first aid. If I use my quirk on him right now, he'll die of exhaustion. I understand, Toshinori sighed, sitting back in one of the chairs against the wall. I'll be more careful in guiding my students. Especially him. Good, because I don't want him back here anytime soon. Recovery girl stated with finality. While Class 1A was walking back to their classroom from the locker rooms, Ochako started to drift from the group, hoping to get an opening to slip away to visit the nurse's office. Where are you going, Uraraka? Tenya asked, noticing her movement. I was going to go check on Deku, she admitted. All Might said not to worry, Tenya assured her. Besides, he's being given his evaluation right now. You shouldn't interrupt. I'm worried. Okay, he'll be fine. Truth be told, I'm also worried, but I have faith that he'll be fine. If he isn't back by the end of class, then you can visit him. Fine, she conceded, following the rest of the class. The basic hero training was close to the end of the school day, but the small amount of time they had left in their day seemed endless to both Ochako and Katsuki for completely different reasons. While Ochako was worrying about Izuku, who hadn't returned from Recovery Girl's office yet, Katsuki was questioning his very self. Everything he knew about himself, Izuku, the strength of his quirk in comparison to others. It made no sense to him anymore. Eventually though, the day ended for both of them. Katsuki immediately got up to leave once it did, not wanting to interact with anybody. Ochako started packing up her books, wanting to visit Izuku as soon as possible. Suddenly, a blond boy with a black streak in his hair walked up to her. Hey, you're Uraraka, right? He asked, slouching a bit with his hands in his pockets and a confident grin on his face. Ochako looked at him, not paying too much attention because she really wanted to get out of there and find Izuku. Yeah, who are you? I'm Denki Kaminari, he said, grinning lopsidedly. I was wondering if you'd like to grab a bite to eat sometime. What do you like to eat? Well, there was this good restaurant that Deku brought me to. We also went to a mochi shop that was good. See, Denki sighed disappointedly. Who's this Deku? Sorry, I meant Midoriya, she clarified, still too distracted by her worry for Izuku to notice what Denki was on about. The one that was on Tima with you. Denki exclaimed. He got first on the entrance exam and in Aizawa's test, right? Yeah, he did, Ochako said, smiling. He was pretty amazing, wasn't he? Denki started walking away, saying, Dude, I'm not stepping in on that guy's territory, no way. Territory, Ochako muttered, still not understanding what he meant. Izuku was approaching the classroom, finally. After being lectured by Recovery Girl and receiving an evaluation by All Might for his performance in the exercise, he was sent back at the very end of the school day. His right arm was in a sling, his left was wrapped in bandages because of the burns, and his head was also thoroughly wrapped with gauze. He felt so lightheaded that he had to use the wall for support as he walked. He had been thinking about a lot of things during his slow walk back to 1A. Some old memories resurfaced, probably because of what Ochako had asked him earlier. Do you regret what happened between you two? Izuku expected to feel triumphant after beating his longtime foe, but he felt a little empty, somber. There was some guilt there. What, are you looking down on me out something? Did you cheat? Or did you just pretend that your damn quirk was worthless all these years, and laugh while I bought it? Katsuki was right. Even if it wasn't the whole truth, Izuku realized that Katsuki was right. Were you really hiding your quirk's strength this whole time? You never showed this kind of control before. You never fought back, and you expect me to believe that your quirk was this strong the whole time? That. Why the didn't you ever fight back? Izuku realized that Katsuki was right all along. It was the kind of revelation that felt akin to working out an extremely long math problem, only to realize that he made a mistake in the very beginning. It was both relieving and frustrating. Katsuki wasn't going to go out of his way to show Izuku any respect, no matter how much the green teen impressed him. Katsuki was just stubborn in that way, and Izuku didn't blame him. He knew about Katsuki's rough household, and how disagreeable his mother could be, and he was sure that the Beyond had grown this way as some sort of defense mechanism. Izuku had tried to prove himself to Katsuki, but he needed to work things out more directly. He needed to speak to his old friend as soon as he got back to class. But when he opened the door to the classroom, he was assaulted by the 4 people closest to the entrance. "Oh, Midoriya is back," the one with sharp red hair said, smiling with his fang teeth. "I don't know what you guys said in there, but that was a super manly battle." "Nice dodging," the pink girl with yellow horns chimed in. "You got all of us super pumped up," a large boy with thick lips said. "I'm Eijiro Kirishima, we were just talking about the battle training." "I'm Mina Ashido, you dodge really well." "I'm Suyu Asui, you can just call me Suyu." "I'm Sato." The sudden attention combined with his lightheadedness ended up being a bit too much for Izuku. He was about to fall back when Ochako finally broke through the crowd and grabbed him. "Deku," she cried, gripping his shoulders tightly and looking up and down his body. "Are you okay? Why are you still all beat up? Didn't recovery girl heal you?" Izuku looked around the room. "Where's Kachan?" "He left right when the bell rang," Ochako said. "Now, are you okay?" "Yeah, just some scratches," Izuku said quickly, turning to the door. "I have to go, sorry." Leaning on the wall, Izuku walked as quickly as he could to the front of the school. Luckily for him, Katsuki was sluggish today and was still in front of the school's blue entry arch when Izuku got outside. He stumbled after him until he got into comfortable shouting distance. "Kachan," he yelled, gripping one of the light poles for support. Katsuki stopped at the familiar voice and slowly turned to look at Izuku. "The F*** do you want?" he asked after a few seconds. I've been such an idiot, haven't I?" Izuku sighed, looking down at the ground and still gripping the pole. "I'm so stupid." "Yeah, I know," Katsuki said, lowering his glare at Izuku. "What the F*** is new?" I'm sorry, for everything," Izuku said, starting to take more steps towards the next pole that was closer to Katsuki. "You're sorry?" Katsuki's eyes widened. "Yeah, you were right. I've been lying to you, and looking down on you. I didn't even realize it, but I was. That's not what a hero does. Not at all." Katsuki stayed silent. It was something that Uraraka said earlier that got me thinking, but... I regret everything that's happened between us. We used to be such good friends, Kachan. But I was jealous of you. You were so good at everything, and then you even got an amazing quirk. And when I got mine, I hoped, just for a second, that you might accept me again. When nothing changed I started to hate you, but I didn't hate you. I never hated you, and I still don't. I hated the way you thought of me. I thought that I hated you, so I just got angrier and angrier, and I came up with some stupid idea that I would train in secret and then surpass you, like some kind of stupid comic book. My quirk got stronger naturally as I grew up, plus the training I put myself through. Really, you're the reason I pushed myself to get better. But now, I don't want things to stay the way they are, so. Thank you for pushing me to be better. I'm sorry for lying to you, and please, forgive all of these years of my being stupid." Katsuki's eyes were wide, his mouth agape. He couldn't believe what he had just heard. His entire world, which had already started crumbling down, suddenly found a couple more pillars. One was something very familiar. Deku was a piece of shit, yada yada, except now he was admitting it. He was manning up and taking the blame for the shit he had done by lying all those years. Not only that, but he was thanking the Bion for his strength. Of course, King Deku couldn't have gotten this strong on his own. The other pillar was something much older, something that Katsuki had almost forgotten. It was merely an echo of a memory, but it was connected to where he was now. He was being offered a hand by Deku. Before, he'd smack it away and say he didn't need help. Hell, he still didn't need it. But after what he had witnessed that day, Katsuki was going to take every opportunity he could to better himself, whether he needed to or not. What the actual F***? Katsuki chuckled. Damn right you're sorry. Listen, King Deku, I'll accept your apology if it makes you feel better. As long as you know that you were in the wrong. I'll go with it, Izuku sighed inwardly. You said that I pushed you to get better. Katsuki smiled an odd-looking grin as his eyes widened. As if I'd fall behind either. And that icy bastard, too, I'll surpass him. Enjoy your win, because it ain't happening again. I'm coming with everything I got. Katsuki turned back around to walk home, before pausing and glancing back at Izuku. I'm not here to play at being friends. We're competitors, Deku, and I'll kill you if you don't give me everything you have. Suddenly, All Might zoomed past the still woozy Izuku, almost knocking him over, and stopped next to Katsuki, placing his hand firmly on his shoulder. Young Bakugo, All Might exclaimed, self-respect is important, and you've got tons of it. And believe me when I say that you have the makings of a great pro hero. All you need to do is get the F*** off of me, All Might. Katsuki shouted, suddenly back to his usual self. I can't F*** move. All Might gasped, realizing he had been putting more pressure on the team's shoulder than he had meant to. Katsuki glared up at All Might with the same grin he had just shown Izuku. And it goes without saying that I'll surpass you too, as the #1 hero. He's back, All Might realized, letting Katsuki walk away. All Might glanced down at Izuku. Man, being a teacher sure is tough. Ahahaha. Hey, Deku, Ochako said from right behind Izuku, startling him. Yeah, Uraraka, he stuttered, wondering how much she heard. That's not what I meant when I asked if you regretted what happened. He deserves a good punch to the throat for everything he's done. She exclaimed, shaking his shoulders. A moment passed before she reverted to her previous state of panic. Seriously, why didn't Recovery Girl heal you? Is it permanent? As Izuku explained that he was too fatigued to be healed to Ochako, All Might let out another hearty laugh. Yes, things seem to be going well for Class 1A. They seem to be going very well indeed. And at the end of that exchange, there was a word that permeated the air, despite the fact that nobody said it. Maybe the word wasn't on their minds specifically, but its meaning perfectly described the massive change that had just taken place. Izuku and Katsuki both finally realized how to become better heroes. Rivalry. Next up, All Might announced, picking 2 new balls from the boxes, Team G will be the heroes, and Team C will be the villains. Hitoshi stood up and looked to Momo, who nodded at him. They followed All Might out to the building they'd be using along with Team G, which consisted of Denki Kaminari and Kyoka Jiro. Hitoshi was pretty good at reading people. He needed to be if his quirk would be useful. And he tried to keep a pretty good eye on the other students, since he didn't know who he would end up against. He had a pretty good read on Kyoka. She was slightly reserved, but didn't seem to be a loner. Likely she wasn't used to her classmates yet. Most of her commentary was teasing her teammate Denki Kaminari, but when she did talk about the matches, her comments were always somewhat insightful. She seemed decently smart. Denki was an odd one though. He was pretty loud and talkative, but half of his comments were completely stupid while the other half were actually insightful. He carried himself like a class clown, but also seemed to be watchful and observant. Hitoshi would be careful around him. Here you are, All Might said, handing a roll of capture tape to each of the students. Then he gave a floor plan to Hitoshi and Momo, marked with the bomb's location. Go prepare your defenses, young ones. You may move the weapon if you wish. You have 5 minutes. Hitoshi and Momo nodded, before walking into the building. I'm Hitoshi Shinso, the boy told Momo as they began walking towards the stairs. Momo Yaoyorozu, she responded. As they reached the stairs, she continued, you were added to the class late, so we don't know each other's quirks. Mine is creation. I can make any non-living object from the fat in my body, as long as I understand the object's makeup. It takes some time to make larger ones though. That's useful, Hitoshi said, glancing at his partner. Her costume seemed to be designed to show as much skin as possible. What's your quirk? Momo asked after a moment of silence, arching an eyebrow. Mind control, Hitoshi said, looking away. He was sure she'd be cautious of him. I ask a question, and I can control anyone who answers me. Really? Momo asked, eyes widening. That could be really useful in capturing them. But it's troublesome against more than one person, the purple-haired teen sighed, looking back at her. She didn't seem scared, which was good. It isn't likely that they'd both answer one of my questions, and it only takes a small bump to snap someone out of it. We need to separate them. Not necessarily, Momo said. You only need to control one long enough to get the capture tape around them. And what do you know about their quirks? Hitoshi asked. When Momo eyed him cautiously, he sighed, don't worry, I won't use it on you. The blonde one, Kaminari I think, has some sort of electricity-based quirk. I don't know exactly what he can do, but it didn't seem to help him too much in the physical assessment we did. As for Jiro, I can conjecture that she probably has some sort of special hearing ability linked with those earphone jacks. And on her hero costume, she has plugs and speakers on her legs. She must have some sound-based abilities. You figured all that? Hitoshi asked. Impressive analysis. Thank you, Momo said. But we should come up with a plan. Can you use your quirk to make motion detectors? Hitoshi asked. And a receiver to know if they're tripped? I can, Momo replied. I can make them pretty small. Good, that can help us prepare for when they find us, he said. What about traps? I can, but my knowledge is a bit limited on that, she admitted. Basic tripwires, pressure switches and the like. I could set up a net launcher. Good. Hitoshi glanced down at the map one more time. The bomb is in a fine spot, so let's set up defenses around the perimeter. Then we get to the bomb. Agreed. Yes, that sounds like a good plan. They began moving around, placing traps all around the bomb's room. Hitoshi picked out places on the map and led Momo, while she focused on creating traps and motion sensors. The two of them seemed to have a similar sense of strategy, and they agreed on the placement of most of the devices. They moved quickly to place them because of the 5-minute preparation time limit, before retreating to the room with the objective. Momo grabbed one of the metal barrels in the room and created a laptop to receive the motion detectors, signals, before thoroughly barricading the door and the windows with both wood and metal braces. Indoor anti-personnel battle training start. That's that, Hitoshi sighed, leaning against one of the pillars in the room. We've prepared well, don't you think so, Yaoyorozu? Yes, Momo agreed, watching her screen intently. She turned to her partner. Do you have experience with hand-to-hand combat, Shinso? No, I've never needed it, he said. If they do get in, all I have is my quirk. Well, I have been trained, she said, slowly generating a metal staff from one hand and a shield from the other. So we're well prepared even if they do get to us, Hitoshi grinned. You're a good partner to get. You are too, she smiled back at him. You're smart, and you have a useful quirk. Useful. Hitoshi looked up, leaning his head back against the pillar and considering it for a moment. I suppose so. Momo looked at him sideways at that reaction, but didn't press whatever was on her mind. She must have been attempting to be nice, but Hitoshi knew how others saw his quirk. Even he saw it as an evil power. A few minutes passed, and none of the sensors had been tripped. It made Hitoshi uneasy, and Momo seemed unnerved as well. If the hero team fell into a trap, then the sensors were placed in a way that would make them go off. And even if they got past the traps, the sensors should have been unavoidable. A single movement would send a signal straight to Momo's receiver. There's no way to get here without setting off at least one of the sensors, Momo sighed, scratching her head. Maybe they're just completely off track. Maybe, Hitoshi pondered. Probably not, though. Suddenly, the door to the room shined and flashed with a bright golden electricity. It stopped after persisting for a while. Then, a vibrating sound caused the door to start shaking. Eventually, the wooden braces shattered, and then it wasn't too long until the metal crumpled and snapped. The door was then kicked down by Kyoka, with Denki standing alongside her. "Hey villains," the blonde boy shouted, his arms crossed. "We aren't going to let you destroy this city." "Geez, you don't need to play it up so much," Kyoka sighed. The heroes," Momo yelled, confused as to how they got there. "Heroes, how did you get past the sensors?" Hitoshi asked, quick to put Plan B into action. "I'm not into explaining this stuff," Denki whispered to Kyoka. "Do you wanna explain it, or should I go straight ahead and fry 'em?" "Well, we're supposed to play a part, right? Besides, they're our classmates. Might as well let them know a bit about our quirks going forward," Kyoka replied. "Fair enough. I'll answer your question, villain," the earphone jack girl announced. "With my earphone jacks, I'm able to listen this entire building." She stabbed one of her jacks into the floor to demonstrate. "I was able to pick out your location, but also any anomalies in the building's normally smooth interior. As for your sensors, the walls in this building, luckily, can conduct electricity fairly well. Lightning Bolt here was able to overload them from afar." "Lightning Bolt," Denki exclaimed. I see, Hitoshi said, finally activating his quirk on Jiro. "Now, Yaoyorozu." Momo jumped forward to cut Denki off from Kyoka as Hitoshi ran to tie her arm up with the capture tape. Denki took 2 hits from the metal staff before he grabbed it and sent a shock through it, knocking the creation user back. It was too late though, as Kyoka was captured before her partner could do anything. "Kyoka Jiro has been captured by the villain team," All Might yelled over the earpieces. "What?" Denki exclaimed. "Not cool bro, it's over for you, don't you agree?" Hitoshi yelled at Denki. He had gotten good at phrasing many things as questions over the years. "No way," Denki shouted with a grin. "I won't just let the villains win. Sorry about this Jiro, but..." Indiscriminate shock. 1.3 mil. Suddenly, the B***'s body froze in place, caught by Hitoshi's quirk. The purple-haired hero in training strolled over to him and wrapped his arm with the capture tape, making his and Momo's victory official. "The villain team wins," All Might announced. Momo, who seemed dizzy from the electric shock she had received, got up from the floor shakily, rubbing the side of her head. She looked up and met Hitoshi's eyes, flashing a smile at him. He was relieved that she was fine, and proceeded to release both of his opponents from his quirk. What happened?" Denki asked, rubbing his head. Kyoka was similarly confused as to their situation. "You guys lost," Hitoshi sighed with a grin as he and Momo walked out past them. "Come on, let's get our evaluations." After the first full day of school at UA, it was finally announced to the nation that All Might was a teacher at the prestigious school. The news shook the country to its core, as many were conflicted about the thought that he wouldn't be at his agency in Tokyo anymore. News anchors were gathered outside of UA's entrance the next morning, asking students and teachers for interviews as they passed. "Excuse me, what's it like to learn from All Might?" a reporter asked Izuku, who still had his arm in a sling and bandages on his head and other arm. "Wait, aren't you that kid from the sludge incident?" I'm sorry, but I'm due at the nurse's office right now," he explained rapidly, slipping through the crowd. "What does the symbol of peace look like in front of the classroom?" another reporter asked Ochako as she arrived. Well, she put up her arms in a bicep flexing pose. "He's real muscly, yeah." "What do you think of All Might the teacher?" one asked Tenya. Tenya began a complex explanation of what All Might was like as a teacher and how he felt about it. The reporter thought the speech was probably pre-prepared, but it really wasn't. "When All Might is," a reporter started to ask Katsuki, before recognizing him. You're the kid from the sludge incident. Off. Katsuki spat before walking through UA's entry arch. Aizawa walked out to the reporters, glancing around at them with an annoyed look on his face. "Does all am I? You're a mess," one reporter exclaimed at the sight of the 1A homeroom teacher. "Who are you, anyway?" "All Might is off today," Aizawa said tiredly. He shooed them with his hand. "You're disturbing our classes, so please leave." The reporters kept shouting questions after him, but one of them got too close and activated the UA barrier. That shut them up, and Aizawa was more than happy to have the peace and quiet. When 1A, including the healed Izuku, began class, Aizawa took out a stack of papers. "Good job with yesterday's battle training," he said to the class, who were surprised to hear the positive sentiment come from him. "I looked over your grades and evaluations. Bakugo, grow up already. Stop wasting your talent." "Yes sir," Katsuki replied with a smirk. "And Midoriya, I heard you destroyed your body," he continued, causing Izuku to grimace and look down at the desk. "It's good to be determined, but if you get that kind of injury in a real situation, you'll be there one who needs to be saved. Be more careful." "Yes sir," Izuku sighed quietly, aware of a few eyes on him. "Now, onto homeroom business," Aizawa sighed. "Sorry for announcing this so suddenly, but today." The whole class felt Aizawa's presence looming over them, and they feared that it would be another tough assessment. "You'll be picking a class president. That's such a normal school thing," multiple people said in unison. The class exploded with people raising their hands and shouting that they'd like to be picked. Even Katsuki raised his hand, a look of furious competition in his eyes. Izuku held his hand up too, but not quite as high as anyone else. In a normal high school, the position of class president holds no purpose other than some mundane tasks, so few people want to do it. But, in a hero course, it signifies the leader of the group. It's truly a position for a top hero in training. Suddenly, Tenya called out to the class, "Quiet down. Leading the group is a position of great renown, but willingness doesn't equate directly to ability. This sacred office requires the trust of its constituents. If this is to be democratic, then I put forward the motion that we must choose by election. This is a classroom, not Congress. We haven't known each other long enough to build any trust yet, though. Besides, everyone will just vote for themselves." "That's precisely why," Tenya said. "Anyone with multiple votes is best suited for the position. Sensei, will you allow this?" "I don't care, as long as you do it quickly and quietly," Aizawa sighed as he got back into his yellow sleeping bag. With that approval, the students began voting. Tenya had a dilemma. While he wanted to be the class president, he also believed in the democratic process and wanted to vote for someone else. He was stuck between Izuku, because of his genuine kindness and good split-second decision-making, and Momo, because of the way she broke down the battle training. In the end, he chose Momo. He would have chosen Izuku if the green-haired boy had actually realized the true nature of the practical exam, but he'd told Tenya that that wasn't the case. Even that honesty and integrity was a good reason to pick him, but he felt that Momo seemed slightly better suited to the position with her analytical skills. In the end, when the results were tallied, Momo won with 3 votes, and Izuku followed with 2. The rest of the class had 1 vote or 0. Momo didn't seem too surprised, although she was pleased, while Izuku was freaking out. "I got 2, he said, smiling and wondering who gave him their vote. "Who the F*** voted for Deku?" Katsuki said sharply, looking at the rest of the class before resting his glare on Ochako, who was looking away and whistling. "Round face. Awawafut," she exclaimed, putting up her arms defensively. Tenya slammed his fist on his desk. 0 votes. I thought as much. This is the harsh reality of this sacred office. "So you voted for someone else?" Momo asked, realizing that she and Izuku were the only 2 with multiple votes. Rikido looked at Tenya questioningly. "You were the one who called for an election. What did you even want, Iida?" "Fine then," Aizawa said, standing up out of his sleeping bag. "Your president is Yaoyorozu, and the vice president is Midoriya." Momo looked at Izuku. He seemed a bit nervous, but he held it together pretty well. He wouldn't be her first choice as a class vice president, but he wasn't too bad either. That day during lunch, Izuku, Ochako, and Tenya once again sat together. Izuku was still surprised by the sheer volume of students at UA. The hero courses, general ed courses, business courses, and support courses made the cafeteria much louder than the one at his old middle school, but he could still comfortably hear Ochako, who sat right next to him, and Tenya, who sat across from them. This rice is tasty. Ochako sighed in comfort. I know I'm just the vice president and not the actual class president, Izuku sighed, but I'm still a bit worried that I'm not up to it. You'll do fine, Ochako said supportively. Midoriya, your grit and decisiveness in a pinch shows that you are perfectly suited for the role, Tenya said decisively. Really, you were my second choice for president. Does that mean that you voted for Yaoyorozu? Izuku asked, and Tenya nodded his head in reply. But didn't you want to be the president, Iida? Ochako asked. You have glasses and everything. Like I said earlier, ambition and suitability are different matters, Tenya explained, taking a sip of orange juice. I humbly made the choice that I felt was correct. Iida, the way you talk, Ochako giggled. Are you a rich kid? A rich kid, Izuku exclaimed, looking at Ochako. He was surprised by her bluntness. I don't like people to know, so I try to hide it, but... Tenya paused dramatically. Yes, I am the second son of a renowned hero family. Whoa, Ochako exclaimed. Cool, Izuku said at the same time. Have you heard of the turbo hero Ingenium? Tenya asked. Of course, Izuku said excitedly, letting his nerd side show a little bit. He has 65 sidekicks at his own office in Tokyo. You are very well informed, Tenya said, shocked at his friend's quick recollection of those facts. He pushed up his glasses as he explained, well, you see, I am his younger brother. Wow, he's so frank about it, Ochako observed. He leads people with absolute adherence to the rules, and is a truly beloved hero. It is my admiration for my brother that inspired my own determination to become a hero. Tenya smiled and looked at his friends. Although, I realize that I am not ready to lead anyone yet. That's why that role should rightfully go to Yaoyorozu or you, Midoriya, as superior candidates. Ochako and Izuku stared at Tenya for a moment, shocked and with their mouths agape. Izuku slowly smiled back, while Ochako stayed mystified. Never seen you smile before, Iida, Ochako said, still reeling from the shock of his smiling face. Tenya seemed genuinely shocked. I do smile on occasion. Izuku realized that Tenya was inspired by his brother in the same way that he himself was inspired by All Might. He felt a little bit closer to his friend now, like they had another thing in common. Vree. Suddenly, the school's alarm began blaring, overpowering the voices that filled the cafeteria. Ochako spit up some of the rice she had been eating in surprise. The alarm, Izuku shouted. Security level 3 has been broken, a robotic voice recording notified over the loudspeaker. All students, please evacuate in an orderly fashion. Excuse me, but what is level 3? Tenya asked an older student nearby. It means someone breached the campus. He shouted back. It hasn't happened in my 3 years here. Just get out of here. As the trio of first years began to stand up, they were forcefully swept into the sea of students erupting in panic. A quick response to danger. Tenya pointed out loudly. I'd expect no less from such an esteemed institution. Maybe too quick, Izuku yelled back. Everyone is panicking. Suddenly, someone shouldered their way between the trio, separating Tenya from Izuku and Ochako. Midoriya, Uraraka, Tenya called, reaching out. Izuku and Ochako both also called for him and reached, but failed to grab him before he was swallowed by the crowd. The two of them tried their best to stay together, but they also eventually got separated by the crowd. Now alone, Izuku tried his best to analyze the situation. Suddenly though, through the crowd, Izuku saw a few students on the ground getting trampled, and he realized that the panic was only going to make everything worse and get people hurt. Without hesitating, he used his quirk to jump up and hold himself in midair. He couldn't do it for very long, so he knew he had to calm the crowd down quickly. Calm down, he shouted over everyone, prompting most of the students to look up at him. You're trampling over other people in your panic. Calm down, or you'll just get other people hurt. Behave like you're at UA. Everyone looked up at him for a moment, before Tenya shouted out from the crowd, "Besides, look outside. It's just the media." Izuku followed the sound of Tenya's voice and saw his friend's arm shooting straight up from next to the window. And outside of that window, no doubt, was the press inside of the walls of UA. "Why yeah, so stop panicking," Izuku said a little quieter, realizing what he had just done and blushing profusely before lowering back into the crowd. "That was awesome, Deku," Ochako gushed as they met again at the classroom. "You got everyone to stop panicking." "Ah, no it wasn't," he said, looking away and rubbing the back of his neck. "I'm really embarrassed that I did that." "What are you talking about?" Tenya said, chopping his arms at the Class 1A vice president. "You took the lead and kept calm in what could have been a crisis situation." "Ah, if only I could change my vote for class president." Tenya clenched his fist, looking up and crying tears of pride for his friend. Really, it was just in the spur of the moment, Izuku started before being cut off by Eijiro. "That's exactly what makes it so damn manly," he said, clenching his own fist and tearing up in a fashion similar to Tenya. "Everyone, please quiet down," Aizawa droned as he entered the room. "Dealing with those reporters was tiring, so please give me a break." He stepped into his sleeping bag and zipped it up. "Yaoyorozu, Midoriya, you two pick the other student council members and let me relax." The next day came, and everything was back to normal. The press was no longer hounding the school thanks to police intervention, there were no break-ins, and everything seemed to be normal. Eventually it came time for basic hero training once again, and Aizawa stood at the front of the classroom. "This time, All Might, myself, and one other pro will supervise," Aizawa sighed, slouching back slightly with his hands in his pockets. "So it's a special class," Izuku muttered before receiving a glare from Katsuki. Hantashiro, who sat next to Izuku, raised his hand, asking, what are we doing, exactly?" "Preparing you for disaster relief, like fires or floods," Aizawa droned as he held up a card labeled, RESCUE. "It's rescue training." "Ooh, sounds like another rough day," Denki said with a grin. "Totally, right," Mina agreed excitedly. "This is what being a hero is all about," Eijiro exclaimed, leaning forward into their conversation. "I'm getting all pumped. I'd be perfect in a flood, hero," Tsuyu said offhandedly. "I'm not done yet," Aizawa said pointedly, glaring at the talkers who snapped to attention. "You can decide whether you want to wear your costumes, since they might not be well suited for this kind of activity. The training site is a bit remote, so we'll be getting there by bus. Now, get ready." Izuku started to get excited. This would be where he could finally start on his way to becoming a hero that could save people. He was determined to put in all of his effort. Unfortunately though, his hero costume hadn't yet been fully repaired. He had knee and elbow guards, gloves, his belt, and a new mouth guard, but he had to wear his gym clothes under it all instead of his green jumpsuit. As the guys were about to leave the boys' locker room, Izuku glanced over and happened to notice that Hitoshi had already gotten his hero costume, though he had only transferred in a few days ago. He wore a black jumpsuit, and had gloves that went up to his elbows and boots going up to his knees, both lavender similarly to his hair. He had a black utility belt that was barely noticeable against his jumpsuit, and he was currently donning a lavender cloak with a black stripe going down the back. The cloak actually covered most of the rest of his costume, and it hugged his body in an odd way so that it wouldn't hinder his movement. The black stripe led up to an extra piece of fabric at the top that could be used to cover the lower half of his face, and there was a small pull string there. Izuku had no real guess as to what it might do. "Hey Shinso," Izuku called as he walked over. "Nice costume. I like the cloak." "Thanks," Hitoshi said, looking over Izuku's own outfit. "They haven't gotten you a new green jumpsuit yet." "No, they haven't finished repairing it yet," Izuku explained as they started to walk out of the locker room. "Hey, I didn't get to see you during the battle training and I've been meaning to ask, but what's your quirk?" Hitoshi gave Izuku a confused look for a moment, although he looked bored more than anything thanks to the perpetual bags he had under his eyes, before grinning a bit. I'll keep that to myself for now. If you want, I guess. Izuku sighed disappointedly. Hey Deku, Ochako called as she ran over, wearing her hero outfit except for her helmet. Where's your costume? The jumpsuit didn't survive the battle training, so the school's support company is fixing it, Izuku said, before tugging on his mouth guard. I still have the rest though. That's a different face mask, right? She asked, noticing that it had a solid white line instead of the teeth-like pattern of the other one. Yeah, most of these are actually replacement gear, Izuku said with a sheepish chuckle. Ochako leaned forward and looked past Izuku at Hitoshi, saying, I like your costume, Shinso. Thanks, he replied without looking over at her. Come on everyone, Momo called out from the next to the bus. Let's line up and get onto the bus in an orderly fashion. It was the kind of bus with seats facing forward in the back, a section of seats in the middle that faced each other, and then a couple seats at the very front that faced forward. Izuku sat in the middle area, with Ochako on one side of him and Tsuyu on the other. On the other side of the frog girl sat Eijiro, while the opposite side of the bus held Denki, Yuga, Mina, and Momo. Hey Midoriya, Tsuyu said, turning her oddly blank face towards Izuku. I generally say what's on my mind. Oh, what is it, Asui? Izuku asked, looking at her from the corner of his eye. Call me Tsuyu, she reminded him. What's your quirk? I've been thinking, but I can't figure it out. Now that you mention it, me too, Eijiro agreed. You launched that ball super far, so I thought that it might be super strength or something, but then you pretty much flew during the quirk assessment. Oh, it's telekinesis, Izuku explained. I can use it on pretty much anything as long as it's not too heavy, even myself. But it's hard to use it on a person if they struggle against it. Telekinesis, Mina mused. Isn't that the ability to move things with your mind? How were you able to launch the ball that far though? Denki asked. Well, the strength of my telekinesis depends on the weight of the object, Izuku said. I could push something small like the ball really fast. The range that I could push it was pretty far too, so I didn't even let go of it until almost halfway through the ball's flight. If it depends on the weight, then how did you move so fast when you were escaping Bakugo? Momo asked. It seemed like you were going about the same speed as the ball. Katsuki, who was sitting in the front of the forward seating section, leaned forward. He was plenty interested in the tricks of his childhood friend's quirk. It's because of my quirk, zero gravity. Ochako said proudly. I can make things weightless. If my math is right, then, assuming the relationship between weight and effectiveness is a ratio, that means that you can move weightless things at infinity meters per second. Momo exclaimed. That's pretty much teleporting. Except for going through walls, Izuku laughed sheepishly. And wind resistance alone would probably incinerate anything going that fast. Also, my quirk has a weight limit of a couple tons, Ochako added. Still, imagine being able to launch a 2-ton chunk of debris faster than a bullet. Eijiro exclaimed. That's so damn manly. You two should become a hero duo when you go pro. Hero, Tsuyu said, placing her index finger on her chin. You guys would go up in the ratings super fast with moves like that, Eijiro said. It's way better than my hardening. Eijiro's arm became rigid and sharp-looking in demonstration. It's good in a fight, but it's pretty boring. I don't think it's boring, Izuku said, looking at Eijiro's arm intently. It's more than good enough if you want to go pro. Pros need popular appeal too, not just a strong quirk, Yuga said, flashing a smile. My naval laser is both strong and flashy. If you don't destroy your stomach in the middle of a fight, Mina giggled, much to Yuga's discomfort. You wanna talk strong and cool. That'd be Todoroki and Bakugo. But Bakugo won't ever be popular, Tsuyu said nonchalantly. He's too unhinged. The F*** did you say, frog face? Katsuki shouted. Tsuyu turned to Izuku. See, Denki grinned, saying, but I'd bet Midoriya and Uraraka would be real popular as a hero duo. They look pretty cute together, don't you guys think so? While the others present nodded their heads in agreement, Izuku and Ochako both started blushing profusely. Katsuki, who knew that Izuku and Ochako weren't dating, burst out laughing at Izuku's red face. "What's so funny?" Denki asked him, unaware of the effects of his comment. "Deku and round face aren't ******ing dating. Ahahaha." He started laughing again when he saw their ripe tomato faces and pointed at them. "Wah wah 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 wah." Ochako stuttered, covering her red face and scooting away from Izuku all the way against the armrest. Izuku also scooted slightly closer to Tsuyu with one hand on his face, but he seemed to be handling it a little bit better than Ochako. Sorry." Denki laughed uncomfortably. I just assumed since, you two seem really close." "Really? I thought so too," Mina agreed, nodding her head. "I mean, you guys didn't hold hands or make out or anything, but you do seem close." Both Ochako and Izuku shrunk in on themselves a little bit more. "Ashido," Momo scolded, "that only made it worse." "Well, I guess if that's the case," Mina grinned and looked at Izuku, who was just barely cognizant enough of himself to look back at her through his hand. "Midoriya, you're single," she winked at him. What?" Izuku squeaked, looking up from his hand. Ochako looked up a little and glared at Mina, while Katsuki keeled over in his seat from laughter. "I'm just kidding, geez." Mina laughed, waving her hand at Izuku. "I like you guys, you're fun to mess with." "That's cruel, Ashido, hero," Tsuyu commented, still retaining her blank face. "Yeah man," Eijiro said, barely holding back his own laughter. "See cruel." Mina glanced over at Ochako, who was still glaring. She gave the gravity girl a wink and a knowing smile, and Ochako instantly reverted to covering her face with her hands. "Can't you guys go 5 minutes without finding something to scream about?" Aizawa called out over the group of kids, who quickly silenced themselves. "We're here." As they walked into the building next to each other, Izuku and Ochako looked everywhere except at each other. Once they were inside though, Izuku quickly saw the facility they were in and forgot about the earlier embarrassment as he took in the sights. There were multiple zones in the building that were each dedicated to a different type of disaster, from landslides to raging fires to hurricanes. "There's the flood zone, landslide zone, conflagration zone, etc., came a voice from in front of the group, who the students soon saw to be the Space Hero 13. "This facility houses training for every disaster and accident you can imagine. I built it myself. It's called the Unforeseen Simulation Joint." "Whoa," Izuku and Ochako both exclaimed. Izuku whispered excitedly, "It's the Space Hero 13. He's a gentleman hero who does his best work in rescue situations." Ochako gushed, "He's my favorite hero." 13, where's All Might?" Aizawa asked, sounding annoyed. "He was supposed to meet us here, right?" "About that, Senpai," 13 said, motioning for Aizawa to get closer. He held up 3 fingers and whispered so that the students wouldn't hear. It seems that he reached his 3-hour time limit earlier today during his commute. He's resting in the break room. Izuku realized from 13's hand gesture that All Might's time limit was probably up. All Might really shouldn't be a teacher if he needs that time to be a hero, he thought. The height of irrationality, Aizawa sighed, shaking his head and turning back towards the students. "Whatever, let's get started. Before we do though, I do have 2 or 3 points, 13 said, facing the students. Or 4, 5, anyway, my quirk is Black Hole. It can beep in and take apart anything. And you've used it to save lots of people in all sorts of disasters." Izuku said while Ochako violently nodded her head next to him. "Indeed, but it is also a power that could easily kill someone." The students all became more solemn as 13 spoke. "In our super-powered society, the use of quirks is heavily restricted and monitored. You may think that this is a stable system, but all it takes is one wrong move with an uncontrollable quirk for someone to die. During Aizawa's fitness test, you all brought out your quirk's potential. During All Might's battle training, you saw the threat that those quirks can pose through your own eyes. This class will show you how to utilize that power to save lives. Your powers aren't meant to inflict harm. I hope you all leave here today understanding that they're there so you can help people. That is all. I thank you for listening." 13 took a bow. "Bravo. Bravu." Tenya applauded. "Wow, 13 is so cool, Deku. Ochako said, looking at her friend. Yeah, really, Izuku agreed, looking back at her. As soon as the two of them made eye contact, they looked away from each other and blushed, remembering their friend's teasing. Great, great, Aizawa sighed. First off, let's. A whooshing sound became apparent from below the class. Aizawa stopped talking and turned to look down the stairs, followed by his students doing the same. A black swirling mist was present in front of the fountain, and it slowly grew as a hand reached out from seemingly nowhere and clutched the edge of it. Soon, it was big enough to see the back of another hand reaching up. A hand with shaggy light blue hair and an agitated bright red eye behind it, glaring at them. Everybody, Aizawa shouted, looking back at his class. Huddle up and don't move. The students gathered together hesitantly, not entirely sure what was going on. They whispered about whether this was real, or just some test from the teachers. Suddenly, the black mist expanded and 10, no, 20, 40, more than 100 people ran out of the darkness, and Aizawa visibly tensed. What are those? Eijiro asked, squinting down at the people. UA employees. More robots like the entrance exam. Don't move, Aizawa shouted, pulling back his scarf and pulling up yellow goggles from the fabric. Fastening the eyewear to his face, he scowled. Those are real villains. Those goggles. Izuku gasped in realization. Aizawa-sensei is the erasure hero, Eraserhead. Eraserhead? Eijiro asked. Never heard of him. I have, Hitoshi said, narrowing his eyes and grinning. He's an underground hero. He doesn't like the attention of media. But those are real villains. Eijiro asked. What villains would be stupid enough to break into UA? Sensei, Momo asked 13, aren't there intruder sensors around the school? Of course there are, 13 said, sounding at a loss. Are they only here, or at the main building too? Shoto asked. Either way, if they can get past the sensors, it has to be one of their quirks that's doing that. Also, this building is far from the campus, and they picked a time when there'd be few people here. They may be smarter than they seem. This attack is too well coordinated for them not to have an objective. Most of the class was shocked by Shoto's analysis, but Izuku had been thinking along the same lines. Aizawa turned back, yelling, 13. Begin evacuation and try calling the school. If one of their quirks is jamming the sensors, it's probably an electric-type quirk causing interference. Kaminari, try using your quirk to signal for help. Got it. Denki confirmed, fiddling with his headset. Sensei, you can't fight them all alone. Izuku said. Against so many, you won't be able to erase all of their quirks. As Eraserhead, your fighting style relies on erasure and quick capture. Head-on fighting isn't. No good hero is a one-trick pony, Midoriya. Eraserhead called back. 13. Take care of the students. Then Aizawa jumped down the stairs, unraveling the cloth around his neck as his hair shot up on end. Izuku saw several villains approach him and then hesitate in confusion, before Aizawa brought the cloth around them and slammed their heads together. He fought hand to hand, and overpowered and outsmarted the stunned villains. He's keeping up even though he's outnumbered. Izuku gasped. Ochako grabbed Izuku's arm and whipped him around, saying, Come on Deku. Time to go. Now isn't the time for analysis, Tenya agreed. We must evacuate. As Izuku turned to evacuate with his classmates, the black mist that was in front of the fountain materialized in between them and the entrance. Izuku wasn't sure, but he thought that the two yellow streaks at the top of the mist resembled some kind of eyes. Sorry, but I can't allow that. A deep, proper-sounding voice announced. Greetings, heroes and heroes-to-be. We are the League of Villains. I apologize for our audacity, but today, we've come to UA, this bastion of heroism, to end the life of All Might, the symbol of peace. For that one moment, his proper tone became a bit darker, before normalizing again. We were under the impression that he'd be here today, but it seems his schedule was revised. No matter. My personal role is not effect. Suddenly, Katsuki and Eijiro jumped up at the mist. Katsuki let an explosion loose against the darkness, followed by a forceful kick from Eijiro. Not if we kill you first. Katsuki snarled. Hey, Eijiro huffed, pointing his thumb up at himself. Betcha didn't see that coming. Well, that was close, the mist chuckled, emerging from the smoke. Although you're only students, you really are the best of the best. It might prove troublesome if you were allowed to stay here. No, get back, 13 shouted, but it was too late. Be gone. The mist rapidly expanded, covering most of the class. Seeing his friends each get swallowed up by the darkness, Izuku quickly turned and reached out to Ochako, shouting, Uraraka. Their hands missed each other, and as Izuku's vision filled with blackness, the last thing he saw was Tenya grabbing Ochako while holding Rikido in his other arm. Izuku felt a cold blast of air hit him as he shut his eyes, and when he opened them, he was falling above the collapsed zone. He looked around and noticed that Mina Ishido and Masharao Ojiro were falling with him. He called out to grab their attention, then used his quirk to maneuver within 15 meters of them both. Before they hit the ground, Izuku was able to slow their fall enough to land safely. Thanks Midoriya, Mina said as she stood up with a bright smile. Yes, I also owe you my thanks, Masharao said, bowing his head. Ah, no need, Izuku said sincerely. We should focus on our current situation right now. Of course, you are right, Masharao said. Well, UA is being invaded by a League of Villains, Mina said, holding her fingers up in air quotes. Totally easy to focus under these conditions. Ishido, this is serious, Izuku said. They knew that All Might should have been here. They somehow knew UA's schedule. They probably used that media invasion yesterday as a cover to get in and get intel. They said they came to kill All Might, Mina recalled. But there's no way, right? Like, he's All Might. Ishido, they wouldn't come here if they didn't think they could beat him, Masharao reasoned. I hate to admit it, but he's right, Izuku agreed. This attack is too organized for them to be that stupid. There you are, a gruff voice shouted at the three students. They looked up and saw a large group of villains walking at them, headed by an emaciated and pale bald man with a scar across his shirtless torso. In fact, his only clothing was a pair of gray shorts with a giant hole on one leg, and he held a machete. Ah ha ha, finally, time to collect our payment. A few young flesh bags to maim. Maim, Mina asked, before chuckling nervously. Aha, how about no? Izuku used his quirk to grab bits of rubble lying around the street they stood on. He launched them at the villains, knocking a few of them out while some managed to dodge. Those remaining ran at the aspiring heroes, only to meet their match in Ojiro. He dodged and countered, holding them back while Izuku pelted them with more debris. They couldn't deal with both of their attacks, and they were all eventually knocked unconscious. Whoa, you two are real cool, Mina exclaimed. Ojiro, you dodge really well. Thank you, Ishido, Masharao said with a nod. That's strange, Izuku muttered. It seemed like they knew about our class, but I guess they aren't as informed as they should be. What do you mean by that? Masharao inquired, quirking an eyebrow. They put me in the collapsed zone, where there's plenty of rubble for me to manipulate. Ooh, so they don't know all of our quirks, Mina inferred. That's my guess, Izuku confirmed. Hey, I think they're over here. A shrill voice squawked nearby as the young students heard footsteps bounding closer. Looking around, Izuku noticed that there were no more chunks of crumbled buildings or debris that were the optimal size for his quirk. Glancing at Masharao and then at Mina, a plan formed in his head. What's that you're muttering about, Midori? Mina asked. Oh, I was just, Izuku began explaining before catching what she called him. Midori. Ah, your name's too long, she said, waving her hand. She grinned. Midori is way cuter, and also quicker. I guess it's faster, Izuku nervously chuckled, scratching his cheek. Midoriya, do you have a plan? Masharao asked. Oh, right, Izuku remembered. Ishido, use your acid to break down the big pieces of debris and buildings into smaller chunks. Ojiro, you and I will work together to hold them back. How big do you want them? Mina asked as she began melting a large piece of concrete in half. About the size of a backpack is good, maybe a little bigger, Izuku said. Oh, and can you control the acid strength? Yep, sure can. That's great. Coat the pieces in a weaker acid that can't break down concrete, but can burn skin. That way, it'll be more effective. Oh, good thinking, Midori, Mina said, smiling widely at the telekinesis user. Mina had prepared a couple of projectiles by the time the villains rounded the corner of their street. Masharao ran at them while Izuku launched a ranged assault, trying to hit them with his telekinetically controlled acid-covered pieces of concrete. If they dodged the floating makeshift weapons, Mashiro took advantage of their openings. If they dodged the tailed teen's martial arts, they got burned and beaten by the acid-covered projectiles. More were added to the flurry by Mina until they became unavoidable, and the villains were defeated after a few minutes of their effort. At the front entrance, where everyone had been gathered moments ago, there were only a few students left along with 13 to face the dark mist. "Where is everyone else?" Tenya asked, looking around at Ochako, Rikido, Mezzo, Honta, and 13. "Can we confirm their locations?" Mezzo formed an ear on one of his appendages, before confirming, "They're all scattered inside of this building." "Physical attacks won't work if this guy can just warp away," Honta sighed as the mist collected itself in a single smaller mass. "This guy's quirk is too much to handle." Iida, 13 called as he came to a realization. "Yes, sensei," Tenya replied, "at attention. With your quirk, you need to get back to the school and report what's happening. The alarms aren't sounding and the phones aren't working. With Aizawa erasing the villains' quirks, that means that whomever is jamming the signal is hidden elsewhere. Our best option right now is for you to go back to UA. I can't just abandon." "Just go," Iida, Rikido shouted. "There are alarms outside, so that means the villains must only be in here. And they can't follow you," Honta said as well. "Just go fast. Please, use your quirk to save us all," 13 pleaded. "We got your back, Iida," Ochako assured with the others nodding in agreement. "Do it. Aside from the fact that it's hopeless anyways," the mist mocked, looking over them, "the fact that you're discussing this plan where I can hear it is foolish." "It doesn't matter if you can hear it," 13 said, opening a latch on the tip of his glove. "You can't stop us." Hitoshi hit the water hard. Luckily, he looked down and had been able to take a breath before plunging into the flood zone. He blinked, adjusting his eyes to being underwater, only to see a villain with gills upon him. Before the villain reached him though, Tsuyu Asui came and kicked him in the side. She wrapped her tongue around Hitoshi and brought him up to the surface, allowing him to take a couple of breaths before tossing him over the side of a large boat. Hitoshi coughed, leaning down on all fours as he gasped for air. He looked up at Tsuyu as she climbed over the side of the boat as well, and panted, "You could have been more careful, Asui." "Call me Tsuyu," she reminded him. "Hero." "Yeah," he sighed, "thanks Tsuyu." "Don't mention it," she shrugged, before turning and looking over the water. "They said they came to kill All Might, Hero. They wouldn't have come if they didn't have some plan," Hitoshi said, slowly standing up. Tsuyu turned and tilted her head at him. "And they said they'd kill us, too. We'll have to hold out until the pros get here. But even then, these guys think they can kill All Might, Hero. What other pro can keep up with that?" Hitoshi looked past his froggy classmate and saw multiple heads poke out of the water. "We just have to deal with it. Time for me to get to work." "What'll you do, Hero?" Tsuyu asked. "I'm good in water, so I should." "Just watch," Hitoshi interrupted her. This was no time to be chatting. He climbed up onto the side of the boat, taking a moment to balance himself before looking down over the villains in the water. A couple of more heads popped up out of the water. "The hell are ye doing up there?" One villain rasped up at him. "Waiting for us to shoot you down or something?" Another one called in a much more normal-sounding voice. Hitoshi scoffed. "Hey, no problems over here. I just need verbal consent for what I'm about to do to you." A few villains yelled at and mocked him, making him crack a grin. "So, how about it? Who's too chicken to fight a high schooler like me?" The villains below exploded in a chorus of retorts and threats, until Hitoshi activated his quirk. He didn't know what to expect since he'd never used his quirk on over 20 people simultaneously, but a sharp pang of pain shot through his head as their consciousnesses put pressure on his mind. "Ah," he grunted, putting a hand on the side of his head as he stumbled back against the boat's cabin. "Are you okay?" Tsuyu asked, though that just added to the pain of his headache. "It's just a lot to use my quirk on so many people. I don't know how long I'll last, so I'll make this quick." Hitoshi pushed himself back to the railing of the boat and shouted out over the mind-controlled villains, "Go beat the hell out of whoever is in charge of your little attack." As they turned and swam towards the shore of the flood zone, Hitoshi collapsed, clutching at his head. He felt Tsuyu's hand on his shoulder, but she didn't say anything. Either that, or it was drowned out by the pounding pressure in his brain. He pushed through the pain for what felt like ages before he heard Tsuyu speak. "They're far enough away now, Hiro. You can release your quirk." Hitoshi felt like 100 pounds of pressure were lifted from his head. He screamed and breathed and relaxed and clenched his fists as he pressed his forehead into the ground. His heartbeat pounded in his head and he became aware of his hyperventilating. After taking a moment to collect himself, he lifted his half-sore, half-numb body and looked at the villains who were now up out of the water. The villain covered in disembodied hands was yelling at the water villains, who just seemed confused. "Come on, let's go before they come back, Hiro," Tsuyu suggested, tapping Hitoshi's shoulder. "Right," he sighed before he followed her down into the water. Looking down, Shoto Todoroki saw what looked like a small cityscape engulfed in flames. He reacted quickly, making a slide out of ice so that he'd land safely. He thought he heard a noise behind him, like someone else was on the slide, but nobody was there. It was hard to tell due to the crackling of the flames around him, so he chalked it up to his imagination. The flames annoyed Shoto. Aside from the distracting noise and movement, they reminded him of his father, and it put him on edge. Of course, they just had to drop him here. "Look what we got here," called out a feminine voice to his right. Shoto didn't hesitate, just shot out a pillar of ice that encased about a quarter of the conflagration zone. Normally that would have chilled him a bit, but the fire around him seemed to help keep him from overcooling. "What the hell?" the woman with purple hair screamed as her entire body was encased in ice. Several villains behind her who also got caught by his attack shared the sentiment. "If you're in there for too long, you'll get frostbite," Shoto deadpanned, walking towards her. "I'm trying to be a hero, so please don't make me do something disagreeable." "Dumbass, this ice will melt in no time," she laughed. "And I bet that took most of your power, since it was such a big attack. I'll just kill you once I get out of here." Shoto looked around at the flames once again. True, the villains would fully thaw within minutes. So, he did the sensible thing and began freezing the entire zone. It took a couple of blasts since the fire weakened his ice slightly, but there was eventually no fire left. He cocked his head back towards the woman. "So, now you'll tell me everything about your League of Villains, and what your objective is. Or your body will become unusable." "Why you wouldn't, right?" She chuckled nervously. "I'm in a bad mood now, so yeah I would," he said, looking her in the eye. Katsuki set off explosions below himself, slowing his descent into the landslide zone. While he did so, he saw Eijiro diving past him. The redhead landed face first, embedding his head in the soft dirt ground. "Oi, shitty hair," Katsuki yelled as he landed and ran over. "The hell are you doing, dumbass?" Eijiro's arms pressed into the floor and he pulled his head up, leaving a hole in the ground. "Man, that was a rush." He turned to Katsuki while trying to knock dirt from his ears. "Oh, hey Bakugo, I guess we're in this together my man. You are AF*******ing dumbass," Katsuki growled, placing his hand on his forehead. "Yo bro, watch out," Eijiro shouted, jumping in front of Katsuki and blocking a leaf that actually cut his hardened arm. "Damn, what the hell? What kinda leaf can cut through my hardening?" "Ahahaha." The villain was tall, with a dark plastic mask covering the top right quarter of his head. Long silver hair hung down to about his shoulder on his left, and his left eye had a white iris. He had a somewhat elegantly adorned metal chest piece, and he had metal gauntlets and greaves, with black clothing underneath. He called out in his deep, calm voice as other villains began appearing around the heroes in training. "So, you're our prey. Humph, Shigaraki put me in the wrong zone then. Whatever, maybe you'll be able to give me a little bit of entertainment. The villain flexed his fingers. There were multiple trees in the debris of the landslide zone, and all of the leaves on their branches disconnected and oriented themselves at the Beyond and Redhead. Oi dumbass, Katsuki whispered, get on my back when I give the signal. Huh, why? Eijiro looked seriously put off by Katsuki's suggestion. I don't really like it, but it's probably the only way I won't kill you. He tapped his gauntlet and pointed at the pin. Eijiro's eyes widened in understanding and he nodded his head, before placing his hands on Katsuki's shoulders. Katsuki aimed straight down and glared up at the villain. The villain in question flicked his fingers, and the leaves all shot at the two students. F******ing now. Katsuki shouted. Eijiro gripped onto Katsuki and lifted his feet off of the ground, and the Beyond jumped before letting rip the massive explosion. Every single leaf was incinerated in the blast, and the shockwave propelled the students up and knocked multiple villains over. Why you? The leaf villain shouted up at the teens. Yo, that was super manly. Eijiro said excitedly as they continued going upward. Shut the hell up, shitty hair. Katsuki shouted back. Hey, I just got a super manly idea. The redhead grinned. Throw me down there with an explosion. Do you wanna F***ing die? No, man, I'll use my hardening, and I'll be just like a human cannonball. Katsuki cracked a grin and chuckled, alright, if you say so. He repositioned Eijiro in midair and planted his hand on his feet, aiming at the largest group of villains below them. Once their upward momentum died, Eijiro shouted, now. Die. Katsuki shouted as he blasted Eijiro straight down. The hardening teen screeched, and Katsuki couldn't help but chuckle at how unmanly it was. He followed Eijiro down, propelling himself with explosions. The villains panicked and failed to get out of the human cannonball's way, mostly getting knocked unconscious instead. Eijiro got up faster than Katsuki expected and started fighting the villains with his hardened fists, which Katsuki did with his explosions once he joined him. Katsuki was having a blast. He was finally able to cut loose and take out villains, though they weren't exactly able to match up with his skill. And he had to admit, he was impressed by Eijiro's grit and manliness. He got some respect in Katsuki's book. Woo, what a workout. Eijiro wiped sweat from his brow. Now, let's go help the others. Since we're here, everyone else is probably still in USJ too. Some people don't have the same combat abilities as us, so I'm worried about them. Besides, we were the ones who charged the villain like that and probably gave 13 Sensei more work. As men, we've gotta that, you can go it alone, Katsuki grunted. I've got a grudge to settle with that misty Huh, Eijiro exclaimed. What's with you and grudges, man? This isn't the time to be immature. Besides, regular attacks don't affect him. Off with that, Katsuki waved his hand. He's their mode of transportation. If he goes down, they can't run away. Besides, I do have a way to take him down, idiot. Katsuki turned and slammed a villain who was sneaking up on him into the ground. Besides, if these are the best they've got, we shouldn't have any trouble. Whoa, where'd this calm, rational side come from? Eijiro snickered. I'm always calm, shitty hair. Aha, you're back. Whatever, I'm gonna go find that asshole, Katsuki scoffed, turning and walking away. Hold up, bro. Eijiro ran up next to him, hitting his fist into his palm. A man's gotta trust his comrades, and you convinced me. Hey, Katsuki grinned. Damn straight. Izuku and company walked through the streets, searching for the edge of the collapsed zone. The green teen kept his eyes open and picked up little rocks and bits of rubble as they walked. Why you picking those up? Mina asked, tilting her head curiously at the boy. Ammunition, Izuku said as he added another stone to the pile in his arms. If we run into more villains, I need to have something to use my quirk on. They walked for a bit longer until they finally emerged into the main plaza, where they elected to hide behind a broken concrete pillar that laid on its side at the edge of the collapsed zone. Izuku looked around at the other zones. He heard explosions and screaming in the landslide zone next to them, so he assumed Katsuki was there. He couldn't tell what was going on in the mountain zone. There was a zone that was mostly covered in ice and had few large ice pillars jutting out from it, though he was sure it used to be on fire. Across from them was the flood zone, and Izuku could see Tsuyu and Hitoshi in the water, moving towards the plaza. There was a dome next to it, though he didn't know what was in there. He looked up at the entrance of USJ and noticed that there were still students up there, including Ochako. He looked, finally, at Aizawa as he fought back the villains in the plaza. Aizawa-sensei is drawing a lot of villains there, Mina said suddenly, leaning next to Izuku. He is, Izuku agreed, looking over the plaza. There were more than too many villains there, and it was obvious that Eraserhead was slowing down. There are too many of them. He's definitely holding his own, but there are too many villains. He knew that, but he still jumped in to protect us. Are you serious? Mina asked nervously. Serious about what? Mashirao asked, before piecing it together in his head. Actually, I think that we should go down and help too. I'm not saying that we should fight head-on with them, Izuku said to Mina, but we should at least look for any opening to lighten his load. Aizawa darted through villain after villain, making his way to the one with bluish hair and disembodied hands around his body. All the while, the hand villain was quietly counting, until he reached out and grabbed the hero's elbow. It started unnaturally crumbling to dust in his grip, causing Eraserhead to shout in pain and jump back. It's hard to notice when you're jumping around like that, but there's a little moment where your hair falls back down in front of your face, the villain rasped. And your max duration is getting shorter and shorter. Don't push yourself, Eraserhead. Aizawa socked the villain on the side of the head, where the hand didn't cover, before kicking him to the ground. Two other villains attacked the pro-hero, but he skillfully avoided them both and countered. Slowly picking himself up, the hand's villain continued, your quirk isn't very good in long battles, huh? You normally specialize in quick sneak attacks, yet you jumped right into this fight to make them feel safe. He began chuckling quietly, so cool, so cool. Oh, and by the way, hero, I'm not the biggest bad guy here. Aizawa barely had enough time to turn around and look up at the hulking beast before it grabbed him and slammed him into the floor. Its skin was an unnatural, leathery blackish blue, its brain was fully visible on the top of its head, and it had a yellow metal beak instead of regular lips. It didn't say anything, but gargled incomprehensible sounds as it broke Eraserhead's arm. As 13 unleashed his quirk on the mist, trying to beep it up, the mist chuckled, oh, 13. It looks as if even the best rescue heroes can't measure up to ordinary combat heroes in a fight. Suddenly the mist swirled, and a second mass of darkness manifested behind 13. His black hole ended up being sent through the portal, destroying his own back instead of the villain. Sensei, Ochako, Tenya, and Mina yelled. He warped my quirk, 13 thought. I'm done for. Iida, he told you to run. Rikido shouted to the engine quirk team. Damn it, Tenya yelled in frustration, before shooting off towards the entrance. Poor scattered children, the warping villain teased, appearing in front of Tenya. Suddenly, Mezzo jumped in with his 6 webbed arms and wrapped up the villain. Go Iida, I've got him, he yelled. Damn, Tenya shot off again. Everyone, please hang on. Suddenly, as Tenya was about to reach the door, the villain warped towards him again out of Mezzo's grasp. Ochako saw the glint of something metal in the mist, and ran after him. You underestimated me, 4 Eyes. The cloud laughed as he cut off Tenya. Now, vanish. Ochako grabbed the metal. I don't know exactly why you're wearing this thing, but that must mean that you have a real body. She flung him up towards the ceiling, no gravity to stop his altitude gains. Run for it Iida. As if, the villain started, but cut himself off as Honta's tape caught him in midair. Go Iida, he yelled, and with that, Tenya booked it for UA High's main campus. If he calls for backup, it's game over, the warp villain sighed in disappointment before disappearing completely. Izuku couldn't believe what he was seeing, and apparently, neither could Mina or Mashirao. They all stared in utter shock and fear at the giant villain that held their teacher to the ground with one hand, and gripped his broken arm in the other. Villains, what heroes dealt with every day. They hadn't seen anything yet. See, can you get him off of sensei? Mina asked Izuku, her normally peppy demeanor cracking a bit. He's out of my range, Izuku stuttered, unable to look away from the horrible scene. Besides, that guy might be too heavy anyway. He noticed that Tsuyu and Hitoshi were watching with equally shocked expressions from the water. Eraserhead, meet the anti-symbol of peace, the Hand's villain said proudly. The bioengineered Nomu. The villain strolled around Nomu to get a better look at Eraserhead, who was struggling to get up before his head was slammed again into the floor. Erasing quirks is pretty useful. But against this guy's insane strength, you might as well be completely quirkless. Nomu reached down and grabbed Aizawa's other arm roughly before snapping it like he had the other arm. Garog, Aizawa yelled, gritting his teeth. He snapped my arm like a twig. I definitely nullified his quirk. That means that this is just his base strength. He might be as strong as All Might. Nomu lifted the hero's head up once again and slammed it back into the ground. This isn't good, Masharao said nervously. Yeah, Mina agreed, lowering behind the concrete and looking away. Suddenly, the black warping villain appeared next to the Hand's villain, saying, Tamura Shigaraki. Kurogiri. Tamura addressed the other villain. As 13 dead. He's incapacitated, but, Kurogiri hesitated, as if afraid of Tamura's reaction. There were some students that I couldn't warp away and, one escaped. Oh, huh. Tamura started scratching his neck, and soon began doing it more violently. Kurogiri, if you weren't our way out, you'd be ashes now. We don't stand a chance against a bunch of pros. It's game over. For now, we're leaving. Leaving, Mina gasped, jumping back around to look over the pillar again. We're saved. No, Masharao shook his head. Just leaving after putting in so much effort. I guess it'd be logical to avoid any more losses, but the Hands don't make me think he's the logical type. Yeah, Izuku agreed too. Besides, there's no way UA would let this happen again, and they'd lose their shot at All Might. But before we go, Tamura said, turning his head toward the trio who had thought they were hidden, let's leave some dead kids. The gap was closed quicker than any of them would have thought. Tamura was upon them in less than 2 seconds, reaching for Mina's face. But right before he made contact, he stopped in his tracks and was covered by a faint green aura. He grumbled, trying to move his arm. What the hell is this? You aren't going to touch her. Izuku yelled, getting up on top of the concrete pillar. No one could see, but Izuku could feel that Tamura suddenly began to struggle against his quirk's hold. No, Nomu. Tamura shouted in frustration. Izuku didn't even see movement before Nomu grabbed his right arm and held him up by it. After a few seconds, although Nomu barely visibly moved, Izuku felt the beast tighten its grip and his entire forearm suddenly shattered. He let out an extremely pained screech as he grabbed at Nomu's arm with his other hand. Well, whatever, Tamura sighed before reaching down and grabbing Mina's face before she could get away. But nothing happened. Looking back at Aizawa, whose face was up and glaring at him, Tamura chuckled, hey. You really are cool, huh? Deku, Ochako shouted down as she ran down the steps. When she heard his scream she looked over, and when she saw his arm in the vice grip of that villain, how couldn't she run down there? Izuku tried to pry open Nomu's fingers with his quirk, but they held their grip tighter than his telekinesis could fight. Then he tried using the rocks and rubble he'd collected to attack, though they had no effect at all. Suddenly, the sliding doors to USJ were blown open with incredible force, causing every student, hero, and villain still conscious to look up. Even Ochako, who actually tripped and fell down the stairs before using her quirk on herself to stop from tumbling. Fear not, All Might's voice echoed throughout the dome. I am here. When he stepped into the light, his presence was both amazingly comforting to the students and horribly unsettling. Nobody had ever seen him without a smile on his face, even in the worst of disasters. But now, an angry scowl made his face horrifyingly intimidating. Still, the students let out tears of joy. They would be safe with him there. Also, he was wearing a button-down shirt and tie. Nice. I got a bad feeling, so I cut my conversation with the principal short. And then, I met young Iida on the way here. He explained what basically happened. And it made me so damn pissed. You must have all been so scared, and my colleagues did their best. But that's exactly why I must stand tall now. Fear not, I am here. All Might ripped off his tie. You took your time, symbol of peace. Tamura laughed, standing up and seeming to forget about the students. How worthless you are, you trash. I've never seen him in person. One of the villains yelped, taking a step back. Shut the F*** up, wimp. Another one shouted, cracking his knuckles. We got a job to do. Let's kill this foo. All Might moved faster than anyone could see, more clearly than as a blur. A dozen villains that were between him and Aizawa were instantly knocked unconscious as All Might reached his fellow hero, kneeling down and picking him up. Aizawa, I'm sorry, he said quietly, looking at his colleague's injuries. He hoisted him over his shoulder before turning an intense glare towards Tamura, Nomu, and the 3 students that were with them. Just as quickly as he moved before, he grabbed all 3 of them along with Tsuyu and Hitoshi and returned them to safety, knocking the hand off of Tamura's face in the process. All of you, get to the entrance. Take Aizawa, he's passed out. So fast, Hitoshi said, stunned, as he picked up his teacher. No, All Might is low on steam, Izuku realized. He's pushing too far, isn't he? Hun, Tamura grumbled angrily, slowly shuffling towards the hand on the ground. No good, no good. I'm so sorry, father. He reached down and placed the hand back onto his face with some care. Suddenly, he laughed, throwing punches to save people. Ahahaha, there's some government-sanctioned violence for you. He stopped laughing and leveled his head at All Might. You're too fast for me to keep up with, but you were once faster. Is it true that you're weaker than you used to be? All Might, Izuku said nervously, that big villain is strong. Almost as strong as you. And Shigaraki, the handsy guy, called him the anti-symbol of peace, so be careful. Young Midoriya, All Might said, looking at Izuku. His face set back into its regular wide smile and he gave him a thumbs up. Don't fear. And then, he shot towards Nomu, holding up his arms in an X. Carolina, smash. Nomu, Shigaraki said calmly, taking a step back. All Might's hands met Nomu's chest, but the villain barely moved. He stared down the number 1 hero before trying to grab him, although All Might quickly dodged. Really? No effect, All Might exclaimed, hitting Nomu in the stomach with another seemingly useless punch. No effect, because he has the quirk shock absorption, Tamura explained. If you really want to damage him, then you'd be better off ripping him apart piece by piece. Not that he'd let you. Thanks for the info, I appreciate it. All Might yelled to the villain as he moved around Nomu and grabbed him from behind. No sweat. All Might suplexed Nomu so hard that the cloud of dust the blow generated flew hundreds of meters up. All Might is really in another league, huh, Mina observed. But he's still a newbie when it comes to teaching, hero, Tsuyu said. He uses cheat cards. Maybe they do have a way to kill him, but we're helpless. Izuku thought, frustrated. What's worse is that we'd only get in his way if one of us got taken hostage. We really can only trust in All Might. But, I'm the only one that knows. He realized, I'm the only one that knows about his injury. He must have already reached his time limit for today, and only I know his secret. Deku, Ochako shrieked as she reached them. Your arm, it's all broken. I'm fine, Uraraka, he brushed it off, only glancing at the worried girl for a moment before looking back at the dust plume, which was just starting to clear. So, you hope to stop his movements by embedding him in concrete? Tamura said amusedly. It wouldn't have worked either way. He's as strong as you are, All Might. Izuku's eyes widened when he saw that Nomu had been driven through a portal, and came back up to grip All Might's torso. His fingers dug in and drew blood from his side where the injury was. Perfect timing by the way, Kurogiri, Tamura continued. Impressive for first offenders, but prepare yourselves. All Might proclaimed, hiding his pain well. Nomu lifted All Might so that the hero had to let go of him, and held him over the portal he was bending through. I normally don't like blood and guts in my portals, but I'll gladly accept those of the number 1 hero. Kurogiri mocked as Nomu began pulling All Might through the portal. You see, it's the job of Nomu's speed and strength to catch you, while it's my job to close the portal while you're halfway through and cut you in half. Stay back, Izuku said to his friends, taking a tentative step forward. No, All Might, there are still so many things. So many reasons you need to stay. All me GHT. Izuku yelled, running toward his hero. Deku. No, Ochako screamed, though Mina held her back from running after him. Foolish. Kurogiri sighed, warping in front of Izuku. No, Midoriya, All Might thought, looking at Izuku. Don't. Suddenly, Katsuki came out of seemingly nowhere and let off an explosion in Kurogiri's side. Then, he pinned him down by the metal neck brace. What the F*** are you doing, Deku? He shouted. The F*** happened to your arm. A blast of ice covered Nomu's body before All Might was able to be bought into the portal. I heard you people are here to kill All Might, Shoto said, walking forward. Eijiro jumped in and tried to hit Tamura, but the villain sidestepped nonchalantly. Damn, I almost had him. The hardening teen cursed. This misty F*** isn't all that great, Katsuki sneered. You fools aren't good enough to ever kill All Might, Shoto announced with finality. Kachan. Guys, Izuku exclaimed, never more happy to see his childhood friend. Deku, I'm serious, Katsuki yelled again. Get the F*** out of here with that F*** head arm. Young Todoroki had enough control to just barely not freeze me. All Might realized. So Nomu's grip is loosened. All Might jumped out of Nomu's grasp and landed back with the students. He tenderly touched at his sides, which were bleeding from where Nomu's fingers penetrated. Tamura turned to Katsuki, who was holding down Kurogiri's body. You've pinned down our way out. This is a problem. It's just like I thought, Katsuki said to Kurogiri confidently. When we attacked you, you said, that was close. You wouldn't have said that if you didn't have a physical body underneath. NNG, Kurogiri struggled to get out of Katsuki's grasp. Don't you F*** ing dare. Katsuki snapped threateningly. If I think you're up to anything fishy, I'll blow the shit out of you. That isn't very heroic, Eijiro chuckled nervously. Not only did you beat our stage, but you did it with almost full health, Tamura said oddly calmly, clasping his hands. Kids today sure are something. Nomu, kill that explosive brat. We need our escape route back. Suddenly Nomu, even though his frozen leg and arm shattered as he did so, stood out of the portal. He began hobbling towards the heroes on one leg. And no way, Izuku exclaimed. He's still moving even though his body is crumbling apart. All of you, stay back. All Might held his arm out at the students. I thought his quirk is shock absorption. I don't remember saying that was his only quirk, Tamura pondered as Nomu's limbs began reforming. This is hyper-regeneration. He's a superhuman sandbag designed to take you at your best. Nomu jumped towards Katsuki and released a punch that kicked up a cloud of dust and sent out a shockwave in all directions, knocking back the other students. Kachan, Izuku shouted, looking up at his friend who was actually fine, though he was blown away from the warp villain who got away. Did you dodge that? No way. Of course I didn't F*** ing dodge it, Katsuki snapped back. I didn't even see it coming. All Might, who had taken the hit for Katsuki, coughed up blood. He doesn't know how to hold back, does he? He panted. Anything to save a comrade, huh? Tamura scoffed. Like earlier, when that plain kid tried to paralyze me or whatever. Violence for the sake of saving others is admirable, isn't it? You know what, All Might? It pisses me off. Heroes and villains both thrive on violence, yet we're categorized into good and evil. Symbol of peace. Ha, in the end, you're just another tool of violent oppression against those of us who society disagrees with. Your violence will only ever breed more violence. I'll show that to the world by killing you. What a load of crap. All Might shouted. Villains with real idealism have a fire in their eyes. You're just doing this for fun, you liar. Hey, you got me, Tamura sighed. You saw right through me, huh? It's 3-0-5, Shoto said. And Kachan showed us the mist's weak point. Izuku exclaimed. These guys are tough, but with all of us, we'll win. Eijiro said, hitting his fist into his palm. No, get out of here, All Might told the students. Things wouldn't have worked out so well if we hadn't stepped in, Shoto argued. All Might, you're bleeding, Izuku said, before noticing the steam rising from the hero's body. And your time. Todoroki, you are right, All Might said, purposely ignoring Izuku's point. But fear not, sit back and watch a pro get serious. Nomu, Kurogiri, take him, Tamura instructed. I'll handle the kids. It's true that I only have barely a minute, All Might thought with a grimace. I'm wearing down faster than I expected, but I have no choice here. Because I am the symbol of peace. Tamura lunged towards the students, while Nomu fired straight for All Might, who met him halfway. The force of their collision actually forced Tamura to leap back. A head-on assault, Tamura said in disbelief. He's got shock absorption, idiot. That's right, All Might shouted as he traded countless blows with the creature at 100% power. It's shock absorption, not shock nullification. That means he has a limit. You say he's built to withstand my 100%. Then I'll go beyond that. He's pushing so hard, Izuku thought worriedly. And he's spitting up so much blood. A hero is always willing to smash through limits to save the day. All Might wound back his arm. Tell me, villain, do you know the meaning of plus ultra? All Might hit Nomu with a huge uppercut that sent him flying out of USJ's dome with a sonic. Holy shit, Eijiro exclaimed, looking up at the hole in the dome. He smashed through the absorption like straight out of a manga. What a bruiser. And the regeneration couldn't keep up with those fast attacks. Katsuki said, stunned. Ahahaha. All Might bellowed, clenching his fist. Ooh, yeah, I am weaker. In my prime, it would have only taken 5 of those hits. That was more like 200. Ahaha. Damn, my time's up. Well, villain, how about we finish this quickly, No, you cheated, Tamura accused, scratching his neck. You've weakened. No, we were completely outmatched. How dare you do that to Nomu? Damn it, I was lied to. Well, are you going to come get me? All Might asked, glaring at the villains. What happened to clearing the game? Well, if you think you can take me, then bring it on. We aren't ready for this level yet, Shoto decided, and their group began to step back. Hey Midoriya, come on, Eijiro said, turning to the only one of them not walking away. Let's hang back for now. They'll take you hostage or something if we try anything, so let's go. No, he's bluffing to buy time. Izuku mentally screamed. He's all out of steam. He can't even move, can he? Deku, let's go, Ochako said, walking up behind him. And how's your arm feeling? Oh, it's fine, Izuku said, turning to the zero-gravity user. I thought you went back. No way, I can't run away when you guys are being all brave. Tamura scratched at his neck furiously. If only we still had Nomu. He was taking those hits so well. Calm down, Tamura Shigaraki, Kurogiri said quietly. Nomu definitely dealt some damage. The kids are holding back for some reason, and reinforcements will be here soon. If we double team him right now, we have a chance. Yes, Tamura sighed, removing his hands from his neck. Right, we can do this. The final boss is right there. Uraraka, Izuku said, seeing the villains start to move, give me your hand. Ochako's face flushed a deep red. Why? Just do it, he said sternly. Right. Ochako held out her hand, too confused and embarrassed to realize what Izuku was doing. This is revenge for Nomu. The villains shouted as they approached All Might. Izuku grabbed Ochako's hand in an odd way, so that he touched all of her finger pads before she even realized it. Deku, what are you? Thanks, Uraraka, Izuku shouted before shooting his weightless body forward with his telekinesis. I'm sorry, but I'm the only one that knows the trouble he's in. Izuku plunged his left fist into Kurogiri's metal brace before the villain could react, cracking it and making him stagger. He's fast, Tamura gawked, before plunging his arm into Kurogiri. This is my only chance, then. The hand came out at Izuku, but he moved his body back to stand with all might. Tamura stared the two heroes down for a moment, before taking a step forward. Suddenly, a bullet shot through his arm. They're here, All Might exclaimed gladly. At the top of the stairs stood a dozen pro heroes, along with Tenya Iida, who yelled out, "I'm sorry it took so long everyone, but we brought everyone we could." "Ah, game over," Tamura sighed. "Let's try again another time." Kurogiri, the pro hero, snipe shot several more times into the villain, who crawled through Kurogiri's portal and looked back at All Might. "I may have failed here, symbol of peace, but you're dead the next time we meet." And with that, the portal closed. "What in tarnation?" Snipe asked in confusion. "I can't believe they just fled after such a flashy invasion," Midnight sighed. "They took us completely off guard," Nezu said brightly as he was set down by Vlad King, the Class 1B teacher. "But right now, let's concern ourselves with the safety of the students." "Young Midoriya," All Might said, making Izuku turn to see his mentor's state. He has only halfway transformed now, blood leaking from his mouth through ragged breathing. A cloud of steam was rising off of him. If you hadn't gotten in the way, then I'd be dead. You saved me again, young Midoriya." All Might. Izuku smiled up at his hero. "I'm glad you're okay." Izuku winced as the adrenaline began to wear off and he felt the pain of his one broken arm and the bloody knuckles on his other hand from Kurogiri's metal brace. "Deku," Ochako yelled as she ran over. "Midoriya, you okay?" Eijiro shouted from behind her. "Oh no, they'll find out." All Might realized as they grew near. Suddenly, the floor jutted up in a concrete wall courtesy of Smintos, who told the two concerned students, "We need to make sure you guys are all okay, so go back to the entrance. I'll deal with the wounded here." "Makes sense," Eijiro said, starting to run for the front of USJ. But Deku," Ochako protested weakly. "I'm fine," Izuku called, running around the wall of cement. "I just need some attention for my arm, so I'll go to the entrance too." Smintos nodded his head after a moment and the two students walked off. "When will you stop giving me heart attacks?" Ochako scolded. "And look at your hand. It's all bloody. And your arm is broken too. And I can't believe you just used my quirk like that to put yourself in danger." "Ahaha. I'm sorry, Izuku laughed, scratching the back of his neck with his bloodied hand. Once they got outside, Izuku was sent to Recovery Girl to get his arm and hand healed. The police, led by Detective Tsukauchi, took a head count of the students. "All right," the detective sighed, going over the list on his clipboard one more time. "Looks like the kid with the broken arm was the only injured student." "Hey Ojiro," Toru said, putting a hand on the tailed teen's shoulder. "You were in the collapsed zone with Midoriya and Ishido. Wow, that must have been tough." "Midoriya came up with a good plan to get through it," Mashirao said. "Where were you, Hagakure?" "In the conflagration zone with Todoroki. He's crazy strong." Shoto realized that he could easily have accidentally frozen her along with the other villains, and was immensely glad that he hadn't. "Does anybody have a guess as to where I was?" Yuga asked, although the rest of the students ignored him. "So, how sure are we that Uraraka and Midoriya aren't dating?" Eijiro asked. "I don't know about Round Face, but Deku doesn't have the balls to ask anyone out," Katsuki chuckled. "It probably ain't happening." Ochako didn't hear this exchange. Yuga instead turned to Tsuyu. "Where do you think I was?" "Where, Hiro?" she asked. He declared, "It's a secret." Detective Tsukaichi announced, "Let's get you all back to your classroom. This is no time to collect statements from you." "Detective," Tsuyu asked, "what about Aizawa-sensei?" "Both of his arms were smashed to splinters," he said. "His face was fractured, too. It doesn't seem he'll have permanent damage there, but his eye sockets were pulverized. He may have long-term vision issues." Hitoshi seemed particularly upset, while Tsuyu offered a sad, "Hiro. 13 has lacerations on his back and arms, but it isn't life-threatening. All Might's injuries aren't too bad, and he was sent to the nurse's office." "What about Deku?" Ochako asked. "He's fine, right?" "Oh, the other student. He's fine. He went back to the nurse's office with all might. Actually, I have some business there, myself. Sansa, take over for me. An officer with a cat head saluted him. In the nurse's office, Recovery Girl looked at the two she had resting in bed. I can't scold you two, considering what happened, she sighed. Damn, All Might grunted. I pushed it too much and probably shortened my time limit again. I'll be lucky if I have 1 or 2 hours a day. All Might. Izuku frowned. What are ya gonna do? All Might shrugged, sitting up. Bad stuff happens. The door opened, and Detective Tsukauchi entered, saying, Pardon me. Ah, it's been a while, All Might. Tsukauchi, I didn't know you were here. All Might exclaimed. Ah, All Might, is this all right? Izuku freaked out for a moment because All Might wasn't in his muscle form. It's fine, young Midoriya, All Might assured. He's a good friend who's with the police, Naomasa Tsukauchi. Thanks for the introduction, the detective chuckled. Not to rush you or anything, but I have some questions about the villains. Wait, All Might cut him off. What about the students? And Aizawa and 13? Well, besides this guy here, there were no student injuries, Naomasa said. And the teachers are out of danger now. If you three hadn't put your lives on the line, then the students wouldn't have made it out unscathed. I see, but you got one thing wrong, Tsukauchi. It was the students who fought with their lives, not just the teachers. They faced such a battle so young. They know the dangers of the world, now. I've never seen such a class as first years, have you? Those villains picked the wrong fight. These kids will be mighty heroes, and I'll make sure of it. Touching, Recovery Girl grinned, making her way over to Izuku and handing him a piece of paper. You're free to go, kid. Don't come back here too often. Yeah, I'm sorry, he nodded his head, getting up and making his way to the door. Thanks Recovery Girl, and thanks, All Might. Toshinori flashed Izuku a thumbs up as he walked out. Ah, Deku, Ochako said as he walked out into the hallway. She held his backpack out to him. I came to bring you this and check up on you. Ah thanks, he said, taking the weightless yellow backpack. Are we being let out early? Well, duh, Ochako sighed, releasing her quirk as Izuku put the bag on his back. We have tomorrow off, too. Really? That's good, I guess. Izuku and Ochako started walking. Hey, Deku, she said, glancing at the ground. You work out on days off, right? Yeah, he nodded his head. Whenever I don't have anything planned, I fill the gaps with training. Well, I was wondering if, I might be able to join you. Izuku looked at her with a smile. Definitely, I'd be glad for some company, really. I'd work out with Kachan, but... Yeah, no need to explain that one, Ochako grinned. I start my morning run at about 6 usually, if you want to join in for that, Izuku said. Otherwise, I'm ready anytime tomorrow. Where at? She asked. Oh, I don't really have a gym membership, Izuku realized. I just work out at my apartment. I have dumbbells, a bench with a bar, and a machine for back exercises. Really? That's pretty sweet, Ochako said. You can text me your address later. Alright, Izuku said, smiling. But in the back of his mind, he was worried about how his mother would react to the fact that a girl would be going over to his place. They walked down the steps of UA, and were surprised to see Katsuki waiting for them. About F********** ing time, Deku, he snarled. What are you doing here, Kachan? Izuku asked. What the F******* were you doing, jumping out there with that damn broken arm? The Bee-own shouted. If you ing die, then I won't have anyone else to crush. Except the icy bastard, but that's beside the point. Ah, I'm sorry, Izuku laughed. I'll try to keep myself healthy enough to challenge you. Katsuki joined their walk, on the opposite side of Izuku as Ochako. She studied Katsuki's scowling face from across Izuku, wondering exactly why he was there. Izuku may have forgiven the Bee-own for reasons she couldn't understand, but she wasn't very keen on spending time with him. Anyway, that was pretty crazy, huh? Izuku said, looking at Katsuki. We've been at UA for 1 week, and we've already fought real villains. Real stupid villains, Katsuki scoffed. Not only did they think they could take All Might, but they thought they could handle me. All Might had to save you from the bird, Ochako pointed out. Shut the F*** up round face. Katsuki shouted. At least I didn't have to see the nurse afterwards. You got me, Izuku chuckled. How the F*** did that happen, anyway? Katsuki raised an eyebrow. The bird guy, Izuku admitted, chuckling nervously. You really let that guy get you. F*** king loser. Katsuki chuckled. I'm sure I would have been fine if All Might saved me too, Izuku retorted. Shut the F*** up. I wasn't the one stupid enough to jump out and get in All Might's way in the end there. Yeah, why did you do that? Ochako asked. All Might had it handled, right? I just moved without thinking, Izuku explained, scratching his neck and chuckling nervously. You have a bad habit of that, Katsuki grunted, crossing his arms. You should get that fixed before you jump to your F*** king death. Bakugo, Ochako gasped. Do you actually care about Deku's well-being? Huh, F*** no. Katsuki exclaimed. I just won't let this idiot die until the next time we get to fight. Well, I'm glad you're okay at least, Deku, Ochako giggled. Once they reached the station, she gave Izuku a, see ya tomorrow. As they parted, leaving Katsuki confused. You're hanging out with her tomorrow? The bee-owned asked once they got on their train, raising an eyebrow. Yeah, Izuku said. She's going to work out with me. You two gonna be working up a sweat? He grinned. Definitely, Izuku said, before realizing what Katsuki was insinuating. Wait, no, it's not like that. No shit, Katsuki sneered. No way you'd get a girlfriend before me. Why is everything a competition? Izuku's sweat dropped. Never mind, you'll be exercising tomorrow too. Of F*** in course I am. It's your fault you're gonna be distracted by round face all day instead of keeping up with me, but I won't complain if I get a head start. Izuku laughed at his friend's attitude. Some things never change, but, Kachan, I'm glad you're taking me seriously now. Katsuki just scoffed and looked away. Some things never change. All Might, Naomasa sighed, leaning against the wall of the nurse's office. You can't keep taking risks like that, especially since you haven't passed it on yet. I know, the skeletal man admitted. But I had to do something, right? Toshinori, recovery girl said, when will you give it to the boy, exactly? I haven't decided, he replied, clenching his fist. But it isn't the time to give it to him yet. Naomasa's face noticeably darkened. You really can't wait, considering what your old sidekick said all those years ago. Don't worry, All Might chuckled. I'm still kicking, and it'll stay that way until he's ready to receive my offer. Ochako stood outside of Izuku's apartment at 5:45 a.m. She paced back and forth, worrying about the details, of course. What if I won't be able to keep up in the run? What if he holds himself back for my sake? He seems like he'd do that. Did I dress fine? She looked down at her outfit once again. She was wearing a sports cloth under her plain white t-shirt, had dark gym shorts on, and wore her running shoes. Yeah, that's probably fine. Should I not have brought a water bottle? Well, I can just leave it here if I won't need it. Should I knock on the door? But what if his mom's asleep? Should I just wait out here? Wait, I should just text him. Duh, Ochako. She shook her head and sent him a message to let him know she was ready. She ran over the details one more time in her head, then kicked herself mentally for it. No, don't get so worked up over this. You need to focus on being a hero. Focus, Ochako. I'm here because I need to become a successful hero, for Mom and Dad. Because I want to catch up to Deku. Because Deku is an amazing hero. Gods, why can't I focus? I didn't even think about relationships or anything before, but after what Kaminari and Ishido said. No, my parents deserve a comfortable future, and I need to give them that before I can think about anything else. Besides, Everyone knows high school relationships never work out. This is just a little crush, and it'll pass on its own. Ah, good morning Uraraka, Izuku said as he stepped out of his apartment and closed the door behind him. Morning, she shouted in reflex, before covering her mouth with her hands. She whispered, sorry Deku. Gee, good morning. She looked at his outfit as he chuckled nervously at her reaction. A plain white t-shirt, green gym shorts, and running shoes. He was holding a water bottle in one hand and a towel over his shoulder. Alright, looks like I got the dress code down, she thought in relief. So, what'll our running route be? Well, I normally go on a 5-kilometer run, but I was thinking of doing about half of that today, he said. No, she waved her hands at him. You don't need to hold your training back for my sake. Oh, it isn't that, Izuku assured. I'm just a little tired after what happened yesterday. Oh, yeah, she sighed. I guess I am too. But pro heroes need to face villains like that every day, Izuku muttered, before his thoughtful expression turned to one of determination. If we aren't up to snuff, then that's all the more reason to push ourselves. Never mind, I'm doing the full 5 kilometers. Gay, Ochako's sweat dropped, widening her eyes. So motivated. You keep up for as long as you can, Uraraka. Then I can just meet you back here, okay? My mom will let you in. Yeah, that sounds fine, she nodded. Pumping her fist, she added, but I'll try to keep with you the whole time. They walked down to the front of the apartment complex and began their warm-up stretches. Ochako did her best to follow everything that Izuku did, though she wasn't 100% sure that she succeeded. They started the run at 2 minutes to 6, and went at a pace barely faster than a light jog. The slow pace confused Ochako at first, until she remembered that they'd be running 5 kilometers. It wasn't too long before she was breathing hard, and Izuku had pulled a little ahead of her. She decided to ignore how long she thought it was taking and focus on the actual running part of it. Regulating her breathing, keeping a reasonable pace, and taking long and efficient strides made the top of her list. After a while, Ochako's thoughts wandered again. Geez, I wish that I brought headphones to listen to music while we run. It's not like we would be able to waste breath on chatting even if I could keep up with him. I even lightened my clothes, but he's just more fit than I am. What kind of training did he do with All Might? I know he cleared that beach, but whatever he did, the results sure are impressive. I guess I need to catch up. I mean generally speaking, not catch up in this run right now. Geez, I can't keep thinking about other things while I run. Focus on running. Which she did for a little bit, before. I wonder what Deku thinks about while he runs. He probably doesn't need to think about putting one foot in front of the other. And he's not the kind of guy to think about nothing, so. I doubt he's thinking about what happened yesterday. I personally want to forget it even happened. Maybe he's thinking about the quirks of our classmates. I know he said he was working on notes for everyone. Or maybe pro heroes are villains. Maybe he's just thinking of what to do after the run. Wow, my side aches. Maybe I should take a tiny break. No, I'll fall behind like that. Ochako kept her eyes trained on Izuku's back. Every now and then, he'd turn around and make sure she was still with him, which she was grateful for. She took a sip from her water bottle, doing her best not to spill any as she ran. Her curiosity got the better of her eventually, and she checked the time on her phone. 6:11 a.m. They had been running for 13 minutes at that point, and Ochako didn't know how much more she could take. The light jog pace seemed a lot harder to keep than she'd expected. Much to her delight, however, Izuku suddenly stopped up ahead. Once she caught up to him, she leaned down with her hands on her knees, taking deep breaths. This is the halfway point, Izuku panted. Drink up. This is a 5-minute break. Ochako gulped down about half of her bottle before gasping, this is only halfway. Izuku scratched his cheek and chuckled, well, you can go back if you want to. My mom should be fully awake and ready by the time you get back. You're hardly winded. Ochako sighed heavily. Man, I'm way behind, huh? Well, it took me a long time to get used to this too, he sighed, drying his face with the towel. You should have seen me back in middle school. I was a twig, he chuckled. Really? She also chuckled, now regaining some breath. Did you do this kind of stuff with All Might? Izuku scratched his head. Yeah, but mostly quirk and strength training. Hey Uraraka, have you told anyone that I trained with All Might? No, why? Well, I kinda just told you by accident. I don't know if I'm actually supposed to tell anyone. Oh, why not? I mean, it'd kinda change how people think of me if they hear that I was personally trained by the #1 hero, you know. And I don't want to cause All Might any trouble either. I guess that makes sense, she sighed. Why do you train your body so hard if you have such a great quirk though? All Might told me to, Izuku shrugged. He said that I need more than just a quirk and determination to be a hero, and that I need physical ability. I don't think that's necessarily true, Ochako mused. I guess it depends on what type of hero you want to be, but there are plenty of heroes that rely completely on their quirks. Still, it might just come in handy at some point. And it doesn't hurt to put in some extra work in the long run. You can say that, but my side is aching, Ochako groaned. I think I'll meet you back at your apartment, Deku. Sorry, but I can't run anymore. That's fine, he smiled at her. Just knock on my door and my mom will let you in. Alright, I think I've had enough of a break. Izuku grabbed his things and bent his legs, ready to run, while Ochako put his address into her phone's map. To her surprise, they were only a few blocks away despite the distance they had run. Izuku waved before starting off on his run, and Ochako called out, "See ya there, Deku," before starting the walk to his apartment. Just how can he do that? She thought as she took another sip of her water. I have a long way to go after all. I already knew he was amazing, but that is too much for me. Ochako browsed through social media on her phone as she walked, taking occasional sips of water. Over the few minutes it took, she became more and more aware that she was about to meet Mrs. Midoriya for the first time. She was nervous, and it wasn't just because she was about to meet Izuku's mom. She was nervous because, even though he described his mother as incredibly supportive, he had also made her out to be overprotective. Her own parents weren't that way at all. They practically pushed her out of the house to go to UA even though she wanted to help them with the family business. So, she wasn't really experienced with such intense parents and wasn't sure what to expect. But, as she walked up the stairs and up to his apartment's door, she knew she had to get it over with. She steeled her nerves and knocked. The door opened, and a youthful woman who looked much like Izuku greeted her. "Why, hello." Ochako was somewhat shocked at how alike they looked, aside from the straight hair sported by the woman who she assumed was Izuku's mother. After looking at Ochako's outfit, the woman asked, "Are you Ochako Uraraka?" "Yes, I am," Ochako said with a smile and nod of the head. "Ah, Izuku said you'd be here today," the woman said brightly, clasping her hands together. She looked around and asked, "Where is he?" "Oh, I couldn't keep up with the run, but he's still going," Ochako chuckled, scratching her cheek. "He said you'd be awake and could let me in." "Ah, yes, of course," she exclaimed, stepping to the side of the doorway. "Come in. Would you like anything to drink, or something like that?" "Ah, no thanks," the zero-gravity user said with a smile as she stepped in and removed her shoes. "I drank a lot of water, so I'm not thirsty." "Well, we have plenty of that if you run out." "Oh, please take a seat." Mrs. Midoriya gestured to a door on the left side of the hallway. As she followed the woman inside, Ochako couldn't help but notice the first door on the right, which had an All Might-themed sign labeled, Izuku, hanging from it. She chuckled a little bit at it, then followed Mrs. Midoriya into the living room, dining room, kitchen and sat across from her at the table. "Well, now that we're here," the woman said, holding her hand out to Ochako from across the table, "I'm Inko Midoriya, Izuku's mother." Shaking Inko's hand, Ochako smiled and said, "Ochako Uraraka. It's nice to meet you, Mrs. Midoriya." "Oh, it's nice to meet you too Uraraka. And call me Inko," she smiled warmly. "Izuku's talked a lot about you." He has." Ochako blushed a little and put a hand on her cheek. "You and your other classmates of course," Inko clarified with a smile. It sounds like he made plenty of good friends at UA, so I'm really happy about that. Though, I'm upset about what happened yesterday. UA is definitely a good opportunity for him, but I'm not sure I could let him go if I know he'd be in danger like that. Oh, of course we're in no danger, Ochako said quickly. The teachers have everything handled real well. They'd better, Inko sighed. Still, it must have been scary. Yeah, kinda, Ochako chuckled. She thought about what Inko said about Izuku making good friends, and remembered that Izuku had been reluctant to talk about any other friends before UA. If she was going to be concerned, she might as well dig into the issue. Hey, Mrs. Mida, Inko. Did Deku not have many friends before UA? Deku, Inko asked. Isn't that Katsuki's nickname for Izuku? Oh, yeah, Ochako scratched her cheek. I liked it, and I kinda just picked it up, Inko stared at Ochako with a blank face for a few moments before smiling again. Sorry dear, what was your question again? Before coming to UA, did Deku not have many friends? Well, he was never very social, Inko sighed. The only one he spent any time with was that Katsuki. His only friend was Bakugo. Ochako scrunched her face uncomfortably. I'm not stupid, Inko sighed. I know they aren't really friends. Izuku used to come home with bruises and burns. I put a stop to that pretty quickly, but I know they still didn't get along. Ochako gasped at this new information. She knew that Katsuki had bullied Izuku and was just generally rude, but she hadn't thought that he might have physically abused him. It made her even more upset with the Beyond, and even more confused as to how Izuku could forgive him. Inko saw the worry on her face and assured her, but you know, he's been so much happier since meeting you and his other classmates. I didn't think I'd ever see him happier than when his quirk first manifested, but he just might be. Ochako nodded with a small smile. So, what was Deku like as a little kid? I could just tell you, but... Inko considered for a moment before grinning. I do have some pictures of him. Yes, Ochako said a little too quickly, and Inko chuckled. Once he finished his run, Izuku took a second to sit on the curb and catch his breath outside of his apartment complex. He emptied his water bottle and wiped the sweat from his face with his towel, then made his way up to his apartment. He hoped that Ochako and his mother were getting along. He wasn't really too worried about that, since he knew Ochako well enough, but he was worried about what his mom might do. He had no idea, since he hadn't ever had a friend over to his house. All he could hope was that she didn't embarrass him in some way. Oh my God, he heard Ochako's voice exclaim from the living room as he walked in. That All Might onesie is so cute. Izuku's face blanched and he bolted for the door. When he opened it, he saw Inko and Ochako sitting at the kitchen table with one of his mother's old photo albums. "WW, what are you doing?" he squeaked, his cheeks reddening. "Oh hey Izuku," Inko smiled. "I'm just showing Uraraka here some of our old pictures." "Deku, oh my God," Ochako laughed, holding up a photo of him in an All Might onesie. "This is so cute." "Don't say that." The rest of Izuku's face flushed as he grabbed the picture book. And stop looking at this, it's embarrassing." "Ah, come on Deku," Ochako chuckled. "Don't be such a party pooper." "All right you two," Inko said, standing up from the table. "I'm going to get your breakfast ready." "Thanks Mom," Izuku mumbled. "Thank you Inko," Ochako said brightly. She turned back to Izuku and said, "Your mom's real nice." "Glad you two got along," he sighed. "I was kind of worried about something like this from the start though." "Come on, it doesn't make me think you're any less cool, if that's what you're worried about." "I'm not," he sighed. "It's just embarrassing." "Well then, since I somehow keep learning secret things about you." Ochako racked her head for a second. "What other secrets can I know?" "A juicy inside scoop on the #1 hero. Something horribly illegal that you did once." "Anything." "Well, I'm not telling you anything now," Izuku grinned slightly. "Fine, geez," she pouted. "Then, can I see what your room is like?" "My room?" Izuku questioned, raising an eyebrow. "Why?" "Well, I saw the sign with your name, and I'm kinda curious about how nerdy it is inside." She chuckled, grinning and scratching her cheek. Why does it have to be nerdy? He asked defensively. Then prove me wrong, Ochako said nonchalantly, standing up and walking towards the hallway. Unless it's totally an All Might shrine or something, EHE. Izuku ran in front of her and blocked the door. What if it is? Calm down, Ochako giggled. I won't judge or anything. I just wanna see. Please don't. Ochako just laughed and pushed the door open behind Izuku. She took 2 steps in before involuntarily bursting out in laughter at the amount of All Might around the room. Uraraka, Izuku yelled, covering his beet red face. I'm sorry Deku. Ochako choked out as she tried to stop herself from laughing. It's even geekier than I imagined it. Izuku crossed his arms and looked away as she regained her composure. Once she did, she smiled at him and said, but you know, I think that it shows your dedication to following your dream and becoming a hero. My room would probably look like a 13 shrine if my family could afford it, so I really don't think any less of you for it. Actually, I kinda think it's cool. Really? Izuku asked, looking back at Ochako whose blush had widened for some reason. Yeah, she nodded, smiling wider. Hey kids, Inko called from the kitchen. Breakfast is ready. Coming mom, Izuku called. He turned to Ochako. Come on, let's go. Right, Ochako grinned. After eating, Izuku and Ochako worked out a little bit in Izuku's home gym, though she wasn't able to keep up with him. She ended up leaving because she wanted to take a shower, though Izuku kept going after she did. Eventually, he took a shower and spent the rest of the day studying and then lazing. That Uraraka girl was nice, Inko said as they watched TV that evening. Izuku looked up from his phone. Yeah, she is. Hey mom, why did you have to embarrass me with the photo? Oh come on, Inko laughed lightly. That's my job as a mother. Besides, she liked it. Still, it was embarrassing, he said, looking back down at his phone. After a few seconds, Inko spoke up again. Izuku sweetie, you never told me that she calls you by a nickname. Oh, I didn't think it was relevant, he shrugged. I see, she nodded. Well, I like her. She's welcome here any time. Oh, that's good, Izuku said, looking up from his phone again. She said she wants to work out again tomorrow, and maybe Sunday. Oh, that's fine, Inko smiled. The next 2 days went similarly overall, with Ochako being unable to keep up with Izuku in both the run and weightlifting. They also did some makeshift quirk training on Sunday. She never brought up Izuku's lack of friends or Katsuki's abuse, deciding that she already knew more than she rightfully should and he was probably happy to avoid the topic. They did talk about the USJ attack though, especially as it became a headline over the weekend. When Monday rolled around, the class was somewhat talkative. Everyone was still a bit animated because of the events of the previous Thursday, and were talking with their neighboring students. Hey, did you see the news over the weekend? Toru asked Mashirao from across Mezzo. Yeah, the tailed teen nodded his head. All of us were on screen for a second. I didn't stand out at all though. That's true, Mezzo said, and Mashirao couldn't tell if he was simply agreeing or being sarcastic. Well, it's kind of hard to stand out if you're invisible, isn't it? He chuckled. The media made a huge deal out of it, Denki said, smiling a little too widely. I was pretty surprised by it, Eijiro shrugged. UA is famous for pumping out high-level pro heroes, Kyoka sighed as she fiddled with her earphone jack. Of course it'd get a lot of publicity if it got attacked. True, I guess, Eijiro said with a nod. But who knows what would have happened if the teachers showed up a little later. Shiro sighed. Those punks weren't so tough, Katsuki scoffed. Right, Hiroshima. Yeah, right, Eijiro smiled at the be-owned. Bakugo and I took out the landslide zone without trouble. Yeah, well the collapsed zone wasn't too tough once we followed Midori's plan. Mina said. But All Might was awesome. Sato said excitedly. He pushed those villains back like fodder. Yes, it's obvious how marvelous his strength is, Fumikage said matter-of-factly, nodding his head. Everyone, Momo called out, standing up at her desk. I'd appreciate it if you'd quiet down. It's my duty as class president to keep things in order in the absence of the teacher, after all. Speaking of, Mina whispered back to Suyu. Who do you think might teach homeroom, Suyu? Well, Aizawa-sensei is recovering from his wounds in the hospital, Hiro, the frog-like girl said with her finger held up to her chin. So they'll probably give us some pro-hero or UA staff member as a substitute. Morning, Aizawa's bored voice droned from the doorway. The whole class simultaneously looked up at their teacher, who had both arms wrapped in casts and his face wrapped in bandages. Aizawa-sensei, you're back already, multiple students exclaimed. Tenya raised his hand and shouted, I'm glad to see you are doing well, sensei. I don't know if that qualifies as, well, Ochako said worriedly from behind the engine user. My personal welfare is hardly relevant, Aizawa sighed. Because, your battle is far from over. Our battle? Katsuki asked. What does that mean? Izuku muttered. I can't imagine it's more villains, right? UA's sports festival is going to be here before you know it. The pro-hero said. That's such a normal school thing. Multiple people exclaimed with a mix of relief and exasperation. Is that smart right after the villain attack? Kyoka asked. Couldn't they attack again? Mashirao asked as well. The upper management of UA thinks that this can be a way to show our confidence in our crisis prevention and security, Aizawa said, muffled by the face bandages. We'll have 5 times the security that we've had in the past. Besides, the sports festival here at UA is too big of a chance for you. We won't just cancel because of some pesky villains. It's one of Japan's biggest events. In the past, the Olympics were a huge event that the whole world went crazy over. But, after major population reductions when quirks first appeared, they're just a shell of their former glory. Japan now turns to this event, your sports festival, in place of that old event. And of course, pro-hero agencies will be scouting all of us. Momo commented excitedly. That's how pros will hear about us, and we'll become sidekicks when we graduate. Denki said, holding a thumbs up to Kyoka next to him. Some people don't have what it takes to move up, and they get stuck as eternal sidekicks, she sighed. That's stupid people like you, jamming way. Denki lowered his head in defeat. Of course, joining a popular heroes agency will net you a lot of experience and publicity, Aizawa said. Time is limited. If you want to be a pro-hero, then this'll be your chance to open your future. 1 chance a year, so you'll have 3 chances to show the pros what you're made of before graduation. None of you can afford to slack here, got it? Yes sir. The class confirmed. The day's classes passed, and lunchtime rolled around. As the students were finishing packing up in the classroom, they talked about the sports festival. Man, even though all that villain stuff went down, I'm getting pumped. Eijiro exclaimed. No kidding, Shiro agreed, bumping Eijiro's shoulder. If we catch the attention of the pros, we'll have taken our first step towards becoming pros ourselves. It was definitely worth coming to UA, Sato said, hitting his fist into his palm. We rarely get chances like this, so we can't afford to miss it, Fumikage said, closing his eyes and nodding his head. Hey Ojiro, Toru said excitedly, I'm really nervous. I need to stand out at the sports festival. You need to try extra hard to get their attention, Mashirao said as Toru cheered for herself. Oh, just what'll I do? Yuga asked Koji dramatically. I stand out enough just by attending. Sorry, but I'm afraid the scouts won't be able to look away from me. Koji stepped back, trembling in fear of the loud and outrageous Yuga Aoyama. Right, Yuga asked excitedly, leaning into Koji's face. The silent boy replied with a rapid nod. Shoji, you're lucky, Denki sighed. Your strength stands out on its own. Doesn't matter if I can't show its usefulness, Mezzo replied. Well, jamming way will definitely stand out, Kyoka chuckled as Denki stuttered for a retort. Wow, everyone's getting so into it. Izuku marveled, looking at his classmates. Of course, aren't you as well? Tenya asked the vice president. We enrolled here to be heroes, so of course we'd get fired up at this chance. Despite his words, Tenya was incredibly stiff. Iida, you have a unique way of getting fired up, Suyu croaked. It's weird. Don't you feel the same, Midoriya? Tenya asked, ignoring Suyu's comment. Of course, Izuku grinned. I can't wait to get myself out there. But you know, Hitoshi sighed, it's a big incentive for the general studies kids as well. Based on performance in the sports festival, people can be moved in or out of the hero course. My plan was actually to get in through the festival, but I was transferred in by surprise. Deku, Iida, Ochako said darkly from beside them. Let's do our best at the sports festival. Uraraka, your face looks so determined it's scary. Izuku chuckled while Tenya looked at the gravity girl with confusion. Uraraka, you look really, well, not Uraraka. Mina said, is something wrong? Nothing, she yelled, before pumping her fist in the air. Everyone, I'm going to do my best. Izuku, Tenya, Suyu and Mina pumped their fists and agreed, yeah. While Hitoshi abstained from the event. Ochako swiveled to face Sato, Shiro, Eijiro and Fumikage. I'm gonna do my best. Why yeah, they said, putting their fists up as well. I don't get you, Eijiro sighed. Your personality is all over the place. Izuku understood though. He knew how much being a pro-hero meant to her, and what it meant for her family. Of course she'd give it her all in the sports festival. Her face did seem a bit too aggressive for some reason though. Uraraka, what happened to your face back there? Tenya asked as they walked down the hall. What do ya mean? She tilted her head at the engine quirked teen. I think it was just her determination showing, Izuku said. It was a little scary though. It was. Ochako looked confused for a second before chuckling. Sorry. Guess I'm just pumped up. I mean, this is our chance to make our dreams come true. How can't I get a little competitive? To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.